Hello to our viewing audience and everyone that is joining us tonight. And we are going to call our meeting to order, and I will ask if Ms. Rosales Medina could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, here.
All right, everyone rise. Just put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
and Ms. Rogers. Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. So we have our inspirational message 1.4, and I believe we are going to hear from Dr. Hill.
You will, Madam President. Thank you so much. As all of you know, and hopefully our listening community, this coming Friday is the celebration of Juneteenth. So my reflection tonight is an original poem by Margaret Hill. It happened in Texas on the 19th of June, and 1865 was the year. Those enslaved finally got the word. The message of hope was loud and clear. Those were strong messages that we all have read, as freedom should have been awarded to all. It was the passing of the Civil Rights Bill 100 years later, when the quality of life and freedom continued to stall. Now let's move forward to our current time, when life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness should be endeared. Those near and far who have made the United States their home should always be appreciated and never feared. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. And that was an original, so we're going to get that signature on that, and we will make sure that we archive that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are now at 2.0, 2.1, resolution affirming our commitment against police brutality and inequality. And I've asked the board members, as you've come on to the meeting tonight, I think this is a very important resolution that thank you so much for indulging me. And as you indicated, this is definitely something we should do. And so we have it on our agenda tonight, and I'm going to ask that each board member, in the spirit of unity, will participate in our resolution. So in this reading of this resolution, we will start with Dr. Wyatt, who will start out with the first whereas, and then the second whereas will then be Mr. Tillman. The next two after that will be Dr. Flores. The next two after that will be Ms. Rosales Medina, and the next two after that will be Dr. Hill. And then we will conclude the final one with Mr. Gallo, and then I will follow suit after that. And Mr. Gallo, you'll be reading the whereas, the final whereas, and then the first therefore be it resolved, and I will follow after that. And so if we can begin with Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. I am looking for the screen to see if the resolution is on there.
It is
Well,
there.
While you're looking, Dr. Wyatt, Madam President,
Yes,
are we
ma'am.
to read two whereases a piece?
Yes, Dr. Wyatt will lead with the first beginning of it, and then it'll be two apiece all the way down for the rest of the resolution.
He'll read two?
He's only reading the first beginning.
Oh, okay.
All right, and I'm trying still to find the presentation on here. I don't see it, Madam
You
President.
don't see it? Okay, well, we will begin then. If Mr. Tillman, if you will then go ahead and begin and read down the first three. Cover that, please.
Whereas on May 25th, 2020, Mr. George Floyd, a Black American man in Minnesota, died face down in the street under the knee of a Caucasian police officer. And whereas the recent unconscionable and senseless death of Mr. Floyd and other Black Americans has once again demonstrated the fact that racism still exists in our country evidenced by disparate treatment by law enforcement of Black men, women, and children of color. And whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District finds that the conduct of police officers who engage in racial profiling and excessive force, which can include shootings, brutal beatings, fatal chokings, and any other excessive treatment, is a violation of basic human rights.
Thank you. Dr. Flores.
Whereas the reaction nationally and globally to the death of these individuals has created a crucial turning point for our nation to reflect on racial hatred and discrimination within its boundaries. And whereas any act of racism must be condemned by the greater community, and particularly those in leadership, role, and positions of influence in our society. And
go ahead.
And whereas the Board of Education of this district condemns the acts that have been committed to these individuals and all the senseless and unprovoked actions to other individuals of color that have preceded the recent acts referenced herein. And whereas our nation's history of racism and injustice has contributed to racial disparities in our communities. And
Dr. Hill. You're on mute, Dr. Hill.
Okay, thank you. Whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District operates a district police department for the physical and mental welfare of its students. And whereas pursuant to District Board Policy 0100, philosophy, goals, objectives, and comprehensive plans, it is critical to provide an environment that will develop democratic attitudes, including a feeling for the responsibilities of citizenship, an understanding of the dignity and value of all, regardless of primary language spoken in the home and of racial, ethnic, social, or religious background, and an appreciation of the divergent cultural heritage, which is the foundation of a great American society. And
whereas, go ahead, Mr. Gallo. Or are you ready? Are you okay? Mr. Gallo, go ahead. You can pick it up from there.
Okay, and whereas the Board of Education adopts Board Policy 5145.9, hate-motivated behavior on October 16, 2007, affirming the right of every student to be protected from hate-motivated behavior. And it is the intent of the board to promote harmonious relationships that enable students to gain a true understanding of the civil rights and social responsibilities of people in our society. And whereas the district represents and serves diverse populations in terms of race, ethnicity, language, culture, national origin, socioeconomic class, age, physical ability, sexual orientation, and religious beliefs. Okay.
Mr. Gallo, I just want to check. Dr. Wyatt, are you on the screen now? Can you just take it from there to the first be it further resolved, please? Take it from therefore.
All righty. Thank you, Madam President. Therefore, be it resolved that the San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education unequivocally condemns all acts of racism. Be it further resolved that the board hereby condemns all acts of brutality, racial profiling, and the use of excessive force by law enforcement.
Be it further resolved in order that the board hereby supports strengthening efforts to eliminate instances of excessive use of force and conduct stringent oversight and independent investigation into instances of police brutality, racial profiling, and excessive use of force, and hold individual law enforcement officers and the San Bernardino City Unified School District Police Department accountable. Be it further resolved in order that the board calls for the adoption of sound and unbiased law enforcement policies that reduce the desperate impact of police brutality and use of force on Black and Brown people and other historically marginalized communities. Be it further resolved and ordered that the board hereby declares that the district recognize the immense contributions made by Black American individuals and affirm a commitment to foster a culture in which all members of the Black American community feel safe, respected, and valued, are invited to participate fully, sharing their unique gifts, talents, and backgrounds. Increasingly recognize the value of perspectives that differ from their own, and understands that diversity, inclusion, and equity are key priorities of the district.
So move.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Ms. Rogers, aye. This
I
was,
just have a really
Oh, yes.
quick comment
sorry.
with regards to this. First
Go
of all, thank you for bringing this forward. What are the next steps after we look at this as a resolution? Is there something we're going to do with regarding policy?
Yes.
Is it with training? What are we going to do to move forward? Because I know this is something that we stand for, but I think, you know, people, community members, as well as parents want to know what the next steps would be and
Yes.
what this actually looks like in
Thank you.
implementation.
Thank you for that, Ms. Rosales Medina. And we did mention at the last board meeting what my request was to move forward with the resolution, but we needed to look at our policy that we have in place currently right now. So the task will be to the policy committee to look. It is my understanding that there may be something on file, but you're absolutely correct. The goal is to look and see and evaluate to make sure it aligns to where we are today. And then also those policies that need to be put in place that are not there, then we will move forward with that. So the policy committee members, again, our ask is for you to take it from here and please review.
Madam President, I'm on the policy committee.
Yes.
And I do hear your requests, and we will look at and see what policies we have in place. And I am researching for our policy committee
Good.
to look at anti-racist policies that we may exist. And if they do not exist, then we will create them and bring them to the board. And so I'd like to request Dr. Volkemer that we set a meeting up for our policy committee to begin to work.
I agree with that as well. Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Absolutely. And who are the other individuals that are serving on the policy committee? Dr. Wyatt and
Myself and
Dr. Hill.
And Dr. Hill and Miss Medina.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all so much. Is there any other discussion?
There can't be 4 people on the policy committee.
She's an alternative. I think she's the alternate, correct? Correct? Someone's
Yes.
the alternate.
Yes, that was the alternate.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. keep us legal. All right, Dr. Wyatt. We're voting. You're mute.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
And Ms. Rogers and I. Thank you so much. Moving to 2.2, resolution in recognition of Juneteenth National Freedom Day, a day of observance. I will ask Ms. Rosales Medina, can you read that resolution for us, please?
All right. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Juneteenth Independence Day, Emancipation Celebration, and Freedom Day, is the oldest African American holiday observance in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates the strong survival instinct of African Americans who first fought to this country, who were first brought to this country, stacked and shackled in the bottom of the slave ships in a month-long journey across the Atlantic Ocean, known as the Middle Passage. And whereas in 1916, the first documented Africans arrived in the English colony of Virginia, they were on their way to Veracruz, Mexico, aboard a Spanish ship that they were captured off of the coast of Mexico, transported to Virginia, and sold as involuntary laborers or indentured servants. And whereas slavery has had yet been institutionalized, so the Africans were informed that they were under contract for a certain period of time before being granted freedom and the rights afforded other settlers However, while European and indentured servants were listed along with their year of expected freedom, no such information accompanied the names of the African indentured servants. And whereas on September 22nd, 1862, President Lincoln issued the celebrated Emancipation Proclamation, and whereas prior to the end of the Civil War, on January 31st, 1865, Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which abolished slavery throughout the United States and its territories. And whereas Juneteenth, or June 19th, 1865, is considered the date when the last slaves in America were freed, almost 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas the governor shall proclaim the third Saturday in June of each year to be known as Juneteenth, National Freedom Day, a day of observance. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby recognizes June 19th and Juneteenth and the third Saturday in June of each year to be known as Juneteenth, National Freedom Day, a day of observance, and urges people to join in celebrating Juneteenth as a day to honor and reflect on the significant role that African Americans have played in the history of the United States and how they have enriched society through their steadfast commitment to promoting freedom, brotherhood, and unity. And I do want to mention too that when you look at 4th of July, which is a holiday of independence, you also have to be mindful that we weren't fully independent. We didn't really fully have the independence if not everybody was everybody was free. And so that's something that we have to really consider. This should be the national holiday. That's my viewpoint, because that's when everybody became free. It's not just a certain subgroup. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. And just a quick discussion. I just want to let the board know also I'm thanking Karen because this is the first time that we have had a resolution for Juneteenth. And so as I had her look into that, she found that we had not, and she did a great job finding the history. So thank you, board, for indulging me tonight. Let us take a vote. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 2.3 resolution in support of United States Patriotic holidays. Mr. Gallo, can you read this resolution for us, please?
Of course I can.
Thank you.
Is that all you wanted to know? Let's see. Let me get to the right one. Got it.
Got it?
Yep. Whereas the history of the United States of America has been shaped by many important leaders and events. And whereas in order to develop an understanding and appreciation for our great nation, schools and students have a duty to study and learn about historic events and the many contributions of our presidents. And whereas Independence Day, July 4th, Patriots Day or Patriot Day, September 11th, Constitution Day, September 17th, National Voter Registration Day, September 24th, Veterans Day, November 11th, Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th, and President's Day, February 18th, are some of the significant historical dates that should be highlighted with engaging and educational lessons and activities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District encourages all district schools to acknowledge and undertake educational activities that commemorate national patriotic holidays and the contributions of our American presidents. So move.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Let's vote. Dr. Wyatt, someone needs to mute. Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo? You're muted, but I see you're,
They keep putting me on mute. Aye.
thank you. And Ms.
You're making a whole lot of noise, Mr. Gallo. Yeah,
It's
Well,
very,
you know what
it's
it
very
is.
important.
You mean sort of like what I just heard from Mr. Tillman?
All right, we have voted and it's unanimous. Motion is approved. Thank you. We're going to move into 3.1, our closed session public comments. However, at this time, I'm going to turn it over briefly to Dr. Volkermer. There you are on the screen. I see you. Can you hear me? Yes?
I can hear you, President Rogers.
All right. So I would like for Dr. Volkermer to take it from here, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
President Rogers, just to clarify, there is no closed session this evening.
Okay, great.
For closed session, so we're ready to move into public comments.
Okay, so we're moving right in. Okay. So if you then, I'm going to ask you to have comments.
Great. Thank you, President Rogers, for giving me a few minutes this evening to clarify a misunderstanding that took place at the special board meeting on June 10th. During a portion of the meeting when board member Rosales Medina was speaking, a comment attributed to me was recorded and appeared in the closed caption. I want to take a few minutes to share what happened and correct this misunderstanding. I did make the comment, but it was not in the context that it appears. I keep a paper version of my calendar with me at all times, at all meetings, so that I can jot down items for follow-up, things I need to, data sets I need to pull, et cetera. During that portion of the meeting on June 10th, I thought of a note I needed to make for the next day, which was June 11th. After making the note, I quickly reviewed my schedule for the next day and noticed that I had scheduled 2 meetings right in the middle of one of our drive-through graduations, which I try to make a priority to attend. Reacting to this, I said to myself, how stupid is that? Obviously, I was not on mute, and the monitor picked up the words stupid and that, giving the impression that I was responding to Ms. Rosales Medina and the topic that she was addressing. My comment was not in any way directed to Ms. Rosales Medina or the topic to which she was speaking, which was on involving parents to a greater degree and the community to a greater degree. Rather, I was chastising myself for allowing the error in my schedule. Ms. Rosales Medina and I have had the opportunity to discuss this matter, this misunderstanding, and we agreed that it was indeed unfortunate timing. We also agreed that we've had an excellent working relationship for many years, even prior to the time that she became a board member, and I value that relationship. I apologized for the misunderstanding and any unpleasant feelings that this may have caused. I feel terrible that this occurred in any way, and I apologize for any confusion or consternation that it may have caused anyone. As leaders, we are always taught to find the good if you can in any situation, and there's actually an opportunity that has come from this unfortunate experience. And that is that I've been able to have the opportunity to hear from a number of our community members who have shared with me that they just do not feel included or valued in our district processes. And we need to do our best to remedy that. Now, this is a large, complex organization, and which sometimes makes communication a bit of a challenge. And it may even be a little harder in a virtual world, but it's certainly not impossible. We just have to keep working to get better at it. In fact, one of the community members that I heard from shared with me that she has some ideas to help us improve our processes, and I'll be following up with her tomorrow. As a district and as the interim superintendent, I remain committed to involving people in decisions that affect them and getting better at listening. We are working on ways to do a better job of gathering and incorporating student, parent, and team member voice, but we recognize we have room to grow. Just last week, I met with a company called Thought Exchange, which specializes in being able to capture feedback from our community in a meaningful way. And I'm hopeful that this will be a viable tool for us. Nowhere is this more important and necessary than with our Lcap. The Lcap is really designed to be a reflection of the priorities of each individual community. We have made some adjustments in the last month or so in terms of the information we're sharing, trying to share it in its totality, and we will continue to adjust in order to create complete transparency with our Lcap. We know that this is what the board expects of us. Fortunately, we have an extension for the board's approval of our new 3-year plan until December 2020. This will give us additional opportunities to dig deeper and provide as much information as we need to with the intent of creating feelings of inclusion and ownership of our plan. This ultimately gives the plan its best chance at truly improving services for our students and their families, which is the overarching objective of the Lcap itself. So again, I want to apologize to anybody who was confused or had any ill feelings about this unfortunate incident. It was a misunderstanding. President Rogers, I thank you for allowing me this time to hopefully clarify that it was a misunderstanding, and I believe that Ms. Rosales Medina has a comment on the heels of mine.
Yes.
I do. And first of all, I just want to say thank you, Harold, Dr. Volcomer, for reaching out to me. And I first of all didn't hear it. It was until I received several text messages from the community. But it was an unfortunate, just the timing of it. And we've been working together even before I was a school board member, and the fact that you've always been there to listen and explain to me certain things that maybe I wasn't able to understand, and you've always been there as a guide and as a mentor and so forth. So I want to say it's like it was mentioned earlier, it was an unfortunate event. It was a complete misunderstanding, and I thank you for reaching out to me just to clarify that what was happening behind the scenes that I was not able to see. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Thank you both for that, and I do appreciate that. And there was a couple of other things that we had to resolve in reference to, I had to send out a message to the community in reference to our YouTube, and we had some technical difficulties that day. But again, working with Ms. Rosales Medina and as well as Dr. Volcomer, we worked it together, and I certainly appreciate you indulging us this time, because this board is very, very concerned about transparency and working with our community and being respectful. And so we appreciate that, and thank you so much for this time. We will now open up for public comments. Public comment is the time during the agenda when the board is prepared to receive comments from the public within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district, comments on programs, services, or operations of the district, or fiscal matters of the district. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. Pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N29-20, dated March 17, 2020, certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act are suspended. With the district temporarily suspending public access to the Board of Education building, members of the public who wish to submit a public comment can do so beginning 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting via email until 4:30 p.m. on the night of the board meeting. Forms can be found on the district website and Facebook. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. All comments on one subject matter are limited to a total of 30 minutes. Comments will be read by a facilitator. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Karen, are you on the line?
Madam President, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is there a reason why we can't allow the public to access the meeting? And then I know we have a gentleman that has admin rights that can give people the right to show their video and microphone. Why can't we let people speak?
So that was one of the discussions we had at the Lcap meeting last week, to look into that software to see if there's other avenues that came up in that discussion. So the district is to look into that to see how we can better access our community to be able to speak. So Dr. Volcomer and the team is looking into that.
And just a suggestion from Mr. Gallo, I've been doing IT work for 35 years, but we use WebEx at the county and it works real good.
Okay, so Dr. Volcomer.
How many years was that again?
35.
Dr. Volcomer, please consult with the two experts, but please look into that. And again, we are looking into that. Thank you, experts. Okay, Karen, I think you're somewhere on there. I just can't see you.
I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, we have, I believe, 21 public comments, and I will start. The first one is from Myra Caballos. Bios, yes. I would like to share the original email sent to you all and Dr. Volkemer with everyone at tonight's meeting. I would also like the 3 areas at the bottom of this email addressed. Dear Dr. Harold Volkemer and SBCUSD staff and community, I am writing to share with you and express my feelings of indignation with Dr. Volkemer's comment that accidentally, because I am assuming you did not intend for us to hear how you truly feel about our involvement, seep through your audio for us all to hear in last week's Lcap meeting as a response to Ms. Medina's righteous comment and advocacy about the importance of parent and community interaction in these meetings. I do not want to imagine what we don't hear. I too share the concerns that Ms. Medina raised about our ability to actively and gainfully participate in not only this meeting, but all meetings held throughout the district at every level. Your response, Dr. Volkemer, to Ms. Medina's comment is a direct insult to me, and I am offended, as every community member should be. I expect you as a public employee to serve students and parents. We are the ones who live here and are getting, or not, educated by this district. We are letting you know through proper means of communication that we do not feel the district is transparent and we do not feel like our voices are being heard or that they matter. It is your responsibility to respond to those concerns in a positive way, even if it is inconvenient for you. We are requesting to have an active and gainful ability to participate and be involved, and not through this passive involvement style that characterizes SBCUSD. I have many experiences throughout the years of different meetings I have attended, or participated rather, that have been a joke and quite frankly a waste of my time. This is why our community does not get involved or participate, because it is made difficult for us to do so, and we often leave meetings with more questions than answers and more confused than before. We are communicated to, not with. Communication is a two-way street, not a one-directional road. This is why events and meetings have such poor turnout. Then there are complaints about poor parent involvement, but there is poor district availability to truly make meaningful conversations among community members. It is due to incidents like these that my distrust for the district grows. We are a community of great people and we want to be involved, but you don't make it any easier for us to, and I am tired. I am tired, I am sure we all are, of not feeling like the district cares about our input. I am tired about always being given the runaround. I am tired of feeling like we don't have a right to participate. I am tired seeing very little or no progress. I am tired of seeing my community belittled. I am tired, and because I am tired, I expect a public apology, a resolution to Ms. Medina's comment about our ability to participate in these meetings in a more live and interactive way. It is okay if you don't know how to do it, ask us, we might have some good ideas. Maybe a monitored call-in system. I volunteer myself to help if you need help. I would also like a more in-depth breakdown of the Lcap as requested by Ms. Medina and Ms. Rogers. Thank you.
I do want to add really quickly, I want to say thank you to Myra for bringing her concerns up, because in reality, many parents do feel the frustrations, and I also appreciate Dr. Volkemer for also acknowledging the fact that we need to ensure more parent involvement, and that's through authentic engagement and really having their voice being heard. And I know there was a few concerns back then that they weren't feeling included, and we were a step closer to providing at the last Lcap meeting. But of course, we're here to improve. And I just want to say that I do appreciate Mayra's concerns with and her speaking on these issues, as many families do feel the same way. So
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is from Anonymous, and they say, I am concerned about the reopening of schools. Is there a plan for students who are in several special education classes and have limited social and safety awareness? How do you plan to keep those students and their teachers safe when reopening schools? These students have different needs than students in the general education, and they need a separate specific plan, as the current suggested plans do not include them. The next one is from Nanette Flores. In looking at the sample schedules on the slides, I see that we are talking about sending students to school every day for half day. Some days students would go in the morning and some days in the afternoon. This is going to present a major challenge for parents who work all day and don't have anyone to take their children on the days they are to report in the afternoon. Why not just send students 2 days a week for full days? A group could go Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and B group could go Thursdays and Fridays. If the same students are in the classroom all day long, there would be a lesser need to sanitize as much. Also, since there continues to be a rise in cases in California, it would be best to go with the latest start date possible. Next one is from Dennis Wolbert, who is an employee. I would like to offer thanks and support of our wonderful school police department. They keep all of us safe and secure and work to improve community relationships. The next one is from Sergio Luna. Okay. In my opinion, I think the 9.5 million of the police concentration and supplement Lcap funds should be used as one, that music programs, sports, and extracurricular activities be expanded and that there be no cost to families for student participation. 2, expansion of social emotional counselors and programs and restorative justice programs such as PBIS in the district. 3, school districts, family involvement and training. And 4, evaluation of effectiveness and participation in district programs. Next one is also from Anonymous. Besides just sending a letter out standing in solidarity to Black Lives Matter, what concrete actions are you taking to show solidarity? Will you consider defunding school police contracts? Will you hire more teachers of color and promote more administrators, directors, superintendents of color? Will you hire more counselors and mental health professionals? Will you introduce ethnic studies and push for a more truthful telling of American world history? Will you be pushing for more BIPOC authors to be read starting in pre-K through 12th? If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. This is a quote from Desmond Tutu. The next one is from Sunshine Chagoya. And she says, if the district does continue full distance learning, will the teachers make exceptions for working parents to have the time to make sure the students turn in homework after hours? Will there be communication with families about missing items on a more personal level? The automated calls do not tell you which child is missing items. Will the district have in-person or even Zoom resources available for tutoring after work hours or with a little more advance notice? Will the district reach out to families regarding mental health? Maybe offer some type of guide of symptoms for parents to look out for? If the district decides to do in-person classes, will they allow for more absences or switch to distance learning if the students or family become sick? Will the students be required to wear a face covering while participating in PE? If there is a rotating schedule, can a family with multiple grades be placed in the same schedule? The next one is from Mendez. And what are we doing to support more culturally responsive teaching for our student population? We need to move to include ethnic studies model curriculum as other districts have. Okay, this one is from Cheryl Richardson, Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy SBTA representative. I am submitting this statement on behalf of the many dedicated staff members that serve in the socioeconomically deprived community that encompasses the school. Student safety, emotional, social, and academic success are all pillars that staff have worked so vigorously to erect upon the foundation of making hope happen for all SBCUSD students in general, in particular for the students living in the communities surrounding our school. For example, staff has worked collaboratively over the years with parents, students, and the community to lower suspension rates, and they are down by 70% over the past 5 years. Systems are established and firmly in place. Staff has worked long hours volunteering and training to enhance relationships and their craft in order to fulfill the promise to provide 21st century skills to our students so they too may compete and thrive. When the district chose to officially change the school's name, a commitment was made, a commitment that the district must not break, because too much has been sacrificed and too much is at stake for those that are already deprived economically. With promises from our leaders to finally invest in the students and community we serve, money was used from an already stretched school budget to paint a mural announcing not only our new name, but also our new identity as well. Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy, everything in place and ready to launch for our 2021 school year. Why did the district not inform the parents, students, community, nor staff of its intent to place a charter school on the campus of Del Vallejo, especially during a pandemic? Did these parents not deserve to know the potential risk to their own children by adding upward to 120 plus additional bodies to the campus during a pandemic? We serve the public. I hope the sentiment does not get lost in translation. We are public servants and the health and welfare of those we serve are paramount. No, the district did not inform staff, parents, nor the community of their decision to replace Spectrum, a district special education charter that shared 50% of the special ed facilities, with a public charter school that requires the sacrifice of the entire building, our STEAM and computer labs totaling up to 10 classrooms. The staff and parents of Savant were given their opportunity to voice their opinions and concerns at the June 2nd board meeting. And on June 2nd, the school board members intentionally chose not to inform Del Vallejo parents, community, or staff of their intent to vote on such an important issue. Days later, the staff met with district leaders, though no board members were in attendance to witness staff concerns, nor district responses to those concerns. The following statements came from district leadership. It needs to be clear for the record, if this is your position as well, the statement from the district to the staff was as follows. Yes, we should have informed both the parents and staff. We are sorry and will try to do better in the future. Is this your position as well? The board did vote unanimously in favor of Savant without once questioning the wants or needs of the impacted stakeholders. Common sense dictates that if you make a mistake like the one above, you fix it. Otherwise, it was not a mistake at all. It was intentional. Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy's parents and staff deserve the same consideration as the Savant parents and staff. The board and district have excluded socioeconomically deprived taxpayers, parents, and entire community of their rights, of their voice. Sadly, this is happening all over our country, especially if this community was targeted because of its perceived and real vulnerabilities. There have been many promises and commitments made to staff regarding repairs, updates, fences, classrooms, and addressing the homeless population living across the wash behind our campus. The promises have not been fulfilled for the safety and well-being of these SBCUSD students. Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy has had many empty promises made to their parents, students, and staff over countless years. Moreover, it appears that if the board approves spending $439,000 to bring an elementary charter to a middle school as the federal government projects massive cuts to education, then that charter and students must be a priority to the board, while SBCUSD students at our site in our communities are pushed aside once again. Safety concerns having pre-K to 5th grade mixing in with middle school students around our campus should be a priority for all parties involved. The district will not be able to create a barrier around the charter school students considering the classrooms they are potentially going to occupy. This also inhibits one of the escape routes on the east side of campus for the current SBCUSD students, but that's an issue for Cal OSHA. The mingling of the lunches as well as student recess will impose a distraction both during the regular school day and testing days. It also takes classrooms from Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy students that would otherwise be used for testing and special education services. Overall, our socioeconomically deprived population stands to lose multiple means of safety and academic stability. The addition of a charter school on our campus will not only deprive the most vulnerable population of 10 classrooms, but also jeopardize the very existence of the systems we worked so tirelessly over the years to establish? Why does every meeting attended by an employee of SBCUSD begin with the basics for excellence and speed of trust? Those are all commitments we make to one another as professionals, as public servants, because that is what we do. We serve the public, especially our most vulnerable. Okay. The next one is from Anonymous. My only concern about my child returning to school come August are the parents who will send their sick kids to school because they want them to receive a perfect attendance monthly party or plastic trophy at the end of the year. Coming from a medical background, parents have declined an off-school verification letter. Some parents will administer ibuprofen to bring down fever and send their sick kids to school, wait for the school aide to call, and will have the poor ill children wait in health office until the end of school day. I urge you to please revise and take school's input and stop perfect attendance incentives for the time being. This one's from Christian Flores. My name is Christian Flores. I'm a San Bernardino community member, SBCUSD alumni, and former SBCUSD guest teacher. I just want to say that ever since I was a sophomore in high school at Cajon, I have been in some capacity involved with ICUC as a volunteer, and ever since ICUC gave us as youth a platform to voice our opinions and look into creative ways to reduce violence in our schools. As someone who has been through SBCUSD system, I do not believe police presence on our campus is directly going to help boost graduation rates or address the root of conflicts on campus. If discipline and suspensions are the go-to option, we are punishing the students and families who have underlying issues by keeping them from being on campus and learning and falling further behind. Prevention, intervention, and alternative programs, including opportunities for students to work part-time and do community service, were attempted one summer, and I thought if it's around next summer, I would like to try. That particular program never came back, but even the fundamental perspective of rewarding community service as opposed to using it as a punishment can make a huge difference in encouraging students to invest their time in their community when otherwise they may find less healthy ways to spend their time, especially if they are avoiding issues at home, which intervention programs would step in to address. It feels disconcerting that after 15 years, we are still mirroring many of the concerns we had as youth supporting this generation's SBCUSD youth now as adults. More than anything, I believe it's time to let more students have more of an impact on their decisions that directly affect them in our schools and school district. The next one's from Felicity Nelson Trujillo. I am an incoming senior at San Bernardino High School. I'm a youth leader with Inland Congregations United for Change, ICUC, and Inland Empire Prism Collective, IEPC. I believe that SBCUSD has a responsibility to take the $9.5 million they are trying to allocate to school police and reinvest it into programs that provide proactive support to students in the district. From personal experience, having police on campus has made me feel unsafe, anxious, and wrongfully interrogated. I had an instance where I was walking to class while participating in Day of Silence, which is a silent protest to bring awareness to LGBTQ bullying and harassment, when a probation officer stopped me and started to question me on my actions. Despite giving him the information he needed, he kept asking me questions I couldn't answer. This made me late to English class and also made me feel uncomfortable because I wasn't doing anything wrong. There are so many underfunded programs that would benefit students more than paying school police to make students late to class. Instead of giving millions of dollars to a racist department that criminalizes students, SBCUSD can fund after-school programs that ensure students are safe on campus or educational programs that benefit marginalized students. SBCUSD can put $9.5 million towards literally anything else. The next one's from Valerie Felix. I'm a young adult leader with ICUC and IEPC. I moved to San Bernardino 3 years ago from St. Louis. After entering the school system, it was one of the greatest culture shocks for me. My brother went to Shandon Hills Middle School and I attended Cajon High School. When we came home, the first thing we both said is that the schools here reminded us of prisons. Coming from Missouri, we had never seen schools barred and gated up as we did here. We later discussed how after my first day, I saw a fight between two girls that I believe were sophomores that year. This was my first encounter with the school police. The officer was male and he roughly grabbed her and pushed her into a wall to cuff her. While cuffing her, the way he had her arm and wrist twisted did not sit right with me, but everyone there had seen this so often that it was normal to them. I compared it to my other school. Yes, we had school police, but we only had one officer for the whole high school. Anytime we had a fight, it was broken up verbally by counselors. I never saw that one officer involved. This made me begin to wonder, what did my school need so many officers for? As I went through the rest of my classes, I realized how filthy the restrooms were. I noticed that the books we were learning from were old, messed up, or that there weren't enough for everyone. The funding that the school district is putting towards school police would be better used in other programs. Next one's from Savannah Howes. My name is Savannah. I am an incoming senior at Cajon High School. I'm a leader with ICUC and IEPC. I'm writing today because SBCUSD is giving an excess amount of money to the school police. That is money that can instead help fund things such as better training for counselors on the topics of LGBTQ students, or more inclusive training for things such as racism and bullying. The presence of police on campus brings unsafe practices onto the school ground, such as unnecessary force and guns that bring fear to the students. Having guns on campus only criminalizes students even more. Schools should be a safe place for students, and having police presence makes it feel as though they're expecting the worst case scenario behavior from students, which adds to the feeling of fear. This money can be utilized to help students become successful while also moving towards a more positive and more rehabilitatable form of discipline. The resolution that the school district is trying to pass is performative and only skims the surface of this conversation, which should center student voices and experience. Next one is from Roxana C. As a mother, I am extremely concerned that our schools normalize the police presence when there is still no real trust in these institutions, both on the part of our children and on our part as parents. Our reality is that we fear having the presence of police around us, as we have observed and in some cases experienced uncomfortable or traumatic situations in which law enforcement officers have been involved. My opinion would be first to create an environment of trust and educate morally and culturally. Consider that if our children have enough recreational and cultural extracurricular activities at their fingertips, we motivate them to participate, and they have financial support from our school districts, which often is the limitation to our children and youth developing their sports, sociocultural, emotional, and artistic skills. Let us therefore make more ways of growth and improvement and eradicate fear and depression, that the educational entities be enriching, which is what they have been created for. Next one is from Roxana Cervantes. In the recent Lcaps on May 20th and June 10th, through a virtual meeting via Zoom and live broadcast via YouTube respectively, we parents have been dissatisfied. Once again, the little or no importance given to parent involvement in decision-making regarding the priorities in the budget of the San Bernardino School District, according to the needs that we parents appreciate and which should be the focus according to one of the 8 Lcap priorities, according to this priority state, parent involvement. Sadly, the situation is not new, as we have experienced it in different SBCUSD department meetings for a long time, along with intimidation, retaliation, and benefits to select people, also called influences. We need 1, true transparency in shared data and decision-making. Who participate in these, how many are parents and how many administrative or teachers, publicly open meetings with general invitation, remove records prior to meetings. We are all involved parties when we want to participate. 2, provide access to recordings of all public interest meetings as offered from SBCUSD Board of Ed meetings, work on restoring the very hurt trust that parents in the community have in SBCUSD, its departments, and the cabinet. 3, to give value to the parents' opinion that we dare to express our priorities and concerns. And it is this last point that I support the question. How does the SBCUSD Board of Education ensure the legitimate participation of parents in needs assessment and decision-making in the different departments of the school district, such as Lcap, and the schools themselves? Our voices as a community echo the needs we experience and increasingly understand that what we ask for is part of the rights of our children and their own. Next one is just from ML. I am not only a parent, but an employee as well. If we start the school year on a half scattered schedule for students, are you taking your employees into consideration as well? If my child only goes to school 2 days, will I be allowed to only work 2 days also? Or are you considering childcare options once again for all those kids whose parents work full time? Because if that is your answer, doesn't it defeat the purpose? I just want to make sure you guys are all thinking of the children first and all of your employees second. That includes classified as well as teachers. Don't forget your classified staff are the ones on the front lines. Next one's from Verneter. We need our school police. No cuts there, more support, please. It is impossible to stay safe without them. Often at the elementary school level, we have needed them to calm a child who is in an uncontrolled state and tearing up rooms with expensive equipment, who has also hit adult personnel because they know our hands are too tied to stop the behavior. God forbid one of our students gets attacked by a student having troubles. We have had outsiders come onto our campus and badly beat a student. We need to make sure CSOs are fully equipped to stop such incidents before they can happen and are covering their stations as expected. Most of our staff isn't prepared for these situations and are looking for cover themselves unless they have a student in the vicinity. This one's from Elizabeth Romero. I would like it to be easier to participate as a parent in the Lcap meetings and give my opinions as they make it more and more difficult, and not only in the Lcap, but also in family engagement. Parents, we are not experts in technology. This last meeting was only a presentation, not a meeting, because they only presented what they wanted to do, and we really feel out of the plan because apparently they listen to us, but it's not like that. They always treat us as ignorant. This has to stop, and the manipulation of programs and people who manipulate it have to be more accessible. Cynthia Zuniga. We want to know what new steps will be taken to address instances of racism in the classroom at the hands of educators. The uprising happening all over the country is a result of every system failing and criminalizing Black and brown people. How will our schools address their shortcomings? And the last one, it is from several people. Rocio Ruiz Chan, Sergio Luna, Erica Ruiz, Dr. Tom Dolan, and all from ICUC. Honorable members of the board, interim superintendent and cabinet, this comment is in regards to item 2.1, resolution affirming our commitment against police brutality and inequality. The San Bernardino City Unified School District has a long history of disproportionately suspending, expelling, and using punitive approaches in dealing with behavioral issues when it comes to students of color, and more specifically when it comes to Black students. While we have seen improvements in these last couple of years, we truly believe we can and must continue to do better for our students. As we have mentioned in the past, we strongly believe that funding for police and security in our district should not exceed funding for real school climate reforms, including restorative practices, counselors, school-wide positive behavior interventions and supports, and social emotional learning. Since early April, we have been speaking out against the misuse of $9.5 million from supplemental and concentration funds, which were meant for use of direct services for our students, but were instead budgeted for the SBCUSD Police Department. Today, we want to continue this conversation with urgency. We compel the school district to reimagine its approach to student safety and focus on proactive programs that center healing instead of punitive approaches. As our district passes tonight's resolution condemning police brutality and inequality, we need resolutions that are followed up with policies and implementations that create the change needed to address systemic racism within this institution. Systemic racism is real and affects our students and families at every level of our district. When students and families are pushed out of education opportunities and instead connected to the schools to prison pipeline, when the district staff responding to students' related concern or issue is a police or security officer instead of a therapist, social, emotional, or restorative justice counselor, they are discouraged and pushed out from participating in schools and activities. It is a great beginning of a very needed conversation and policy that reflects just that. Systemic racism is real and affects our students. And wait a minute, I think he wrote this twice. Hold on. We have high expectations. Okay. We have high expectations of our district that with time, we will continue to address those systemic issues. Our commitment to dismantling systemic racism needs to be shown. We have high expectations of our district that with time, we will continue to address those systematic issues. As our history shows, ICUC is an ally to SBCUSD and has the best interest of students at heart. We want to ensure that local schools are funded properly. Over the course of the past few years, ICUC helped pass Prop 30 and Prop 55, both of which have brought in millions in funding to our district. Now we continue to push for more funding through schools and communities first. We are also continuously organizing with statewide partners to ask our assembly members and senators not to cut school funding in California in the next state budget. We have a history of positive partnerships with our district that at the beginning have not always felt not well supported, but have helped our district reimagine what our schools could and should look like. Our families, students, and clergy truly believe we have an opportunity to move away from punitive approaches that continue to feed our students to the school to prison pipeline. Tonight, we are here again trying to reimagine with you all what steps our schools should take to proactively support students in crisis. It is time for us to end the criminalization of our Black and Brown students. It is time to provide them with the support that has been long overdue. And that is it.
Madam President?
Thank you, Karen. Yes, Mr. Tillman?
Yes, I received an email from a constituent, and she said that I got a text, and she said that she's tried to submit her comment online, and she's been doing it for a number of meetings. Do we have something on our website that says you can submit something in terms of public comment?
Yes, we do.
Or do we have anybody looking at that?
Karen gathers the information before the board meetings all the way up until, what is it, 4:30?
4:30.
Yes.
And it's off of the website, Karen?
It's on the website, you're correct. And it also, I believe, is on social media. I think on Facebook, you can access it as well.
And you sure you captured all of it?
I am sure. I will say that I had a couple that came through with the name only, but no comment addressed on it.
Okay.
So that may have been the person, I'm not sure.
So I asked the person to send it to me in a text. Madam President, if I get it, can I ask you to allow me to read it?
Are you able to forward it to Karen?
Yes. And once I get the text, I'll forward it to Karen.
Forward it to Karen.
Okay. Sounds good.
Madam President, this is Dr. Flores. Mr.
Yes.
Tillman, I
Yes.
also get those requests, and so I forward them to Karen before the meeting because they're not able to upload it to the website. So we should all, we can forward those to Karen, because I've had several public parents and public members unable to do it.
Well, if that's not working, I would suggest that we just get a district phone or you could, I mean, a person uses their personal phone and get a Vonage number associated with their phone and just list that as the phone number to text to, and then one of the district staff can receive those texts. Let's just make it easy. If posting it to the website's not working, and if they can text me, then they can easily text it to another number. So maybe we should look at doing something that works.
So let's add that also, Dr. Volkmer, if you can add that into the discussion of trying to capture the voice of our parents. Because when I get the email, some people just choose the email, but I forward everything to Karen so that it's captured. So
when I get this text, I'll forward it to Karen.
Okay, thank you. All right, if that being all of our comments, and again, we just want to reassure the public that we, Dr. Volkmer and the team do capture the information of what's submitted, because a lot of those things require some follow-up or some clarity. So we want to make sure that we're capturing that, correct, Dr. Volkmer?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, President Rogers.
Thank you. All right.
Madam President?
Yes.
I really think, and this has always been a disconnect with public comments, and excuse me for multitasking. I'm trying to send this thing to Karen also. But you know, we used to make the statement that as a board, because the item that and the issue that the person making the public comment is bringing up was not agendized in advance, that we don't address each issue that they bring up. And I think it's good to remind the constituents of that when you bring something to us in public comment, normally we're not going to address it at that point, but we do have to find a way to ensure that we do address their concerns. Okay. And if it's a concern that's brought up by a large enough body, or we think it's an issue, then we should agendize it and address it at a later date. But I think we need to routinely communicate that to the public, that we're not ignoring you when we don't respond to your statement, because we understand that you're making a statement because it's important to you.
Correct.
But we don't respond at the time because legally we have to agendize it. So I think we're gonna make sure you put that in place, explain that, and then be vigilant about ensuring that we do follow up or agendize it to discuss in public. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Rogers, I have a comment.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. As a parent, what is SBCUSD going to do in the upcoming school year to educate these students with distance learning when these teachers don't stay online long enough to allow these kids to learn? Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Item 6.1, we are now at reports. I'm sorry, reports and comments by union organizations. So 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. We have a representative. Oh, hello, yes. There you are. Hello.
Good evening, President Rogers, Interim Superintendent Volkmer, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Beatus-Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I am speaking to you tonight on behalf of our 3,000 members. Tonight, the district will be presenting to you recommendations from the cabinet and physical distancing committees on reopening of our schools. I want to begin with a recent quote from our NEA president, Lily Eskelsen Garcia, who stated, "The health and safety of our students, families, and educators must be the primary driver of when it is safe to reopen school buildings in each community." There were 9 subcommittees that included SBTA members who spent many hours researching information, recommendations, and guidelines from, but not limited to, the Center for Disease Control, Cal OSHA, California Department of Ed, California State Public Health, to name a few, over the past month. Much of this information was just released over the past 15 days. And as we know, since March, can be subject to change at a moment's notice throughout this pandemic. These recommendations are just the beginning of this journey, as this continues to be a fluid situation. SBTA expects our voices to continue to be part of these conversations, and for the board to know that this is the first time that these recommendations have been seen by a large group of our members and employees. Also tonight, information will be presented on the school calendar for 2020-2021, which the board has already approved many months ago. At this time, based on the recommendations that will be coming forth in a later presentation, we do not see a need to make any changes to the start of school on August 3rd. And that is also the recommendation that came out of the joint calendar committee, which we have the ability to consult with, that met several weeks ago. It is understandable that we need guidance to start planning for the 2020-2021 school year. However, we do need to be mindful that COVID-19 has not gone away, and we are still seeing daily increases in cases of the virus in San Bernardino County and the surrounding counties. We want to remind the board that any of these recommendations coming from you tonight and the district that directly affect our working conditions and our current collective bargaining agreements have to go through a formal negotiations process between SBCUSD and SBTA prior to any implementation. And our first priority is the safety and well-being of all employees and students. A safe reopening will require local health departments to have a program and team ready to support schools with robust testing and contact tracing. We have serious concerns about the availability and capability of our county to have adequate testing and contact tracing in place prior to bringing any students and staff back to campuses, whether it's a hybrid model or full staffing at sites. We also want to be able to assure our members that as a district our district continues to make sound decisions that are based on science and with all of the knowledge that we have available to us. And we expect the board and the district to also keep our safety as their #1 priority. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. 6.2, California School Employees.
Madam President,
Yes.
can I ask Ashley a question?
Mhm.
Ashley, you still there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Tillman.
So you say you want to start on that date? You want to start on that date with kids coming to school physically or distant learning?
Distant.
We believe that the recommendations that are going forward tonight are separate from when we decide to start schools. So if we're starting, the calendar is set for August 3rd, and the recommendation tonight is to start virtually and plan towards some other type of gradual reopening later. If that's the case, it doesn't matter whether we start August 3rd or September 3rd at this
But just so
point.
I'm clear, so you're making that statement based on it being only distant learning and not physically in class?
Correct.
Correct.
Because that makes a big difference.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alcala. And we are moving to 6.2.
Madam President, can I ask Ms. Akala something too? I couldn't get off my mute.
I see her. Did she go away? Ms. Alcala, are you still there? I don't see you on the screen. There she
Yes,
is.
I'm still here.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Flores.
So I'd like to know, you said a lot. I'd like to know what the members recommend.
We haven't had a chance to survey our members because these recommendations just came out within the last 2 days to the board. So we don't have that information specifically as to what percentage of our members and how they feel as to whether they should come back or not come back. We know that we did our own surveying of our members, and there was a large percentage who felt that as it being a fluid situation, it's a little too early to tell what we should be doing at this time. There's been a lot of talk about a second wave coming. So it's hard to make determination 100% right now, but we do have a lot of people who are very concerned and have a lot of personal considerations, whether it be their own health and health conditions, their age, their childcare situations, depending on what the start of school looks like.
And I suppose it's about safety, like President Eccleston said, NEA president, in terms not just the safety of the employees, but the safety of the children as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ashley.
Okay, thanks again. All right, 6.2, California School Employees Association, are you on the line?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, administrators and staff, and the CSEA Chapter 183 members. My name is Vernon Ellis. I am a campus security officer with school police and the chief steward for Chapter 183 CSEA. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me this evening. It is truly an honor to be here with everyone during this time. CSEA has over 750 chapters statewide that represents over 250,000 classified employees. Chapter 183 has over 2,300 bargaining unit members in SBCUSD. I am proud to be part of this new e-board as it is more diverse and expands across the district and represents more departments. The e-board team is fighting night and day to ensure all its members are treated fairly. Behind this new team, there is another team assisting, helping, and guiding us. We are connected locally and regionally, giving this e-board the consciousness of the past and foresight for the future. It is said best, the best predictor of the future is the past. Recently, we successfully negotiated 6 MOUs and all passed. There was 96% vote yes, and a 4% vote for no for the 410 schedule. CSEA, this board, and the administration should be commended on a job well done in regards to the MOUs that have passed over the past few months. However, this work must continue to ensure impartiality and fairness for everyone. The past several months, we all have tackled COVID-19 and the subsequent stay-at-home order. Now, on top of this task, we face budgetary issues, the retention of jobs and employees, and we must prepare for the coming school year amid the social unrest we are now facing. Given the old guidelines of eliminating the K violations, the coming police reforms, and enforcing the new guidelines due to COVID-19, moving forward would be a daunting task. Chief Polito, who is in charge of maintaining safety by deploying police officers and security officers across this district, has done a phenomenal job of keeping the unrest within our district at a bay. Rest assured, the road ahead will not be easy given our current environment. The task of closing the district to ensure the health and safety of students, staff, and faculty, and now reopening the district safely was and is a monumental undertaking indeed. As a district and CSEA move forward, we should move forward together, boldly and confident that we are working for the best interests of the bargaining unit members and the district at the end of the day. The tasks we face are difficult and we can accomplish them if we work together. I applaud this board, the administration, and CSEA for the courage, the poise, and the professionalism when looking after the needs of this district and staff, coupled with the negotiating with CSEA in an effort to move forward into our new normal. There's a mountain of work before us, but I am confident the decisions to be made will be negotiated between the district and CSEA as for optimal results. CSEA's mission to improve the lives of our members, students, and community, bonded with the district's mantra of making hope happen, is a powerful one and can be achieved when we work together. In conclusion, I have a quote from Henry Ford. When everything seems against you, remember, an airplane takes off against the wind and not with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. 6.3, Communication Workers of America. Karen, I believe there's not a representative still?
That's correct.
All right. 6.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Is there a representative? Okay. And if you have your mic on mute, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, board president, board members, and administrative team. This is Daniel Arias, the president for the SBSPOA. And thank you for this time that you give us to be able to speak freely and, you know, to give an update on our POA and the great things that our officers are doing. You know, first and foremost, we do recognize, you know, what, you know, one of the topics that was brought up tonight, which is police brutality. And as, you know, as an association, that's something that we stand against. You know, we stand against police brutality, against racism. And, you know, it's incredible that our department it's a very diverse department. You know, our officers are very diverse, and we represent our community, our San Bernardino City community. And about 75% of our department are SBC USD graduates. I'm not sure if a lot of people know that, but I want to take this time to just inform the community of who we are. You know, a lot of the times we see the news and we read the articles, and I'm proud to say where I work at. I'm a police officer with the San Bernardino School District Police Department under the leadership of our Chief Joseph Paulino. And I'm proud of the action that he has taken and what we have done as a department. And this is years now before all this is happening, for us to address a lot of the issues that we were seeing in the community, listening to the community's voice, to make those changes within policy and procedures, and training officers with you know, CIT, which is crisis intervention, and using verbal judo, and learning how to talk to our youth, and learning how to de-escalate and use different techniques that we didn't have to go hands-on with our youth. You know, so I just want to like I said, I want to inform the public, I want to inform our community members of who we are. The majority of officers who work for our department were graduates from San Bernardino City Unified School District. A lot of our officers grew up in the same streets, walked the same streets that our students walk through. So we understand, we know, me firsthand, being a Chicano, being a brown man, growing up in the neighborhood, in the barrio, I understand what it was. You know, I grew up not liking police officers. You know, I had negative encounters with police officers even as an adult. You know, I had the opportunity to go work in San Diego, but, you know, a lot of the times that's what we tell our youth. You know, we tell our youth, you know, get out of the neighborhood, move out of San Bernardino. And you know what? That's a commitment that I decided to do, stay in San Bernardino, stay within the district, because I wanted to encourage the youth that, you know what, we need to take over the city. You know, we need to take over these police officer jobs. You know, and a lot of the times this, you know, we see these things in a negative light, where we tell the kids, you know, all police officers are bad, you know, or the police, we just see it as a stigma where they're all bad, you know. And I'm here talking because I grew up in, you know, 14th and Mount Vernon, in Muscoy, over off California and 16th Street, you know. So I just want to let the public know that our officers understand that, you know, we understand the community, and we're here to make a change. We're here because we understand the youth, and we want them to take these positions. We want to encourage these kids. You know, one of the things that I always, when I was a school resource officer, I'm currently on patrol right now, but when I was a school resource officer, that's one of the things that I was able to do, and that's what I know my colleagues do at the school site level, and, you know, have these conversations with the kids and say, you know what, we all want change. You know, we want change. We want, you know, police departments to change, but it's up to the kids that are growing up in these communities to take those positions. We want them to become those police officers, and we want them to encourage the change within our communities. We don't need people that come from Northern California or Orange County or these other counties that do not know our kids. They do not know our communities, and we want to encourage our kids to take these positions. You know, so I want to take this moment, you know, just to let the community know, to let our youth know that you guys are the difference. We are the difference. We are the ones that are going to make a positive impact and a positive change within our communities. You know, being a part of this department, you know, it's been such a blessing just to see the different types of programs that we have for the youth. We have programs like the Explorer program, the Cadets program, the GRIT program, which is the gang reduction, you know, the gang intervention program, the CART program. You know, we've been able to establish programs like Coffee with the Cops so we can listen to the community. You know, we've partnered up with different, you know, community and faith-based organizations that we're able to also, be a part of that voice and listen to them and make change, and do different programs with them for our youth so we can make a change. Some of those programs that have partnered with the department has been Noble, Boys and Girls Club, Breaking Barriers United, Young Visionaries, the San Bernardino County-wide Gangs and Drugs Task Force. So, like I said, I take pride because we have been proactive in changing and modeling what 21st century policing should be. I'm proud. I am very proud under our leadership what we have been able to accomplish. And we look at the news and we see all these police reforms and all these things that agencies are now doing. And I was having a conversation with our chief of police a couple of days ago, and and we're just sitting there saying, like, we've implemented and we've been doing these things now for over 5 years. Doing programs like the positive tickets programs, and things that are helping our youth and that are helping our community. In a perfect world, I'm an advocate. We shouldn't have police. I would love to live in a world where we don't need police. I would love to live in a world where everybody can be united and we can be peaceful and we can love each other and we can all just be good neighbors and help each other out. That is the perfect world. I would love to live in that world. But the reality is that there is bad people. That there is people who victimize our students, and that's something that we have sworn and we are committed to doing, to protecting our students and to protecting our staff members. Before the COVID-19, we have responded to calls sexual assault on our female students. We have had people who indecently expose themselves to elementary school students, people who have attempted to kidnap our students, people who have robbed our students at gunpoint several times, people who have broken into our staff member cars, people who have carjacked our staff members for their vehicles as they're going to school, to teach, to work, bullying calls, calls of cyberbullying. These are just a little bit. This is the tip of the iceberg of, some of the calls for service that our officers respond to day in and day out. We're not a big department. Right now we're currently at like 15, 16 strong. And even during this pandemic, when the school closure happened, we were still out there responding to these burglaries, responding to calls for service where, we would get calls from parents saying, hey, my son is threatening to harm himself. But, there we are. We take these calls because, like I said, we took an oath and we take it serious. We are committed to serving our students, even during the pandemic, going to their houses, making sure that we're able to have a dialogue with them, making sure that we can get the parents resources with the crisis intervention team through the county, or even us being able to transport these juveniles to the hospital so they can have a mental evaluation. During this pandemic, we are still committed to serving our SBC USD family. During this pandemic, I think that a lot of the times people begin to I don't know, maybe because of being indoors, you start to hear a lot of hate speech, and being a part of the community and being a part of an employee of the district, we need love. We need to hear, the speeches of just uniting and being united together, because that's how we're going to tackle this. Like Marvin Gaye said, right? He says we're going to be able to I have this quote right here. It says, war is not the answer, but only love can conquer hate. And I'm a big Marvin Gaye fan, so that's why I'm quoting him. But that's what we need. We need love. We need to be united. That's the speech that we need. We need to talk about love. And I just want to take this opportunity to highlight the work that we're doing and who we are. And I want to let the community know that they are more than welcome to come on a ride along, to get to know our police officers and how they grew up and listen to their stories. I would love for one day to be able to give you guys my testimony and how I grew up and the choices that I made, because I wasn't always a good student. I was a knucklehead, but thank God, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that he opened doors for me where now I sit back thinking that once I was somebody walking down 16th in California, or walking down towards Arroyo Valley High School, because that's the school that I graduated from, or having to go back home to 14th and Mount Vernon. And now I see myself as a union president for the San Bernardino City Unified School District Police Department. Never in my wildest thoughts would I have thought that I would be here. And I just thank God. I thank him for the opportunity. And like I said, that's all I want the community to know, that we're available. You know, that they are more than welcome to come to our police station, get to know our police officers, get to know our story, because we are a part of the community. We are San Bernardino. You know, we grew up in these streets, and a lot of the times it does hurt. You know, it hurts for me being a minority. You get to a position, you know, for me, the majority of my family ended up in prison. You know, my friends ended up in, you know, buried 6 feet under. And thank God that I had mentors and people to help me, you know, get away from that lifestyle. But now obtaining this position, and you hear a lot of people like, hey, we don't need the police. And you hear, you know, a lot of the times it's hateful messages. And so I wonder, and I think, well, would the community rather see me, you know, the other option, which I would have ended up in gangs, I would have ended up drug dealing, or I would have ended up in prison or dead. And then I think to myself, you know, a lot of the times we're talking so bad about the police that we don't even know who those police officers are. We don't know who's that person behind that badge. And for me, like I said, I thank God that this was the option that he gave me, and this was the, you know, the destiny that he gave me, because that other one, like I said, I would have probably ended up in prison, or I would have ended up dead. So again, I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to let me speak on who we are as a department. I want to thank, you know, the community. And like I said, you're more than welcome to please give us a call. My name is Daniel Arias. You can call the police department at 388-6030. I'm more than gladly would take you guys on a ride along, show you guys the station, and let you guys meet the police officer that are out there protecting and serving not only our students, but our staff and our communities. Thank you very much. You guys have a blessed night.
Thank you, Officer Arias. And there's a couple of comments here. So Ms. Rosales Medina, followed by Mr. Gallo, followed by Mr. Tillman. You're muted, I think, Ms. Rosales Medina. We can't hear you. Are you able to, Mr. Gallo, while she's trying to work on that, I'll chime you back in.
Yeah, thank you. Is Abigail available right now?
No, she's working on her. It's not coming.
Well, I so appreciate Daniel's comments, and what I appreciate most, not only he's from here, but he's chosen to live here and be one of our neighbors. And this is what I was talking about the last board meeting about community policing. That's true community policing. And I thank God every day for our police force and our police officers that care about their community just as much as we do. And in fact, are investing in it even more than many of us do. And, you know, this is truly a commitment to see our neighbors in, quite frankly, at their worst, and still be able to come across as caring, loving individuals. And, you know, you can tell where Daniel shared his heart and what he really feels. I mean, I wish the rest of our community could have heard this and can hear this and get to know and take Daniel up on his offer to meet some of our police officers and just see from our young people growing up through the MEP program to being inducted into our police officer corps. This is truly a career pathway for individuals. It's, as Daniel said, an avoidance of some really bad ways that they could have gone and other choices that they could have taken. And just because of the circumstances around them, that many of our neighbors have experienced through a number of reasons, not just racism, but poverty, no opportunity for work, no skill labor to actually gain career pathways and high wage jobs and things. And this is what San Bernardino City Unified is dedicated to. And I'm just very proud that we have officers like Daniel.
Thank you. Are you able
to hear me okay now?
Let's see, we can hear you. Somebody has feedback, but go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, Mr. Arias, I wanted to say thank you for your compassionate statement. I mean, that is what it really is to be an officer. And I've always said this, as well as other board members. Our school police, it's more, the idea has shifted from what you see as a city police, as other police officers. I trust our school police. The way that, I mean, so I have vast respect for our department in the district. Now, do I have that across the board? Not necessarily. And the reason we see these issues that are happening across, not just in our communities here, but across the state, across the nation. And that's the true reality, is that there are departments that are not doing what's right for the community. And there's those bad apples that unfortunately continue to stay on board and are not being addressed. So I appreciate you, and I think that's what the policing should be about. And the city police should take note on what you all are doing and making sure that they follow suit in a different way of how they work with community. I mean, when we heard about what happened to Rialto, and since they don't have their own department, but they call the city police, and the city police comes in with a gun and starts pointing at the students. So the reality is that if you don't have well-equipped officers that know how to handle and how to work with our students and work with our communities, and don't live in our communities, don't come from our communities, then we have a huge issue on those racial biases, economic biases as well. So it's not just necessarily racial, it's also poverty and how we address that. So I appreciate you. I really hope that other departments, the cities are looking, the sheriffs, the county are looking at this example of what you're saying and really taking that forward. And I think that's what it's about. It really is about how do we improve, how do we grow, and really allocate funds appropriately, really look at how we're maneuvering the funds. So again, I appreciate you expressing, we need more of Mr. Arias's in every department. And it's also calling out those that are not doing so well. That if there's those that are being racial and have biases, calling them out, not staying silent, because silence can also say that you're in agreement with them. And one of my frustrations is that I haven't seen as many officers out there saying, no, we are not going to stand for this kind of treatment. We need change as well. And that's what we need. Sometimes we just need to be vocal in addressing the disparity issues within even the police departments. Not saying that our district, but other departments out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salas Medina. Mr. Tillman, followed by Dr. Flores.
Yes, Mr. Ari, I just want you to know you're not the only one from Mount Vernon. President Rogers grew up, I think she was close to 14th in Mount Vernon too. Were you Rogers?
Yes, Rogers.
Were you on 14th Street or Magnolia?
I was on Magnolia.
Yeah, she was on Magnolia in Mount Vernon, and I was on 17th in Mount Vernon. So a lot of good people came off of Mount Vernon. But I want to thank you for your comments. And, I think just to get perspective, I love the fact that we have all these organizations that work with us. And I think it's great that they keep pushing us to the limits and making sure we're doing what's best for our students. And I think a lot of times they don't see all the work that we've done. But because of the impetus of COPE and other organizations, when they brought it to our attention that we were giving these citations and contributing to the school, the prison pipeline, I was actually invited to a meeting with all the school security and all the school police. And it was a very heated meeting years ago. I think Dr. Volkmer was there, and I think Dr. Mitchell ended up breaking up the ruckus, and we were in each other's face. But I went there to say that you are here to better our community and to make our students safe. And the meeting became contentious when I made the statement that if a student did something in Yucaipa or Redlands and they didn't get a citation, then our students in San Bernardino would not get a citation for that same act. And one of the officers said, well, this is not Yucaipa or Redlands. And that's when I went off. But it became clear, and I made it clear to the superintendent and to the chief that there had to be a change. And I know that change took place. And I just had a gentleman I know who joined, went through the security process. It was a lengthy background process. They turned over every stone. And when he started working, he told me, he said, hey, they're telling me already that you guys don't want us writing citations for frivolous stuff and you take it real serious. And the way he was told was not a positive way that the security liked it, but they knew they had to do it. And that's what it comes down to. In the end, when we give direction, then it has to be followed. But to Mr. Arya, I appreciate your passion, and I know the work that you do. And I want to end with just a real short story. It won't take long, President Rogers. But I actually received a picture from a employee of the district. It was an after-school program, and he was concerned because a young man had gotten out of juvenile hall and had gotten in a fight with a student, and then he made a threat on social media, and he showed a gun, and he said, I got in a fight, but now I'm coming to get you with the gun. And I was able to send a picture of that student with the gun to Chief Polino. Chief Polino was able to have whoever it was go to that young man's house, de-escalate the situation. So for all the groups that are asking us to defund the school police, my only question for them is, when an instance like this happens, where you know a young person has a gun, who do you want us to call to send to that person's house? That becomes the question. Because I really believe there's times when there's a role for school police and that they end up saving lives and make things better because we don't have to call the city police. So, and I'm still looking for what the alternative is if we disband our school police department. And I never thought I'd be sticking up for the police, but I do know that it's a role that someone has to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores, followed by Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman and Mr. Rosales Medina and Mr. Gallo. I just want to say that I too support our police, our district police. And I was in those sessions with COPE and ICUC, and we were not aware that that our police were giving tremendous amount of citations and contributing to the school to prison pipeline. And because of those sessions and because our community pressed us, we as a board collectively moved to, restrict that. And our police, Chief Paulino, and your department followed our direction, our board direction. And I've been reading a lot. And first of all, Mr. Arias, I want to thank you for your compassion. It touched my heart. And I know you're here to serve, and so are all our officers. Because, I do talk with you guys, and I do know some of you personally. And I think, what are police supposed to do? Protect, serve, also provide safety and security. And yes, we have police that use brutality, that are, abuse their authority. And that's where we have to stop those people that do that. And I think that, in Norway and in Sweden and in England, The police are there to serve and protect and keep the community safe. And if we move in that direction, where our police are moving, and they do, I think for the majority of the part, do we need to improve? Yes, I think we do. We need to hear from our students. We need to hear from our families. You know, how can our police better serve our students, etc. You know, I would like to review, you know, the type of protocols that the police use to arrest our students. I'm not a fan of mace. I'm not a fan of pepper spray. You know, there are things that, you know, if you can de-escalate, that's the key word, to de-escalate situations. And the fact that 75% of our police department are from our community, I don't think any other union can say that. And they were raised and born here. I think that, you know, we need to, you know, like Danny said, what's the alternative? I don't think there is one. And we have to be better at it. And yes, we have to look at our budget and look at where I've been asking for Dr. Volkamer. I want it delineated. You know, what percentage goes to salaries? What percentages? Where does the money go? Does it go to equipment? What kind of equipment? Is it the videotapes? Is it what is coming out of that budget? We don't know. And everybody's making overgeneralizations. And I would need facts. We all need facts to know, you know, what does that entail? We've gotten 2 letters from ACLU and public advocates that we illegally misuse the money. So how are we going to adjust it? You know, where are we, you know, we're going to move it, and what portion of it are we going to move it that doesn't serve our students? So, I mean, we're a community. We are a community. And yes, we need to listen to everyone. But the bottom line is our safety and protection of all of us, of our kids, our employees, our community, because our police do go and help members of our community, you know, and they do a lot of stuff. I mean, they monitor, you know, the trafficking of our girls. They monitor, you know, I mean, all kinds of things. And so things that we don't see every day, but they do. They experience it. So I think we have to strike a balance and not go from one end to the other. So that is my position. Thank you, Madam President.
I'm sorry, Dr. Wyatt, I was calling you. I was on mute. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay, Madam President, and thank you. And, you know, thank you, Officer Arias. You know, wow, passionate presentation, and yeah, truly a role model for our kids to follow. And, you know, I won't say a whole heck of a lot that my colleagues haven't said already. I think you guys already know you have my unanimous support. You always will. I believe we have that from our board as well. And, you know, I spoke with some members from the community out there today, and we had some great conversation about ideas on community policing. And I'll talk a little bit more about that with board comments, an idea we came up with, but they support you as well. It's really just prioritizing funding. I don't think it has anything to do with our school police. I think everybody admires, respects, and appreciates our school police, and then the great job that you do. And you guys truly are a role model of community policing. And, you know, I've been out there and seen many of your events of you guys working hand in hand with our kids and with our families, and those kids smiling and wanting to become peace officers. And, you know, I'm really, really impressed with the percentage of staff within our department that have come within our community. I think that's amazing. It's absolutely outstanding. It speaks volumes about our Explorer program. It speaks volumes about our justice programs and pathway in our schools, where kids are aspiring to become peace officers. I think that's absolutely amazing. So keep up the great work. I just want to say thank you to you and the rest of our school police staff, and continue to be safe out there. Our prayers are with you each and every day. We know you guys are out there working 24/7 and protecting our community, as well as our city and our schools, our staff and our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White, and thank you, board, and thank you again for the presentation. And I do want to make mention, because I see it in the comments that Mr. Vernette Ellis said that the CSOs are from the community as well. And I did have the pleasure of meeting with all of them, including the police department last week. So we appreciate your service, echo to what the board members have said, and thank you and continue to serve our students. Okay, board members, we're going to move to 7.0, 7.1, 2021 San Bernardino school year reopening. And I will share with you, board members, it's a pretty lengthy presentation. And so it's cut up into sections. So I will monitor the comments, but most likely they will try to come within the sections because they have it kind of sectioned out. Okay, thank you. Am I turning it over to you, Dr. Volkemer, or?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Board, just a little bit of a reflection. The student school year for 1920 came to a close just a little less than 2 weeks ago. And normally we would take a week or two to collectively catch our breath before we started buttoning down our plans for next year. But we haven't experienced normal in quite some time now. We've actually been working on the 2021 school year for a little over 6 weeks in terms of what reopening may look like. And tonight you're going to hear our preliminary recommendations. We're scheduled to reopen. Getting some feedback. Sorry.
We're getting echo. Yeah. Okay.
We're scheduled to reopen, as again I mentioned, we just closed. We're scheduled to reopen 7 weeks from yesterday. So time is of the essence. That sounds like a long time, but it'll be here before we know it. And so this is a very complex issue. I want to commend Dr. Menares for her leadership in terms of bringing a broad-based group of stakeholders together. Over 100 people have been working on this, poring over endless amounts of guidance from many, many different sources, figuring out how this guidance will impact our operations. And most importantly, and I want to really emphasize this, determining how to make it fit for our community. We have the responsibility to make this work for our school district, which may look very different from a more rural school district or a community that's more isolated in the mountains or something like that. And so I want to commend the group. You'll hear a lot of considerations that are for our community specifically. It's a very, as President Rogers mentioned, it's a very comprehensive plan with lots to cover. So we're going to beg for your indulgence and patience ahead of time. I want to welcome Dr. Menares and her team.
Thank you, Dr. Volkemer. Well, good evening, Board President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, our board, Dr. Volkemer, cabinet and community. It's truly my honor to update the board and community on recommendations for the 2021 reopening and the extensive work that has been done to arrive to this point. I also want to thank the SBCUSD employees and community members who shared their public comment tonight. Many of your concerns will be addressed in this presentation, and all concerns will be captured and included in our problem-solving process as we work through. Next slide, please. All right, so tonight's presentation, we have 3 objectives. First one is, well, and let me clarify, board. So the majority of the presentation will be about how we open our schools for the 2021 school year. There is a small portion of the presentation that I will turn over to our interim assistant superintendent of HR to talk about when we open. But tonight, the big purpose of the presentation is to clarify the desired future state of how we open our schools. So we're focusing on the how, not so much the date. And it's important to know that all of the steps you will hear tonight still need to be fully fleshed out and implemented prior to bringing students and staff back on a regular basis. And so board, as you listen, I want to assure the board and our viewing community that we will continue to engage with our collective bargaining units. There are many moving parts to this new endeavor, and we are committed to finding solutions together. So the presentation objectives, we're going to provide you with an update on our physically distant school guidelines and the 2021 reopening recommendations. We want to share results of the input collected from our employees, families, and we hope students called in when we had our live stream. We didn't capture actually who was on it, but we're hoping we got some students in that as well. We want to discuss the 2021 reopening model options and then the calendar options as well. Finally, I want to just let the board know, I understand there have been some concerns and wonderings emerging from our work team that was over 100 people, asking some more details about this presentation. I'm hoping that after they listen to the actual presentation, they will recognize their fingerprints on all of the recommendations. And finally, I want to assure our board that when you hear us refer to schools during this presentation, this includes our youngest learners. We don't always call out that our schools include our child development programs, but they are included in these recommendations as well. So please know that it is an inclusive process for all of our children and our staff. Next slide, please. So here's a summary recommendation, what we like to call our driver slide for those of our community and board members who want to get down to the nuts and bolts and what we're recommending. So based on the feedback received from our input sessions and in alignment with federal, state, and local guidance, we are recommending that first we implement a phase-in approach for how to begin the 2021 school year, and this would include a soft opening. We will talk more detail about what the soft opening is and what the phased-in approach includes, but know that that is one of our recommendations. The second recommendation is to continue monitoring and adjusting our recommendations based on federal, state, and local guidance. And it's really our local guidance that may shift, as we heard our SBTA president share and our CSEA brothers and sisters. Things are constantly changing with this pandemic, and so we want to monitor what's going on at our county level and make adjustments as a district. And then our final recommendation is, regardless of the phase-in approach and what the board chooses to do with that tonight, we also are recommending an option for 100% distance learning for any family that does not feel comfortable sending their child back to school for the 2021 school year. So that would be a third recommendation. Next slide. So when we listened to both our SBTA president and our CSEA membership representatives, we heard first and foremost a lot of conversation about ensuring the health and physical safety of students and staff. And I want to remind the board, you saw these guiding principles when I first shared our initial plan on how we were going to address this work. I think I did that sometime in May. These guiding principles have not changed. As a district, we must ensure the health and physical safety of students and staff. That continues to be on the forefront. When the board took the bold decision to close classes on March 13th, you did that due to a public health concern. This concern is still part of our daily existence. This is why we are having virtual board meetings. And so we must continue to ensure health and physical safety of students and staff. And that is the primary guiding principle, followed by our second guiding principle, which is to continue to adhere to federal, state, and county guidance, while providing our third guiding principle, a high quality learning experience for our children, and finally providing safe and accessible working conditions for our over 7,000 employees. So these guiding principles help to shape the recommendations you will hear tonight. And board, as I listened to the public comments today or this evening, and I listened to the statements from our unions, I really have been giving a lot of thought to, and this just brought it to the forefront, on how much this pandemic has really changed what an educational institution is about right now. Because educators, we enter the profession because we want to provide high quality learning experiences for children. That's what we come into the profession for. And we know that there's this invisible frame of safety and health for our students and our staff. But our guiding force, our training is around teaching and learning. But when we closed schools, we had to shift that very quickly. We had to make the work about the safety and health of our students first and our staff. That became our primary driver, and it continues to be that primary driver. So now we need to figure out, how do we strike a balance between high quality learning experiences and continuing to ensure a healthy and safe environment, both work and learning, for our students and our staff. It's not an easy place to be, but I share the sentiment of our CSEA friends that together we're going to figure this out. So we will come back verbally to these guiding principles, board, and please know the health and physical safety of our students and staff is foremost. Next slide, please. So here is our timeline. Just a reminder, as Dr. Volkamer shared, we started this work on May 5th, where we convened over 100 different entities of an internal team. So that was various staff members, teachers, CSEA partners, our directors, principals, and we started looking at what is out there in terms of returning to school. They looked at international and national models, and then in the last 3 weeks, tons of guidance came from various entities, and they've been sifting through all that. So now we're at a place where we've done our extensive dive into the research and the guidance since May 5th, and we have this plan that our implementation plan that you will hear tonight. You can see where we are. We're at the finalizing our guidelines. We will then be publicizing that. Depending on what action the board takes tonight, we would start preparing our facilities. We have to update our community. There's a lot of training of our school staff that we would need to do. And we would also include our schools starting to communicate with our families, because we know the best communication comes from the school to the families. So there's a lot of work that needs to get done. And I want to underscore that all of this work on the timeline will be monitored and adjusted based off of federal, state, and local guidance. So no matter what plan we put in place, we have to be able to be nimble and flexible to turn on a dime so that we, again, keep our students and our staff safe and healthy. Next slide, please. So I'm sure you've received the plethora of documents that we have, and you may be wondering, how have we dug through all of this, and how do we decipher what's most important? We decided that our approach would be to first start with the federal guidance. And so you can see that we looked at the Center for Disease Control and the Occupational Safety and Health Administration work, so that's OSHA. Then after that, we dug into the guidance that came from California Department of Ed. That actually came a little bit later. We got that at the beginning of last week. And so we cross-referenced that with the federal guidance. And then finally, we looked at what our county public health was saying. And we did crosswalks on this work. Mr. Aldo Ramirez, who has been instrumental in helping lead this work, has done a very detailed crosswalk around what the federal, state, and the county guidelines have said. And he has served, and these crosswalks really serve as a quality control check-in system. We're always erring on the side of caution. And so our recommendations tonight are erring on the side of caution. And then so I'll move on to the next slide. But before I do, I just want to share what our state superintendent, Tony Thurmond, said. And he said that schools should plan to reopen under the most safe conditions with the information that we have at the given time. And that is our way of looking at it too. Information is fluid. It continues to come in, as we heard Ms. Bettis-Akala share. And so we will be nimble and be able to be flexible in that as well. Next slide. So here is just an overview of the various research entities that we have looked at. The team really used their professional knowledge, the knowledge from research that they gathered in the research process, and then they looked at what we call positive outliers. So examples from around the nation and the world that had successfully navigated the spread of the infection. And they added all of that and condensed it, and that became our preliminary research findings. So you can see county public health is on there, the CDC. We had quite a few of our nurses on one of our work teams. They looked at work from the National Association of School Nurses. So I'm sharing this with you, board, just to assure you that we have dug through tons and tons of research to get to this place where we can make these recommendations. Additionally, we had a phone call with Loma Linda University physicians, and they helped give us some local context, which I will share at the end of the presentation, and how that informs the recommendations. And Loma Linda continues to be available to our team as we work through this process. So again, what you're going to hear tonight, they are not finalized, they are not detailed implementation plans. We are working through those. You are going to hear the high level of our next steps. So what did our community say? So we did 2 different ways of gathering input from our families. The first way is we did randomized phone calls. We chose to do phone calls instead of a survey sent out to our families because we wanted to be able to answer any questions of the person on the other end. We didn't want our families to think we had made decisions already. And so we did a randomized call. We actually had 2,984 phone numbers that were pulled that represented our community in various ways, both demographically and then programmatically. And we had a team calling homes. We received 493 responses. The reason the responses aren't 2,984 is because the numbers we had on file were not all correct. Some families chose not to respond. They did not want to participate. And then we did not get response. People would not answer the phone. So there's a couple of reasons why we didn't get all of our participants, but we have what we feel is a decent sampling of our community. So you can see the blue represents families that would like to return in a traditional setting. The yellow or orangish yellow represents families that would be interested in returning in a blended instruction model. And the red are families who have said that they will only keep their child home. They want homeschooling options. So that's the phone survey. The next survey over, the one that says Community PDS Live Survey, that was a survey that we, with the same types of questions that we asked of our community on June 9th, when we did our live stream, which we did in the morning and we offered in the afternoon. And so you can see on the graphs and the pie charts, they're very similar. We would expect that the families who called or listened in on the live stream would have a higher percentage of those who wanted home-based instruction, or the red, because they're the ones who were most concerned. They called it, you know, they listened in, and they were probably just wanting to hear more information. But more or less the pie charts are the same. And so you can see about half of our community is interested in sending their children back to school in a traditional format. I will speak to that a little bit later as to why that's not part of the recommendations. But it is important to know where our community is at this very moment. Comments that we received from the families around maybe why they needed more information, or why they felt the way they did, is they wanted more detail on the how. They wanted to add temperature checks with no touch thermometers. So we did add that to our recommendations. They wanted to know how we were meeting the social emotional needs of children. And there was this overall concern about collective responsibility, this idea of how are you going to ensure that every parent will send their child to school with facial coverings, for example, or how will you ensure that parents won't send their child to school who may have a temperature, who may not be feeling well. And so that really speaks to this need to have a collective responsibility, because we know in California, it's everybody's responsibility to help decrease the spread of this pandemic. And so that would include all of our families. Next slide, please. This Wordle takes all of the comments that came from our families, and we put it into one, right? So that's how you create a Wordle, of course. And so you can see that the themes that come out of this is that the comments are really about how are we going to keep the people safe, right? So you see that people in spaces, schools, students, children, kids, parents, those are the big themes that ran through our community survey comments. And so that's really important to us because it matches our first guiding principle of making sure that people are safe and healthy. That's what our community is looking for as well. Next slide.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll finish. There's just 2 more, Ms. Rogers, and then
I thought the next slide was different. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So then this data set comes from our employees. So we took the preliminary recommendations. It's a pretty lengthy document. I believe that the board received a copy of it. And we sent it out to our employees. They could answer, give responses to how they felt on the 6 recommendations. And so the first pie chart that you see, well, first let me go over what the colors mean. So blue means they're in complete agreement with the recommendations. Red means that it's not exactly what they want, but they could live with it. And then the yellowish color means that they disagree and they had some reasons why that they felt like we needed to augment. So for recommendations 1 through 3 and board, you'll see what those recommendations or those steps are. Most of our employees were good with it. The exception is about 26%. I think that's what that says. And I'm wearing glasses, believe it or not. And then the next set of recommendations, again, half of them completely agreed. About 30% said they agreed, not exactly what they wanted, but they could live with it. And then there's about 20% that disagreed. And their comments also are very similar. They wanted the thermometer checks. Again, this concern about collective responsibility. And our employees also asked about how we were going to fund this. And so later this evening, board, you will hear a budget presentation and so we have the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and that should help to fund a lot of what we're doing, or most of our recommendations. But that was an additional piece that our employees asked. So then the word cloud, next slide, please.
Okay, so
similar to our parents. Yes, I'll stop right here. The word cloud is very similar to our parents. You can see again that it is about the people and how are we going to keep our people safe and healthy. And so, yes, I will stop here for questions.
Okay, so yes, we will entertain questions because then the next part will kind of get into the steps. So the first comment is Mr. Tillman.
Dr. Menards, did we ask the teachers the same questions that we asked the parents in that one slide in terms of who wants to come back to a physical site, who wants to do distant learning, or who wants to do a hybrid?
We did not ask that in ours. We asked about their comfort level with the recommendations. I believe that SBTA was working on that. And Mr. Tillman, what we will be doing, and you'll see it at the end of the presentation, is we will be asking our schools, we're going to develop a kind of like a data collection survey, if you will, for both our students, our families and our staff, to find out those exact questions, because we're gonna have to figure this out by school. So that will be forthcoming.
And the reason why I asked that question, because it would be important if the results coincide with the parents, because you might have a win-win where you have almost the same amount of teachers who would rather just teach remotely, and then you have some teachers that want to come back to campus, and then you have some teachers who want to do the hybrid. Because the biggest concern I have, when we had the stats when we did distance learning, there was a group of students that did not participate at all. So the biggest concern I have with this plan is that you're going to put those students who are the most needy at a disadvantage if you start school for 1 month without allowing those students to come to campus, because a lot of those students are only going to get an education if the campus is open. If you don't have a campus open for those students, then what you're really saying is you're going to do distance learning without those students, because we've already witnessed that there's a segment of our population that cannot do distant learning. So I understand, wanting to start August the 3rd, but I think it's only fair that we find some way to accommodate those students who didn't participate last year. So my thought is, if you had a group of teachers who are excited about coming to campus, and it won't be a whole lot if you just accommodate those students and reach out to those students that we know didn't participate in the distance learning. I think it's a tragedy if we open for a month and don't find some way to accommodate students that cannot do distance learning. One group I can think of are homeless students. So how do you do distance learning if you don't have a home? So I'm sure there's a large population of our students that if they can't come to a campus, they will not get educated. So I just hope you guys think about it, because there'll be a win-win. If I got teachers that want to come to campus on the 3rd, it's not a whole lot, but we can accommodate those few students. We have the buses sitting there. We can provide transportation and maybe pick just a few sites for that month for our high-risk kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
No, I agree with Mr. Tillman. So my question was also with regards to the survey, SPTA. We heard from Ms. Alcala, and so they haven't done a survey. So I think that's going to be crucial. We should definitely have a survey done for all the educators, because that way it gives us an insight. Because when you show the PowerPoint and you see that 36%. And 49, like 50%, agree with the recommendations. That's not a lot. I mean, when you look at the whole population of the educators as well. So you may have within the survey addressing some of the disparities within these areas, because they're thinking, well, I don't want to go to school. I don't like the recommendations they're having because of that reason. Or there may be where they want to come back to school, and some of the disagreements of why they weren't agreeing with it is probably why the shortfall. So I this is really telling, and just showing that in one case, a little less than half don't agree. And then the other one, of course, a quarter of it, or a third. So then another question would be for me is looking at those classrooms that the teachers, if we do go virtual, and I know you're going to probably present this later on, if we do go virtual, that first couple of months, or the depending on the phases, then offering the teachers the opportunity that they want to go back to school. I posed a question on my Facebook about doing a possible late start. How do they feel about that? And many are just more concerned that if they do virtual learning, that they're provided that opportunity to teach from school, to teach from the classroom. A lot of times it's not, they have children at the house, or they have, it doesn't provide that environment to teach. They have all the materials in the classroom. So that would definitely be an option that I would want to have for those teachers. Okay, we're gonna do virtual learning for the first couple of months, then they can come on campus and teach from the classroom. So I definitely wanna make sure that we provide that opportunity for those educators as well.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. And so board, when you hear about the soft opening, so far some of those questions will be responded to, because we too are trying trying to strike that balance between educating our children and keeping everybody safe and healthy. So we think the soft opening might be a response.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Menares, I just have a couple of questions for you. I know there was a group that did not agree with any of the models. Right. And I was just wondering what feedback did they give, and if you're taking a look at that and getting that information out, especially to the teachers, to see if it's just to see the percentage of people who are supportive of their recommendations.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go, and then I'll ask my next question.
So a summary of the comments, and they're still sifting through, right? But we are summarizing. We are looking for the trends, and then if it's in alignment with the state, federal, and county guidelines, right? Because sometimes people, they want certain things, but it's not in alignment with what we're being, the public health is asking us to do. But if it is, for example, the temperature checks was a big one that kept coming up. We are building that into the recommendations. So we're finalizing that, and we'll build all of those in as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is regarding those with medical conditions now. Mm-hmm. And I'm just wondering, is there a separate survey going out to compile that information of, their concerns, or getting the input from those teachers of how they can best serve our students? That's
exactly what, so we're thinking we can do it in one kind of we're going to have our schools do that, but we have to be careful of, FERPA laws and HIPAA and those type of things. So we'll work with HR, but we do want to, find a space that everybody can contribute in whatever way that will look when we come back. So we don't want our staff to be put into a place where they themselves would be vulnerable. So we will definitely put something in place there. And then I was looking, I don't know what day because I'm reading so much right now, but recently. And so there's also some language now that's come out around, let me see if I can find it. The Leave for Families through the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. And so we would also include that. And tonight I'm going to recommend a board policy mitigation plan that the board that we can adopt that would include some of that. So we are not looking to do anything to our employees or our families. We're looking to do it with them. So many details, but we are definitely going to have to figure that out.
Well, and thanks for that information. Even though I only had those 2 questions, I'm just hoping there's a mechanism in place for those who feel maybe I should take a 39-month leave, or maybe I should reconsider retiring, or whatever, that we aren't looking at. Hopefully there's still time for them to do that, because we want everybody to do what's best for their health and what's best for all the children. Thank you so much for the information.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
And Dr. Flores? And
Thank you, Madam President. I'm slow in unmuting.
Okay.
Dr. Monitis, I have a couple of questions and first observations. What was it, 371 or 69 responses from the phone calls?
Did it say 371? It was actually increased, so maybe it didn't get updated. It was, what was our final? It was close to 500 that we were able to actually connect with.
490.
On the slide that I have, it says 371 responses. We have 50,000 children. We have 50,000 children. That is not even a random selection. And so my concern is that we're going to make decisions based on such a small sample. I'm very concerned about that. And that's just an observation in terms of statistical significance. And we as board members have to have accurate numbers and information in order for us to make decisions. And so I'm really highly concerned about that, and troubled, by the way. And then in terms of the community survey, I think it's 641. That's not enough either. Very minuscule. And so I'm just raising that question board in terms of the decisions that we have to make based on very small sample size. And then the other question that I have, well, another observation is we still need the data from 3,000 teachers regarding, their concerns for safety, as well as learning and teaching opportunities, and et cetera. I think we need to get that survey out to all the teachers. And I think that Ms. Alcala can help us do that. I also think we should get a survey of all our classified workers, employees, in terms of their responses. And like Dr. Hill said, and Ms. Medina, safety, for me, safety is the first concern. Our health, our safety. And yes, I know we need to get back to school. I understand that. But when, I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent. And, I don't want to expose my child, my grandchild, myself to any danger. This is, we're acting like the coronavirus 19 is, gone. It isn't. It's resurging. And we have to be mindful. And I like that you said, Dr. Monares, that, it's flexible as we get more input from, the CDC, our own county health, and so forth, that this is going to be fluid. But tonight, I am not in a position to make a decision at all, because I don't have all the data. I do not have all the recommendations from parents and from teachers and from employees. So thank you very much, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Dr. Flores. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, and maybe just to piggyback on Barbara's comments, while we might not have the specificity of the data, I think we've got some information here that shows people are falling into three basic camps. Those who would like to have full on-site or on-site schooling, those that kind of want a hybrid, and those that are not ready to send their kids back to school. So given that, what that would tell me if a decision needs to be made is we need to provide some provision for all three. And, that's just obvious. Now, the staff, kind of corollary here is you want to make sure that in whatever percentages that we decide to open up our facilities and or have full distance learning, I think the hybrid's another beast, but that you have appropriate staff resources to support the full on-site and or hybrid on-site. So what I think we're basically seeing here is we are going to have a hybrid model. The hybrid model will have some component of on-site for a small or larger component of our student base, and we will maintain a distance learning component as well. So, and I think that's probably sufficient direction for the staff to begin planning for those types of offerings to be made to our students and families. And, it's just like when you do enrollment, you're going to know the day that you open the front doors, how many actually show up into the classrooms. Sometimes we hit it right on. Other times we have issues with too many kids in one class, too many in another, not enough in some. And I think that's what we're going to see here. So I think the bottom line is be prepared to do probably all three combinations. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mr. Gallo. I think, Dr. Flores, did you have something else to add?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to follow up with what Mr. Gallo said. Mike, my concern, yes, right now this data shows that it falls in three camps. But what if we collect more data and there isn't three camps? And a voice that we're omitting is our high school kids. I would like to know what our high school kids think and also our middle school kids. And, and I know, Dr. Monares, you're going to present the budget, right? I don't know how we're going to.
The budget will be presented in a different presentation. But yes.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I guess.
well, let me finish. So
Sure.
I'm concerned about all the requirements that we have to do on a daily basis. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if our kids can keep a mask on all day long. And I don't know if a teacher can teach with a mask on all day long. I don't think our kids are going to stay 6 feet apart. And how do we ensure that? I'm just concerned about the logistics and the finances. I mean, we don't even have the money yet. We don't even have a budget yet in terms of our legislature and our governor. And so there's too many balls up in the air for us to make a decision. And I appreciate all the work that you guys have been doing. Please don't misunderstand me. I am just, I just see the whole thing from every side. And so I'm just voicing my serious concerns. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And board, I just want to remind you there, as we go through this presentation, because I know Dr. Benares would love to say it, these things that you are raising, believe you me, they have put some extensive work into it so that we can dialogue. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted you to see the first part, which was the kind of prerequisite. And now we're getting into all of the things that you are raising, which will bring us probably, I am pretty 100% sure, to a reasonable understanding of how we will probably have to start. So Mr. Tillman, I'll give you that comment, and then we will go and have them follow through on the first and the second portion, which will get into what it would look like. Mr. Tillman?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, and I really think, I mean, when you look at doing a survey, I think the numbers that we got are really are good amount of numbers to do a survey of students of 50,000. Now, if you want to be exact about it, you can hire a survey company that will do it statistically perfect. But I guarantee you the numbers that they need to extrapolate the field for the district are not going to be a whole lot more than what you receive. And one of it was a lot more objective than the others, a lot more random. So I really think that the number of people that you survey is a good representation. But in the end, we're going to have to decide as a district how we move forward and educate. I just want to say, you know, I'm an essential employee. I've been going to work every day. Mm-hmm. So the key is to make sure that we, and this board all agrees, safety is first and primary. And we're not going to sacrifice safety. So that means make sure we have the proper PPEs in place.
Correct.
And then ensure that we have people at the site that aren't high risk and that feel comfortable being there. And we start with that. And I think the fact that we agreed to shut down school as early as possible has benefited us greatly. Because when we shut down, we knew nothing about wearing masks. We knew nothing about social distancing. So all those things that we've learned because we've waited this time, we can now use to benefit and provide a somewhat safe environment. But I think we have enough information to move forward and find a way to open, whether it's the hybrid or on campus or off campus. And I'm waiting to hear the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Okay, Dr. Benares, we'll take you through those first two steps and then we'll pause in there.
Great, so we'll bring the presentation back up. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ramirez. He'll talk the board through just the overall implementation map. Again, board, we're just getting the infrastructure behind each one of these steps in place. There, you will hear there's a lot to it. So please don't think we're there yet. These are desired states before we bring staff and students back on campus. So Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Just checking to make sure I wasn't muted. I often start talking when the mute button's on. So good evening, Madam President, board, and cabinet. As a team, we have taken the ideas that were gained through the professional knowledge, the research, the positive outlier investigations, the feedback that we were able to gather from our different stakeholders, and craft a 6-step process for protecting our students, staff, as we transition into PDS, whenever that happens here in the next months. The steps are outlined on the screen, and what we'll do is we'll have some of our PDS team section leads will present to you some of the details. So we're actually going to get started with Shannon Flores. She's one of our school nurses. She led a significant amount of the work for steps 1 and 2. And step 1 is ensuring some prerequisite structures are in place, including that communication structures with our county health, and then options for our medically vulnerable students. And step 2 is ensuring that we have robust screening and monitoring processes as well. After Shannon, Tom Pace, our Director of Facilities, will speak on step 3. How do we organize the environment, reorganize the environment to ensure structured physical distancing. That step 4 will be covered by Doug Mefford, our maintenance manager, and he'll talk about the strategies and the actions around hygiene and cleaning routines that'll help keep our students safe. Step 5 will be covered by Colleen Williams, our Director of Swiss Department, and she'll speak to the actions for ensuring mental health and wellness supports during this transition. Mario Jaquez, our principal from Kimbark, will speak to Step 6, which is organizing the communication and the training around all of these preparatory actions that we have to take. And then lastly, Dana Jameson, principal of Muscoy Elementary, will speak to the opening options as related to the instructional structures. This is a component of Step 3, but for the purposes of the presentation today, we wanted to put that at the end of the actions. So I'll turn it over to Shannon, and she'll speak to you about Steps 1 and 2. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Aldo. Good evening, board. As Aldo stated, my name is Shannon Flores. I am a health services school nurse. It is imperative that prior to school reopening, we are in line with federal, state, and local orders. The incident management team, also known as IMT, will be needed to maintain regular communication and coordination with local and state health authorities. A procedure will be developed to respond to any potential COVID-19 cases. For the medically fragile or vulnerable population, a requirement for medical consultation for staff and students prior to returning to school would be necessary. Also necessary is having guidelines for staff to follow and training regarding vulnerable students at school, or providing distance learning teaching options that are made available as needed. The use of personal protective equipment, also known as PPE, and maintaining social distancing, which is spacing of 6 feet apart, will be necessary. We need to have an adequate supply of PPE for staff, students, and the health office in order to return safely. Next slide, please. For screening and monitoring, we will need to implement a procedure that enables staff and students to self-screen daily regarding COVID-19 symptoms. IMT has developed a self-evaluation questionnaire, which can be used prior to arriving to a school campus for both staff and students. Implementing no-touch temperature checks upon arrival to school. We will continue to monitor the health of staff and students throughout the school day. Having a place on campus at each school site to isolate any potential positive COVID-19 cases is imperative. We will need to maintain communication with public health officials when a suspected or positive COVID-19 case is discovered. Frequent communication is necessary with staff and families through daily robocalls, social media, and public service announcements. SBC USD is partnering with San Manuel at this time to help educate our community. Most importantly, we want to encourage staff and students to stay home when sick. Thank you very much.
Good evening, board. My name is Thomas Pace. I'm the Director of Facilities and the father of 3 children returning to school this fall. Like many, I wonder what my children's school experience will look and feel like when they return. So as we prepare to re-enter our schools, we are recommending certain improvements to our campuses to ensure the safety of all those who visit our campuses. To ensure, measures to ensure and encourage physical distancing include running buses at a quarter capacity, installation of physical barriers at entry points, and by modifying classroom furniture layouts. These steps and measures are an important component in the fight of COVID, but they will need to be coupled with the use of personal protective equipment, or PPE, and by maintaining 6 feet of distance in hallways, corridors, and waiting areas. All guidance points to the greatest impact in decreasing transmission include practices of social distancing and the use of PPE. Finally, as we monitor positive cases throughout the county, we will want to limit visits on campuses as well as large group settings. As can be seen, there is a large need for revisions of procedures and protocols accompanied with necessary training. These actions will ultimately help keep our staff and students, like our children and my children, safe and healthy.
Okay, board, I just wanted to pause right here. I believe Mr. Tillman, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Pace, you listed a lot of things that need to be done. And logistic wise, do you have a timeline when all those items will be completed, or do you have a minimum that has to be completed before? Have we agreed what the minimum has to be completed? in order for students to go back on campus?
I would say that there are a lot of things that need to occur. I would say some of them involve the procurement of materials that are going to be difficult to procure in the current environment. Everyone is currently buying plexiglass. Everyone's buying hand sanitizer. So yes, we are looking at what those lead times are, incorporating them into a timeline that's being shared with the community. I would say I think that September, the timeline listed in September, I think is realistic with some of the items shown, and I think others are going to have to be closely looked at over the next few weeks. And I know that we're getting now further into implementation now that we've come across what we need to do. So I'd say although we have a good idea, there are some unknowns. Yes, sir.
And I asked that question because I'm living that right now. Our county, we had a lot of people telecommuting for a long time. And then we picked the date of June the 1st and June the 8th to come back. And because we couldn't get the things in place, we moved it to June 29th. And then we talked about procuring the plexiglass in high traffic areas after risk management came out. It became obvious that we weren't able to get it in by June the 29th. So and this is why I've always talked about the concern about the date from the beginning, because there have to be some things that you are proposing that are going to go in, and the team has to agree, including the stakeholders, that this is the minimum that can be in place, and we'll come back. So I don't know if you've gotten there yet, but someone has to have the discussion. What you don't want to do is have folks come back and a lot of things on your list aren't in place yet, because they're going to feel as though you said this is what you had to have, and because it's not there, then we don't have a safe environment. So we need to have that discussion.
So Mr. Tillman, right. So we won't bring people physically back into the space in large numbers if we don't have all of these 6 steps done. But
before you say that, you should get an idea how long it's going to actually take. Because if it goes past September, what are you going to do?
Right. Well, and that's why that fluidity of the recommendations, because we have to make sure that people will be safe and healthy, right?
I agree. So
yeah.
maybe on that list, can we put that list back up again? We can't hear you, Dr. Martinez.
Oh, David, can you pull it up? There you go. I will say that just this right here, the bus is at 1/4 capacity. Even preparing that, we need some time. So you'll see that's why the recommendation you'll hear in the recommendation that we're trying to give some space to get all of this done. But we understand.
And do we have the necessary PPEs? Are they all?
We're actually getting things delivered from the governor has committed to providing all LEAs with PPE for our children. So 4 facial coverings per child. This is all to kind of get started. 2 that would be washable, 2 that would be disposable. For our staff, they're saying either facial coverings or facial shields so that students could actually see the teacher face. So that's supposed to be coming from the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We're supposed to be getting hand sanitizer 1 per building. Oh, I don't think per building. We're getting hand sanitizer. I don't know the number on that. Eric might have that, as well as no-touch thermometers per school.
But just so I'm clear, you said they're going to be 4?
That's what the governor's starting us with. That won't be enough for us to keep going. So we will order ours as well.
That's what I'm looking for. So
right. Yeah. We will have to
we're talking about how many
pencils. So we will, yes, we'll be ordering ours as well. And so the teams are looking into all of that, ordering how much it's going to cost. We're costing all that out. If I were to show you the detailed deployment plan they have going on right now, well, first of all, you'd be very impressed with your employees because they are putting a lot of time and effort into this. And they're trying to make sure all stones are unturned and make sure we have everything in place.
Well, I guess just as an example, that first one would be great to know how many face masks we're going to order and when they're going to be in place, because 4 face masks on a kid to me lasts 4 days.
Right.
I don't know if you've ever seen a dirty mask. It's the most disgusting thing in the world to see a mask full of dirt. And So I hope we have almost a mask for every day. If you don't, I don't know how you're going to do it. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Oh, there was other questions.
Yes.
And then
Mr. Salas Medina, followed by Dr. Hill. Are you muted, Mr. Salas? Unmute. You are muted.
There you go.
Does it go through? Okay, there we go. For some reason, there's like a delay even with a meeting. So thank you for that. I know we have other areas that we're going to talk about later on. But when it comes to the PPEs and so forth, the testing, I spoke with, I believe it was Entrepreneurship Charter School, and they're getting the walk-through temperature tests at their campus. And so what kind of tests are we looking at? Is it where we have to have a nurse do the thermometer test, or can we have something in the nature where it's a walk-through temperature check? And then that's one question. The other one would be testing opportunities at our school sites. Have we looked into that? Can we actually receive tests? Maybe having families that would like to have their students and vice versa with their parents being tested. And then, of course, looking at face masks. Is this going to be something mandatory? As you can see now, we see a lot of people that don't believe in COVID. You'll see a lot of people walking in the stores, and sometimes they're even the elderly, which is unfortunate. They don't believe in it. They'll walk in and you'll see them with no mask. Are we going to have this as a mandatory for staff? First of all staff mandatory, and students will have to wear their mask. And then also looking at those that are visiting, will they have to have masks as well?
So I will answer two of your questions, Ms. I hear some feedback. Two questions, and then I'll ask Mr. Vitier to answer the one about the testing. So let me start first with the temperature checks. The board approved quite a while ago an agreement with Hazel Health as well as with IEHP, and so we're in conversation with them around exactly what you're talking about. So some type of check. I forget what you called it, but I can picture it because I've seen it. But that's what we're in conversation with them on. It's not finalized, but they have been preparing and working through that. So that's part of this implementation plan to help with that. And then in terms of the final question, it was around mandatory PPE, right? So it's an interesting, and the guidance has shifted slightly around the use of PPE. So they're recommending using it, but the best way to minimize the transference of COVID is the physical distancing. So what they're saying is the 6 foot of physical distancing is the must, and the PPE and the facial covering is an above and beyond. And so we're going to expect that from our staff, and we're going to provide for our staff. That's the recommendation. The county is saying that it's optional. We want our students to come with it, but we don't want to send children home if they don't have it also. So that's where we are going to need our families to work with us, and we're going to have to train our kids about why these are important. And so when we talk about the soft opening, you'll hear how we plan on teaching our children the importance of the facial coverings. But you're right, that's kind of the challenge is, and sort of part of the concern, right, that both our employees and some of our families are saying, this is a collective responsibility. That's what this is. So we're either all going to do this together or we're going to not, and we have to manage that with the education that we're to provide. So we will
yeah, just really quickly was rejecting. So the thing is that I don't even see that as a hindrance. So if students come in, we should have a disposable PPE ready for anyone that comes on campus. So I don't see that as an obstacle. Well, students, we don't want to return them. The fact is that we should have some readily available. So my concern is what you just said right now, though. You're saying, so in reality, we don't even have, so you're going by a guidance through the county that's saying we don't have to wear masks. It's recommended. The only thing to prevent it really is by being 6 feet away. And for me, that's really scary because I'm hearing the contrary, that the best method is to be wearing your mask and being 6 feet away, because you're spreading germs by talking to someone. But you're saying that we're not going to even we're going to follow the county's recommendation, saying that we don't have to wear masks. We can recommend it, but we shouldn't. So I'm kind of confused there because I'm hearing one side, and then what you're saying is very different, following the guidelines of county. Because just because county's doing it, unfortunately, it's not necessarily the best way. We have board members, county supervisors, county electeds that don't necessarily believe this to the extent that it should be. So I'm just a little concerned there.
So I want to clarify, I wasn't saying that we wouldn't provide for children. We will provide, and what I said earlier was that you can picture, like we give children pencils when they come to school without a pencil. We will also have the facial coverings when they come to school without facial coverings. That we will have. What is some of our staff's concern is if a child takes off their facial covering for whatever reason, what are we going to do about that? Well, we're going to train our children on why we want them to wear them, but we're not going to send, I would not want to send every child home. I would not recommend that to the board. If the board chooses to do that, that would be the board's decision, but to send a child home because they take their facial covering off. That's what that's,
okay, so then essentially we are mandating it, just that we're not gonna, with all staff is mandated, and with the students, it's gonna be, well, we just have to encourage them to make sure that they put the mask back on. And
educate. Yes, and educate.
Okay, but with our staff, everyone is mandated to wear it.
And therefore, if we do that, we must provide for our staff, right? So that's what we are recommending. Yes.
Okay, so then you are recommending. Okay, I was confused there. I thought maybe we were doing what the county was doing by only saying that it's recommended, but not necessarily mandated within our schools.
It wasn't.
And then looking, right, and then looking, of course, at our the visitors as they're coming in. Just looking at that, I don't know what measures, but we have to just be mindful. Maybe if they don't want to wear the mask, then they can wait outside or so forth.
Ms. Medina, it's actually mandated for county employees.
Okay, yeah, okay. Just making sure because you see, I'm seeing different situations depending on.
For San Bernardino County, it's mandated that employees wear their mask at work.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay, good. Thank you. And then one more question right after that one is special education. What are we going to do with once we have, because there's some families that are concerned that they need support, and for our moderate to severe students, what is that looking like? And some parents don't want to start in August. Others, they need help. So I don't know what your plan is within special education. Maybe that's part of your next part of the presentation. You'll talk about that, and I can wait. That's just a question I also have.
Okay. Yes, that'll be coming. And then Mr. Vitir, if you can respond to Ms. Rosales Medina's question about the testing.
Yeah, good evening, board, and Ms. Medina, to your question. So we're partnering heavily with the County Department of Public Health on both the testing. And so test kits are readily available. What they're lacking is the staff to be able to test as many as they'd like. And so we have, as you know, school nurses. And so we're working on a training platform for our nurses so that we can partner with public health to perform those tests in a safe manner. So we have teams that are working on that to see what that's going to look like in an educational environment and in our school environment. We're also partnering with public health as it relates to the contact tracing. So we know as employees or students come in and self-report that they are COVID positive, we have staff that are going to be getting trained on how to do contact tracing within our own entity to then provide that information to public health to give us clarity on what we need to do. Close a classroom down, clean a classroom, close a school, contact impacted employees. So the Department of Public Health has been a great partner with us as we move into this new world.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Vitir. And I know Danny's going to ask a question regarding the parents wearing masks. So I just want to make sure that when I'm referring to visitors, people that are coming onto the campus, that, we provide those disposable ones. And I don't know what your guidance is going to look like for visitors, and that includes parents as well. But Danny, go ahead. I'm done right now.
But the next person is Dr. Hill. Was there something in between that, Dr. Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. My question was partially answered by Eric, and Ms. Medina asked, but instead of mandatory testing, I was just wondering if the nurses would be trained to do random testing. I think that would be important for people to, especially for parents, just to feel comfortable knowing that that is occurring. And the other thing, if there's random testing and there is a positive report, do we have a plan? And I'm not asking you to share it tonight, but is there a plan as to what happens after that? So I'm just hoping there'll be some random testing if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Madam President. This question is for Shannon Flores. Shannon, how many nurses do we have in our school district?
I believe there's 24.
So how are 24 nurses going to be spread out for 72 sites? I'm just raising that, as a rhetorical question.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, there are 7,000 employees. So every day we're going to test employees. There's 50,000 students. And how long will that take at each school before we can even start? And that's besides having the product available for all of our kids. We haven't even talked about gloves. We've only talked about masks. We haven't talked about hand sanitizers and how are they going to be, and actually it says kids should be, all of us should be washing our hands, not just using hand sanitizers. So, I mean, I'm looking at the logistics and the practicability of all of this, and it is a nightmare. I see chaos. I don't see how we can possibly do any of this on a daily basis. That's number one. Number two, we're supposed to clean every single surface, every single room. We only have one janitor. How is one janitor going to do that? Thirdly, how are kids going to stay 6 feet away from each other? And what if a kid takes off their mask, like Ms. Medina said? What are we going to do? It's just, to me, an impossible. I mean, I think that we want to do it, but I don't think we have the capability of doing it at all. And I'm just, even, Tom, you don't have the list. You have the list, but you can't guarantee the product to have it in hand. So the governor is giving us all this quote, mask and so forth. Well, where is it? I don't see the product. How long is it going to take to get? We couldn't even get it when people were being. We couldn't even get the PPE for hospital staffs. How are we going to get 50,000 masks for our kids? And I'm just incredulous. And again, I'm going to say that 371, I don't care what Danny says or Mike says, is a poor sample. That is not an adequate sample for all our families, period. Thank you.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. I don't know. I mean, I hear you, Barbara, but the way I look at it, I mean, people are confronted with difficult problems every day, all day. And, you would think that a school district, being educators, would be the best at problem solving and coming up with things. And the way you do it is you come up with, you break things down into manageable tasks. And I agree with you. It's not going to be solved all at once immediately enough to start it all on, August 2nd or whenever school is going to start. So, and I think we've got a lot of information here that we've been presented with tonight that would allow us to see what percentages that would fall into the various categories that we're able to do. Like, for instance, you look at this buses at quarter capacity. What's the percent of our students that ride buses? Does anybody know?
Do we have, Greg, are you on the line? Transportation. What's our percentage of students that ride buses?
I'm not sure what Greg is, but we did do oh, there he goes. We did do an analysis, Mr. Gallo, of what the ridership per route is in terms of the percentage of students filling seats. Most of our bus routes are less than half filled. So if we split students up into 2 cohorts, we would be able to meet the quarter capacity requirement. There's a few exceptions that we would have to work on, but for the most part, we would be able to get them to quarter capacity.
Yeah, thanks, Aldo. But I mean, I'm just kind of flowing through a process here. The reason I asked the question is because you know what the capacity of buses are, quarter capacity. You look at how many percentage of the kids are actually riding the bus. Then you can predict how many kids are actually you can possibly support just from a busing standpoint that will be on site, decide to come on site. And so I think you can establish from some of this criterion some maximum number of people that you could expect on site, which would kind of let you characterize the problem to say what the quantity issue would be. Does that turn out to be a quarter of the students, for example? That you could possibly tolerate on site. Then there'd be some phasing implementation of this stuff. As Barbara mentioned, you can't purchase all of the PPE quick enough. It's going to be purchased over months of periods, let alone the computers and supplies and everything to restart. But there's predictions you can make on how many students you could actually support in an on-site environment. And hence, you could actually narrow the problem down to this is how many students we think we could support on site, given these physical distancing barriers and structures that we need to put in place at any given time. So it quantifies the problem and at least gives you ways to characterize this stuff. And obviously, you got to think of a different plan for the other students or rotating students in and out. So, but I think you can start taking this down and doing some analysis to determine what the the quantities that we'll be dealing with.
We have done. We have reviewed every single campus. We've looked at what that campus capacity is. We've looked at it from an elementary school perspective, a middle school perspective, and a high school perspective. So we know what the capacity is projected for each one of our campuses, which then allows us to quantify some of the things that you see here in terms of whether plexiglass is needed, the signage required, the amount of totes and tubs that are going to be required to separate students' belongings. So that analysis has been done, which does lead us to a certain amount of confidence that certain things can get done within certain timeframes. Yes, the supply chain is a concern, as always, because it can break down very quickly when the previous day it was working. So yes, to answer your question, we have analyzed that.
So can you give an average, Tom, of how many on-site, what percentage of our students we could accommodate on site, for example? Well, just I don't know if you can average it. Yeah.
49,000 students. Our analysis tells us that we can handle about 30,000 students per day on our campuses.
Wow. So that's a little over, what, 60% or so on that order,
Now, there are some campuses that density reducing is difficult. Our campuses are built to maximize space for density. So by spreading out, it depends on the campus. As an example, Cajon has a projected enrollment of 2,900 students next year. We know that our capacity now tells us that that's going to be reduced down to close to 1,700 students. So how to accommodate that that is one of our main concerns. Some of our other campuses that have more open classrooms, we're going to be able to accommodate more students than some of our other campuses. But on average, that is about 30,000 students per day.
That's great. Thanks, Tom. That at least kind of characterizes the issue, right?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gallo.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mr. Gallo? Okay, this is Greg Perez. I'm actually from the transportation department. Just to answer your question, we ended at the end of March with just under 9,100 students riding the bus. So almost 20% of our school district rides the bus.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. That's a good number.
Okay, Mr. Tillman.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say, I think in all this, we have to make sure we're going to accommodate our high risk teachers. So if we have teachers over 65 or have underlying risk, then those should be the teachers that we work with in terms of doing the distance learning. Right. And I hope we're being practical about that and looking for the teachers who feel comfortable to come back to work to be the ones to come back. In terms of the mask, in a lot of these questions we're asking, we have to point to the authority. So if it's the governor, or if it's the state law, or if they defer to the county's public health as the person that gets to dictate what the law is, then that's what we have to defer to, because the law is going to come into play. Example, if you have a parent that comes to the campus and the law says the parent does not have to wear a mask, you cannot force that parent to wear the mask, because that's the law. So we need to be clear about that as we proceed. And that's the reason why the county has mandated that staff wear masks, but this is optional for the public. So we know we deal with the public at the county that when they come into the office and don't have a mask, we say we would like for you to wear a mask, but it would be up to the county board of supervisors to mandate that they do wear masks. And I don't think that has happened yet. And then last, I just hope that with all this, Dr. Menards, that we don't lose sight of the obvious. For instance, if there are students who perform well doing distant learning and they're on the list and they want to continue it, then those students should be allowed to continue. The same thing, and I mentioned it earlier, but I don't get the confidence you guys are going to really understand, I think, the urgency. There are students in our district who don't have the capacity to do distant learning. And it'd be obvious for us to go back and look at the 20% of the kids that went away and never showed up. To me, someone should be knocking on their doors, somebody should be calling them, and those students should be allowed to come back to the campus first. So I hope we're looking at it from a practical perspective. And then after that, you remember other people. But my wife's a member of a social organization. They gave out scholarships. And there was a young lady who sat through the whole presentation, a 2-hour presentation, and did her part from the backseat of a car. So it was obvious she didn't have a place in a house or anywhere where she felt comfortable that she could go through this event, this virtual event in a room somewhere. She actually did it from a car that was sitting. And so we need to be cognizant of that. Everyone doesn't have a house or a home. So I hope that as soon as we can, we accommodate some kids. And if we have teachers that are telling you they're willing to come back to the campus on August the 3rd, and Tom has enough PPEs, and we can do a small group of a couple of thousand students that we know are high risk, I think we should try to accommodate those students, because there is a group of students that cannot distance learn. So if we say we're going to start learning on August the 3rd, and then we're going to come back to campus on September the 3rd, then we have to accept that we've excluded a small population of our students that aren't going to do any education for that first month. And they'll be left behind. And then when they come back, how are they going to catch up? That's the fear I have. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Tillman, I assure you, you will hear that we are thinking about that group of students, most definitely. So you'll hear that a little bit later on in the presentation, I promise you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so we're going to move through the next session and then we will pause again after 5.
Great. So next slide.
Good evening.
Oh, I
Sorry.
apologize, Doug. No, I apologize, Doug. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, President Rogers, Board, Interim Superintendent Dr. Volkmer, Cabinet. My name is Doug Mefford. I am currently the Maintenance Manager for Maintenance and Operations. Next slide, please. Board, I would like to inform you that the district will be implementing routine disinfecting of all high touch points, door handles, door pulls, light switches, countertops, restrooms on an ongoing basis throughout the day. We will also be disinfecting classrooms after the students leave. Currently, we are applying disinfectant with trigger sprayer bottles, which is very labor intensive process for our custodians. We are recommending the purchase of electrostatic sprayers or similar devices to assist with the application of this disinfectant to all of our school sites. These devices will reduce the amount of time needed to apply the disinfectant throughout our schools. In reviewing the guidance from the CDC and the CDE, they have identified the need to increase air ventilation or increase air circulation in the classrooms by either opening doors or windows or providing some outdoor instruction. These have implications for San Bernardino Unified School District, which Dr. Menares will address later. Finally, our schools need to have scheduled hand washing routines throughout the day for our students and staff. We are recommending that we place portable hand washing stations throughout our campuses to help ease the burden in the existing restrooms, to allow our students and staff to wash their hands more frequently, and to provide hand sanitizer in our classrooms where hand washing sinks are not available. Thank you.
Next slide.
Good evening. This is Colleen Williams from Student Wellness and Support Services. So talking through the mental health and wellness component of our recommendations. Just knowing that stay-at-home orders and social distancing requirements have been difficult for families, students, and staff, as people have been required to isolate with family alone. We are recommending proactive steps to address mental health needs. As we do so, the district is planning to provide a training called Mental Health First Aid. This training actually teaches you how to identify risk factors and warning signs, provide understanding and strategies to respond to signs of mental health concerns, and where to get additional supports. We would like to do this training for our site and department leadership and managers to support staff, and provide a variation of this training for all staff, such as teachers, instructional assistants, our campus security officers, our police officers, anybody that has touch points with students, to monitor and look for any student mental health concerns. In addition, provide opportunities for staff and students to reconnect through social emotional learning lessons, coping strategies, and relationship building. Address student concerns and anxieties around, number one, being at home currently, and number two, returning to the school setting. And then continue to expand and market the referral process for any staff or students needing additional supports and services. So that referral process for all of our mental health services and our community partners as well. Thank you.
Okay, so board, I just want to pause again right in this section and see if there are any questions in the hygiene and the cleaning routine. I know you've touched on some of that, but are there any specific questions that are raised? We're good?
No, I see one from Ms. Medina and Dr. Flores. And Dr.
Okay, yes.
And mine is just really quickly, it's just trying to address with the mental health portion, who will be receiving that training when it comes to identifying those signs that there may be students or members of the staff, you never know what's going on, to ensure that they're being safe. So who would be taking that type of training?
Ms. Williams, you want to go ahead and answer that?
Sure, I can. Thank you for the question. Definitely to our site leaders and department leadership to help support our staff is one layer. And then the second layer is to all of our staff, certificated, classified, police officers, et cetera, who are working with our students to ensure their safety. So we want them to be able to look for those warning signs, those risk factors. And sometimes you will see that in a classroom setting, but sometimes you see it when students are out walking around on campus, and that's when they're interacting with our campus security officers and making sure that they're safe in that way as well. So we are recommending that we give that to all staff who have touch points with students for the youth version.
Okay, great, thank you. And Dr. Flores?
Yes, this question is for Doug. Thank you for your presentation, Doug. I just wonder if you have investigated the health effects of using disinfectants every day for our children and adults. I know that I'm allergic to certain disinfectants, and I have asthma, and it, precipitates my asthma. And so I'm just wondering if you've investigated and researched the health effects of disinfectants every day.
Thank you. All of the chemicals that the district currently uses are approved by the Healthy Schools Act to be compliant in all facets. And so that is the guideline that we go by, is what is allowed by CDE. And all of the chemicals from the what we utilize mopping floors to the disinfectants that we use for the COVID-19 is approved. And it turns out that the chemical that we are currently using for the COVID-19 has been in our repertoire, that because it kills other bacteria that are invasive. And so we have been using it already in the district for quite some time.
Doug, but we
Yes.
haven't used it every single day. We've only used it, what, once a week? Or what was, when do we use it? What was the amount of time we used this disinfectant?
I do not have the length of time, and I can look into it and get back to you as far
My
as.
concern is daily use. That's what my concern is that, and that stuff stays around. So I'm just raising issues, because I'm allergic to those things. And I don't know, I know we have a lot of kids that have asthma. We have teachers that have lung and asthmatic issues as well, bronchial issues. Not just teachers, but also our classified employees as well. So that's the question that I pose, and I would like to see the research on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Flores. That's definitely a concern that has been raised by the community. So thank you for bringing that up. And we do want to get some information on that. Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. And a couple questions just for Doug, and I apologize if you did say this already, but on the frequent sanitizing of classrooms, how often would that be?
The classrooms would be disinfected when the students leave. So depending on the school day, when that group of students leave that classroom, it would then we would then dispatch custodial staff to go in and do the disinfecting. So it all depends on the model. We would not go in if they were going to recess and coming back into their own space, but it's when that group of students plan to leave.
So that would literally be daily for all classes?
That is correct.
And I'm assuming office areas as well where our staff are at?
Yes, office areas and classrooms will be disinfected in the same manner with the same frequency. Thank you.
And then on the hand washing, I see that, we're scheduling hand washing throughout the day for students and staff. I guess a concern came up to me, and I wanted to confirm if this is true or not, that our faucets, when you turn them on, they're timed. And I'm guessing that's probably to save money and be efficient on water, which I absolutely agree with. But during this time period, we're supposed to wash our hands for a long period of time. So I don't know how that's going to work. We have to turn them on and off, on and on, on and off. If they're push handles or if they're sensor operated, I imagine we have a combination of many different types of faucets in our district. So just wanted clarification on that as well, please.
All righty. According to the CDC, the recommendation is to wash your hands for 20 seconds. So the recommendation is to get your hands wet, utilize soap. They are not recommending using hot water. Cold water does the same. They say that the risk of infection to reactivate a time-activated faucet is minimal. And therefore, what we have in place does comply with the recommendations from CDC. The important thing is getting your hands wet, applying the soap, rubbing your hands together for 20 seconds, and then rinsing your hands off with running water.
Very good. Thank you, Doug. And I think that was something for a point of clarification is the friction and washing of hands, not necessarily having to be under water for 20 seconds. So thank you for clarifying that for our community and our staff. You know, Dr. Flores did have an interesting question about hand sanitizing, and mine and maybe Ms. Medina might have said this already, but have we had any research on the wearing of masks for our students and staff during a long period of time throughout the day? Does that have any adverse impact on our students or staff that we're aware of?
That's a very good question, Dr. Wyatt, and that was actually some of the comments that came from some of our parents. They were wondering about that as well. I don't believe we have anything. Shannon, did you come across anything in particular? Otherwise, we can look into that. You will see in our recommendation, our sample schedule, we're trying to address that idea of children wearing masks for too long of a day. So we're trying to be thoughtful around that, but I'm wondering, Shannon, did the team come across anything specifically about harm of children wearing masks for long periods?
We did not find any specific research.
Okay.
But we can look into that because again, that was something that some parents brought up.
Okay. And then I know we literally have, you know, over 1,000, if not thousands of staff that have serious concerns about coming back to the workplace, and I understand that completely. And this is in regards to the mental health aspect. Are we working with our staff right now, you know, that are transitioning back or will be transitioning back that are you know, really suffering from, you know, mental trauma or, you know, mental anguish about coming back to the workplace? I know we're trying to do all these things to help create, you know, the safest environment we can. But even at that point, I think there's still going to be a lot of apprehension and anxiety from our staff. And I'm just wondering, is there anything we're doing to help reassure them other than what we're saying and doing right now to prepare them to come back to the workplace?
Ms. Williams, I see you're about ready to say something. Go ahead.
And thank you again for all this.
I wasn't sure, Dr. Menares. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Dr. Wyatt.
You're welcome.
Yes, we are supporting our staff. And part of the work of the recommendation for supporting staff is working with Ashley and SBTA and knowing that some of our staff have anxiety around that. And even working with Eric Vatir and the team in incident management and knowing that we're providing individual supports for staff. Because as you know, we have staff coming back already, custodians, et cetera. Are already back in action. And so case by case basis doing those supports. And then we are definitely advocating for carving out time within our professional development time on school sites and within departments to do this work and really strengthen everyone's social emotional capacities, right? And knowing what our own anxieties are and helping support even those challenges that our staff have as they send their own children back to school feasibly or even come back into the physical space themselves. So definitely trying to do it on a case by case and then also very broad stroke and making sure that we're proactive with it, both for our staff and our students.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Flores, are you a nurse?
Yes, I am.
And how many nurses do we have?
24.
And is that more than surrounding school districts?
You know, I'm not exactly sure on what each school district has.
Yeah, because I know we fought hard to keep nurses. a lot of districts doing budget cuts went to health aides, but we knew it was important to keep nurses. So I want to thank you for staying with us. To Doug, are you hiring extra custodians, or how is this extra work being done? Because over the years, I've always gotten calls from sites about concerns about just, work from custodians at the sites. And if one happens to call off, how's the extra work going to get done? Or is it not extra work?
Well, we will be working with the unions to negotiate modifying the custodian runs to accommodate the additional disinfecting of our school sites. It may have a financial impact as far as staffing. That will once we find out what the board wants to do as far as bringing back students, what schedules they want to come back on, then we will go back and look at how we can modify the custodial runs. You are correct. The workload will be modified. It does not go away. And
and for me, it's back to the logistics part of it. If we're going to commit to these things, then I hope there's a plan on making it happen. One thing that happens in the county, and I just want to make everybody aware of it, because it's going to happen in schools. When a person that works in a building, or in this case, a student, tests positive for COVID-19, then the anxiety goes up and people get real concerned. What we do in the county, if you're in a building and someone tests positive, then they bring in a crew. It happens to be someone from outside the county. It's not your regular custodian. And they come in and disinfect the entire building. And I mean, you can tell that everything has been touched. And you leave all the offices open and everything gets cleaned. So I hope we have something like that in place where we have some company that when a site is infected, that they come in and disinfect, because it does two things. One, for the practical perspective, it disinfects. But two, it makes you feel a whole lot better when you know that someone was infected with COVID-19. They concentrate on that employee's area or that student's area and branches out to any area that person may have touched. That's something we ought to put in place.
Mr. Tillman, that is currently being developed. We saw a rough draft of it, actually a very good rough draft of it from IMT yesterday in cabinet. So they are putting in place a cleaning team and the whole process for when someone is identified, what are we going to do at the school and or the office building? So that is being developed. And Doug, correct me. I'm sorry, did you have another question, Mr. Tillman?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong. The purchasing of the electrostatic machines or something similar, isn't that to help increase the efficiency so that our custodians actually feel like they can disinfect? Or did I misunderstand that machine?
No, that is correct. Currently, we're disinfecting with spray bottles going through the classrooms to apply the disinfectant. It is labor intensive and time consuming, and we estimate we can save between 5 and possibly as much as 7 minutes per classroom in applying the disinfectant to the classrooms with the electrostatic sprayers, which will afford our custodians time to disinfect more areas or conduct custodial duties.
And do all of our sites have day and night custodians?
Yes, they do, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, board. And as we move forward with the sixth step, Dr. Menarez, just a quick question. I wanted to see, where were our special needs students embedded in what we've covered, or where will that be? And are there any additional things that we need to do or prepared for?
So our special needs children are included in all of this, of course, because they're our children. You'll see some additional call out of that when we get to the sample schedules.
Okay.
Specifically,
but as far as accommodations and masks and all of that, has there any questions been raised by parents of, what I can do, what I should do, what's going to be a problem? Has that even surfaced at all?
from our parents and for specifically,
Correct.
yes, from moderate to our severe teachers. They also are asking. So what the special ed department is going to do is, just like when we went into distance learning, they put together a little group of our mod to severe teachers and worked through the details of what distance learning would look like for that group of students. They will be doing the same for what physical distancing will look like for that group of students.
So they haven't done that. They're going to be doing that for
Correct.
sure. And
Yes.
surveying and okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay,
You're
we'll move forward now. Step 6, I believe.
Yes, and this is Mr. Mario Jaquez, our principal up at Kimmark.
Good evening, Madam President, Board, and Cabinet. I appreciate the time tonight. So our goal is to ensure that parents and students and staff have access to accurate information that's easy to access. We understand that all of these changes will require trainings and learning for everybody involved, and we're committed to sharing these new procedures in a way that is systematic and easy to follow for everybody. Since each school is unique, we will make sure that we're going to develop teams at each school site to plan the implementation for these new procedures and ensure the safety of all, ensuring that these plans and information are shared with parents, students, and staff using an addendum to a parent-student handbook in a digital format and also in a paper format for those who prefer that. But the benefit to a digital format is that as procedures change or things evolve, it's more easily updated and people are able to keep up to date. This information will also be available on each school's website. Parents, students, and staff will be trained on the new and revised procedures. We know that our young students especially, they need reminders and practice, and so ensuring that all staff is trained and that we're giving those constant reminders and training and practice for those younger students. And we have a system of training using the Google Classroom and virtual learning environments that we can that we've already used, that we can continue to use as we train and inform all stakeholders. As procedures evolve or things are refined, we will continue to inform and train all parties involved. We'll use the virtual orientations for families as they transition from one school to another. So for our students that are going from elementary to middle school, where they traditionally have in-person orientations, we would do that in a digital or virtual format. For the district level, from the district level, uniformity and ease of accessing information is really important, ensuring that we build upon the systems that we already have in place. So not developing new forms of communication, but really firming up and making sure that the current forms that we have are the best way that we can communicate and inform our parents of any changes. Making sure that our webpage and that the information is easy to access and that all social media posts are updated and sent out to all platforms. And then giving schools the guidance so that they can then communicate to their specific communities the way that works best for them. Thank you.
Next slide. So now we come to what our reopening options could be in terms of the instructional model. So we know that when we surveyed our community, and Dr. Flores, we completely hear you, the amount of people that we received information from is not anywhere where we would want it to be. It gives us a snapshot. It doesn't tell us everything. That being said, we do need to have some idea about how we're going to come back. So there's two options. Our families, of course, most of them, or what we saw of the data, they said they wanted to come in a traditional model. Unfortunately, when we have to adhere to the state, federal, and local guidelines, which includes 6 foot of distancing, and so we can't do that on our campuses. You heard Tom say we could bring bring back about 30,000 in the aggregate, but for each school we're looking at half of a student population per school. So we can open and continue with the distance learning model, or we can open with a blended model. We would want to work collaboratively with our bargaining units around what this would look like, and put some real some parameters in place. But those are our two options right now: open with the distance learning model, which would include a soft opening, which is what you are speaking to, Mr. Tillman, that brings into account the children that distance learning did not work for, or our special needs students, specifically in our SDC classes, who may need extra time, maybe our language learners. We have our homeless children. We have children that we know need additional accommodations. And so the distance learning model would include what we're calling a soft opening to address those specific needs. Ms. Jameson is going to get more into detail around that, but that is one of our options. The other one is to open with the blended learning model.
So the soft opening is for August the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes, as long as our schools can be ready to pull the trigger on August 3rd, but as quickly as close to August 3rd as possible.
Gotcha.
Okay. So next slide, and Ms. Jamison, if you can go over option 1 and then option 2, please.
Yes, good evening, Madam President, Board, and Cabinet. I will be sharing some information about the options for 2021 reopening. First of all, option 1, schools will reopen in a full distance learning model. Next slide, please. Thank you. The full distance learning model will include a soft opening, as Dr. Manadas was just speaking of, to help students and families transition back into learning. The soft opening would include opportunities for staff and students to reconnect through social emotional learning lessons, ways with coping strategies, and focus on that important relationship building, such as teacher-student relationships and the building of relationships with families. The counselors will provide support through addressing student concerns and the anxieties. They will continue the referral process for any staff or students needing additional supports. This will also include assessing of student current skills and knowledge. Focusing on that increased frequency of instructional time based on student need, especially for students in transition grades, K2 students, our special day class students, foster youth, homeless, newcomers, and dual language learners. Teaching of hygiene routines, individualized student supplies, the PPE protocols, the 6-foot distancing protocols, and grab and go lunches to those who are determined to need increased frequency of the instructional time. The Soft Start will provide school teams the opportunity to meet the diverse needs of our learners and provide high quality learning experiences, while at the same time ensuring our students and staff are safe and healthy, which is 2 of our guiding principles Dr. Manadas shared at the beginning. Next slide, please. The second option, schools would reopen in a blended learning model, which is a mix of online learning and traditional in-class face-to-face learning. Next slide. This slide shows an example of an elementary schedule. Please keep in mind the times may vary and any schedule will need to go through the negotiation process and collaboration with the district teams that schedules will affect, such as transportation. This example here shows Mondays would be reserved for teacher MOU, including virtual professional learning and planning, virtual office hours, asynchronous learning for the students, and to continue with virtual IEPs. The afternoons would include an option for additional office hours. Arrival and dismissal times would be from multiple locations staggered at the school site to limit large gatherings. Students would be kept together in cohorts while on the site, such as classrooms and recesses. And this schedule here includes grab and go lunches and breakfast. SDC students and other students with needs, they could attend Tuesday through Friday.
Before you go to the next slide, before you go, Ms. Jamison, I just want to emphasize for the board. So what would, back one slide, please, David. So what you'll see on this is that we're split, what we would be, if we go with a sample like this is what we're calling the staggered week. Tuesday through Friday, the students would be split into 2 groups. So group A would come in the morning, and then they would get their lunch for that day. get their breakfast for the next day, their lunch for Wednesday, and their breakfast for Thursday, all when they left Tuesday at lunchtime. So we would be taking care of their food. And they would go home. And then and teachers would get their lunch break. And then in the afternoon, this could vary, but teachers could meet with smaller groups of children that were in group B who might need extra help or aren't understanding their assignments. We might do a small synchronous learning experience. All of that would have to be worked out through SBTA. But you can see on Tuesday, for example, all students would be interacting with teachers in one way or another. Then on Wednesday, it's flipped and the B group is face-to-face and group A is synchronous. And what this also allows for, so that's half of the students on campus at a time, but then our higher needs students could be coming to campus Tuesday through Friday, especially in our classrooms where the numbers are already small enough. So it allows for a little bit of flexibility and still keeping children on campus or engaging with their teachers and getting them fed. Of course, there's a lot of coordination with our transportation and other moving pieces, but this is one way that we feel like we can start to minimize the number of children on campus, not have students have to wear facial coverings for too long of a day, and still get some instructional elements in place and provide extra time for children who would need that. So that's an elementary sample, and we'll go into the secondary. Again, these are just samples. They are not finalized, but this is what we mean when we say a staggered week. Thank you, Ms. Jamison. Next slide. Go ahead and take the secondary.
So this second slide shows a secondary sample schedule, and as you can see, the schedule follows the same AB scheduling pattern, but instead would follow a block schedule. And again, times may vary, and students would be kept together in cohorts while at the school site. Keeping in mind though, the cohort students would have minimized movement as teachers will move to students rather than students moving to teachers to reduce any possibility of transference. And that is all we have for sample schedules and options.
All right, so we're going to pause right there and catch up to our comments. And I believe it started with Dr. Flores. Dr. Flores, I think you came in. Dr. Flores, did you come in on 8:40? But I see Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, I came in at.
You guys kind of came together. Okay,
I came in at 9:08.
Okay. Oh, I'm at the class.
Sorry, first.
No, Mr. Tillman, did you?
Mr. Tillman came in at 9:10.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that's you. Yeah, you are first in the 9 o'clock.
Right.
Go.
Thank you, Madam President. Just so I wanted to ask how you came up with these particular schedules. Was it within your team, or was it just brainstorming, or how did you do that?
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Actually, there was my team. We had 13 people on my team, and we literally have probably dug into over 45 different research articles and did look at the CDE and CDC. We looked at multiple national, international schedules. So there are quite a variety of different schedules.
Okay, so then thank you. The next question is, have teachers in our district had an opportunity to weigh in on which schedules they prefer?
As of right now, Dr. Flores, no, we have not, just because with the bargaining agreement, the schedules are going to affect quite a bit. And so we have not done that as of yet.
So when you say bargaining agreement, that means that it has to be bargained and negotiated with the SBTA before any of this gets approved.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what the board says because it's negotiable. It hasn't been negotiated with our teacher union, correct?
Correct. And again, this was just to
sample schedules that we have.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so next up is Mr. Tillman.
Yeah, you know, the concern I have is I have some parents at my job, and their whole thing is when it's gonna go back to normal. I don't understand how having school from 9 to 12 and you have a working single mother, how's she gonna get this kid to school at 9 and pick him up at 12? I mean, everybody has anxiety and stress right now, and everybody's trying to get back to normal, but I don't think this is close to getting to normal. And I think the thing to do after tonight is, since everybody's seen the proposal, we got to get some groups together and let them give us some feedback on what they want, and then maybe come back to us, even if it has to be a special board meeting, because this is important. But I just can hear parents saying, because with this, you don't have any before school caps, you don't have any after school caps. So parents are, as they go back to work, what's supposed to happen with the children? And that's part of it. So I think you're better off if you pick days where students are going to go back to a regular schedule, and the parents be able to be accommodated by the Sunrise program and the CAPS program, and make sure we have the CAPS and Sunrise program where there's distance. But from a practical perspective, that's what the parents need and want. When we did the distance learning, as much as everybody hated it, when we said that the kids' grades weren't going to be affected, it was the best thing that we did, because there was enough stress involved even without doing that. If we would have made it like it was the grades were dependent on that period, it would have really been a lot of anxiety involved. But I think with this, we have to find some way, because the parents are telling me that, you know, they can't do to them, this is learning is they have to be involved, they have to help. And a lot of them were doing it while they were working. So I think it'd be better for us if we're going to do a schedule, that we do a schedule that allows for the full day normal. I don't know if it's going to be 2 days a week, whatever it is, but the thing in the morning, it's not practical. How do you take a kid to school at 12 o'clock in the daytime if you work? What do you do? Leave work and go take your kid to school and pick them up? I don't. Did you guys have parents in the committee?
Mr. Tillman, we will be offering CAPS. That will be offered. We didn't include that in the presentation, but we do have a group that's working on the before and after school and the extracurricular. And so that will be offered. And those times actually, yeah, those times, and in a socially distanced manner, right? So we still have to adhere to all of that. And so it would be CAPS for the children that are on campus for that day, right? So if it's group A, then group A can stay extended, but not group B, right? And so because you still have to have half the kids there. So if if it's Tuesday and group A comes in the morning and you're part of CAPS, group A would stay through the end of the day through our CAPS time.
Okay.
Okay. And the times that we actually put up there are the actual times that our schools start now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for that question, though, because that is a distinction.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Okay, just to clarify, because that was one of my questions, it's 2 days a week that students will be coming in with this option, correct, right?
If this is, because we still have to negotiate all this, so we just wanted to give the board an idea of what it could look like.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And then right, and then the two options, are these options that parents, students, and teachers are able to choose from, or are we looking at just approving one option?
I will get to the recommendations at the very end.
But, but this is where the parents and students and teachers are able to choose which option best fits them, right?
Right. Well, parents will have the option of 100% distance learning if that's what a parent wants. They will have that option. And then whatever the board decides, if the board is okay with starting with distance learning and a soft opening and then going into blended learning, that would be for everyone else. But the parents could say, I only want distance learning, and they can have that. And for employees, we would have to make sure, especially for our employees that are in the vulnerable spaces, whether that's age or medical, that we also have something for them.
Right, and I just wanted to make sure that people understand with the distance learning, there has been students that were struggling in school,
Right.
Either through bullying, just the social aspect of the school environment, students who were easily distracted, and they have been excelling with this distance learning online. So we've seen many students succeed in that aspect. So I want to just note that there's many students and families that want to continue that model because it's been really helpful to them. When you were looking at kindergarten students, so I wanted to ask, because I did speak to a kindergarten teacher, and what is that going to look like? Students are hands-on. They need to learn how to write. So if you're doing this distance learning, so I'm wondering if all students are going to have to, all kindergarten students will have to, because they have to learn those simple aspects of just writing and using anyway. So kindergarten would be a different story. I don't know if there's plans or that conversation, what that looks like. And then of course, trying to maintain that social distancing, and then keeping the amount of teachers, or maybe having to hire more teachers. I don't know if that's part of the conversation. So just making sure that you are looking into that. I wanted to ask for rec aids. Will rec aids be coming back to schools? Is that part of the conversation as well?
So we are not getting into that level of detail in this, at this moment. But ultimately what will happen, because this isn't, this is a whole district effort, is then we will be kind of divide and conquer this work amongst cabinet. And so HR would be working through all of the HR pieces, questions just like that.
Okay. And then with tackling the, students that are actually at home, so those other 2 days that they will be at home, let's just say that we go with the hybrid version, there could be options where we do provide social distancing, childcare, maybe those organizations that were able to provide it beforehand still continue. And it's not going to necessarily be all students. It's probably going to be a small pocket of students that will need that extra support. And in just looking at that as an option to provide those parents that are going back to school. And we don't want to have children being left alone at home. So then just making sure that we incorporate something like that, even if it's going to the model of having these outside organizations help support in that other aspect of childcare.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you,
Right,
Ms. Thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. First, I just want to applaud the team, because you have done an awesome job, and you are the professionals, and I know you are going to do everything you can to make sure our students are safe and that our parents are pleased. And if you get it right on the first try, I think we need to give all of you a promotion, because you would have done a great job. But you're working on it. You have the expertise. As board members, we believe in you, and we know that you're going to give it your best shot. And sometimes even that, there are some slip-ups. But I was just wondering, going back to communication, is it possible we could put some posters in our major stores so that parents, not only will parents be able to see what the expectations and what the school day looks like, but parents can have conversation with other parents, such as, well, what are you doing and how are you doing this? I think that communication of parent to parent is so important. And that happens when you have in your major stores and they can look at signs. And, I was thinking about the Omnitrans, but that's costly. But in the stores, I think we can get them to put the posters in free of charge. So if we could just take a look at that. And then I don't have another question, but my big concern, and I've heard it a few times, the students with the least are in need of the most, and just don't want to make sure that when the race takes off, that everybody's going to have an equal opportunity to succeed, and just want to take a look at that. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of implications with the change, but I know Mr. Tillman had mentioned when we're going to get back to normal. I don't think it's wishful thinking. I don't think we'll ever get back to what we know is normal. It's the new normal. But I have all the confidence in the world that your team is going to do everything they can to make sure, number one, our students are safe, and number two, they get educated. And like anything else, it's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. I appreciate that idea about signage in the businesses. That's a good idea.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, I just want to reiterate my prior comment. None of these plans will be put in place unless the teachers union and also our classified union bargain their implementation.
Correct.
And so it's a moot point for us to even vote on something like this, because our SBTA needs to survey their teachers and also get a read on all of this to see what is feasible. I concur with Mr. Tillman. What are parents going to do if their kids go half a day and maybe other kids go another day? I mean, it's going to be a nightmare for them. And I don't think we have the capability for childcare and for all our kids. And I do appreciate that we need to provide a space for our kids that are homeless, for our kids, our special need kids, our kids that need those accommodations. But I would like to vote on the side of safety. This is about lives. The COVID-19 is a deadly disease. We're not just talking about some flu. It's a deadly disease. We don't know how it spreads. We kind of know. For children, it ravages their bodies. And the more people that come together, the more probability that it's going to spread. And so I'm really concerned with our lives, our kids' lives, our families' lives. And you're talking about, we'll test them, we'll do this, but what are we going to do when they infect everybody if they come, with COVID? Are we going to shut down again? Probably. And I think we have to be prepared for that. I really, really do. And right now, I'm not ready to make any decision on any model until we get everybody weighing in on it. That's, and our labor unions have negotiated. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And so, board, we're going to go step further into what a day in the life is like, but I want to remind us again that we are looking at this because this is information that we needed to even know where we were, what we need to do, and how it might look. And as I said earlier, with all of this information, we're getting better informed with each slide, which is helping us to determine what direction we could go in. But more importantly, we know that safety is the number one priority as we see this, but we need to know, because the next long presentation tonight will be around budgeting and how do we, then align the budget to the things that would need to happen to get this done and when. So in the day in the life, then we'll go down, take that from here and then end up on our calendar.
Very good. Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to go over a sample of what a day in the life of a student who either through a soft opening or through a blended model at some point would be coming back to a campus. And so this would start before they leave home with a morning symptom check. with the information that the families received from our schools on what to check, if they have a temperature, a device, how to use that temperature device to take temperatures, and to determine if the student has any symptoms. Also answering questions about possible exposure to others who have been shown to be positive with COVID. And if when the families use this this guidance, they find that they should stay home, then they would contact their schools to see what some of the next steps are in terms of their children receiving support materials, educational support materials, as well as materials for them to reach out to the county for help with any possible testing or medical supports that they might need. If they go through their symptom check and everything checks out, then they would move into their morning routines, whatever they are on a daily basis. And right before they would exit the home, the children would be encouraged to put their face coverings on so that they are safe as they exit their home and go out into the public. Next slide, please. As they're walking home, the children would walk home physically distanced, and they would have received information about how to do this virtually or through the soft opening routines. If they're riding the bus, they would get on the bus in a physically distanced way and be seated at a quarter capacity in their own seats, spread apart from other children. So smaller numbers within the buses. As they arrive at school, there would be a screening station where they would get their temperatures checked, and a school employee would ask them some questions to verify that they haven't been in contact with somebody who has proven positive, or that they haven't been exhibiting symptoms, and just a visual checking. If anything comes up, then the students would be referred over to the health office, and if they're exhibiting symptoms, would be placed in a location where they would not have interactions with other people that could possibly be infected, but being supervised by somebody with proper protection, PPE there. If they make it through the screening station, they would be encouraged then to wash their hands and then make their way to their classrooms, where they would experience a smaller classroom, less students than usual, seated 6 feet apart, and all facing in the same direction, preferably. And they would get their instruction from their teacher there in the physically distanced classroom. Next slide, please. When it comes time for a transition or for a scheduled hand washing or bathroom break, the students would walk and transition in a physically distanced manner. There would be different kinds of signage to help guide them. For example, what side of the hallway to walk on. Maybe some of the items that they normally used would have signage to indicate that they would not be able to use them during that time. Some of these transitions would be to a structured hand washing times frequently. It might be in a bathroom or a sink that's available to them, or the portable hand washing stations that would be available to them. If the transition is for a lunch, they would probably get a grab and go lunch for that day, with breakfast and lunch for the following 2 days for breakfast and 1 day for lunch. And then they would proceed to exit the campus. Next slide, please. So some of the students would be coming on to their sanitized, freshly sanitized bus. and go home in a physically distanced manner, wearing their PPE. Some students might be walking home in a physically distanced way with a PPE, an announcement over the intercom of the school reminding them what that looks like and guiding them with the proper steps to do that. If the students are staying for CAPS or after school extracurricular activities, they would engage in these in a socially, physically distanced manner. So as you can see, if it's sports and the like, it would be kinesthetics, spread apart in small groups. The same with VAPA type activities, CAPS, any of the after school extracurricular activities would be like that. And so then those students would then transition home via either walking or being picked up by their families. And so that's what a day in the life of a student who would be coming on campus, either for the soft opening or for a blended model routine would probably look like.
Thank you. Okay, we'll pause again before we get to the calendar. And I see Dr. Flores, followed by Mr. Tillman.
Aldo, you make it seem like a slam dunk, but it's not. What about the kids that have a fever? What about the kids that won't wear their mask? What about the kids that won't keep physical distance? What about, there's so many other factors. What about kids that don't comply? I mean, it seems like it's, you know, this is what they're going to do, blah, blah, blah. But that's not life. That's not where we're at. And we haven't even mentioned learning or teaching. What about the kids that refuse to wear their mask? I mean, you know, yeah, this is very, you know, pie in the sky to me. And I just don't think it's realistic. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tillman.
So although you kind of brushed over it and maybe people didn't pick up on it, but I had met with some teachers. So I know the proposal is they're not going to eat at school, right?
Correct.
That's what you were talking about, taking the lunch, the breakfast and lunch with them.
Yes.
But if they're going to stay for CAPS, what's the logistics for, then they have to eat, right? And then if they eat, where they store the lunch they're going to take for the next day for breakfast and lunch.
Yes, so we already do that for students who are in CAPS where we're able to feed them in a socially distanced way. In this particular version of the presentation, we didn't have the models where students could eat in the classroom if they're staying for CAPS. In the socially distanced environment, or the cafeteria is also an option as one of the locations, as long as we have a certain amount of students and they're spread out in the cafeteria in a socially distanced way. Yeah.
And you know, I brought that up because I had forgot something. I went to go pick up some food from Red Lobster, and I went inside to get it, and people were eating. And they didn't have masks on. Now remember, you have to take your mask off to eat.
Yeah.
But it does pose an issue because when you don't have mask on, then whether you're eating, whatever you're doing, then there's a more risk involved. So I think that really has to be planned out with the whole eating thing. And the students, it's gonna be, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I agree with I think Barbara's too negative on stuff, but she's right about being realistic and how's this going to play out, because if you're going to eat, then you have to, the kids can't eat like normal, right? They can't eat at a table together and talk and have fun. So
correct.
I don't know how it's going to work, but I think, Barbara, the key is to this is the folks that are going to participate are folks that agree that they can do it and they're not high risk. That's what it has to come down to, I think. And then we put everything in place to be as safe as possible. But I just want to make sure that everybody understood that the proposal is no one's going to eat at the campus. unless I guess they're at caps, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, I was gonna mention, I was part of the strategic plan before I was even a school board member. And I remember we had made, we were separated into different groups and we made our own recommendations. And then when you had someone speak on the recommendations at the end of what was compiled, it was sometimes even completely different from what we were actually saying. So I was hoping, and I just received a text regarding, some of the recommendations are a tad different from what they were looking at. Is there a way where in the future we could have one of the educators from each of those groups maybe speak on briefly, how Danny, Mr. Tillman mentioned having a special board meeting or having a workshop, having their voices being included as well as part of the presentation so we can hear directly from them on that, some of their concerns that it seems like some of these recommendations or options may be a tad different from what they were looking at suggesting. So that's just a recommendation for me for the next time we do have this conversation, is having the teachers' input that are part of those groups that that were part of that committee as well. And then looking at within the CAPS program, which classrooms will the students be assessing? I guess one of the concerns would be we're trying to, for those that are doing the hybrid where they're going to be coming on campus and teaching students versus those that are going to be distance learning. Remember how I mentioned earlier, there's going to be educators that they can't do the distance learning from home, so they want to be able to have access to a school site. Will they be able to still access those classrooms, and will they be occupied by the teachers that are on campus or by CAPS itself? So these are a lot of questions that I'm being asked. So with regards to, let's just say, will teachers who are distance learning be able to access their classrooms at the school site, even when we have that hybrid program on campus?
So Ms. Rosales Medina, that's a question that SBTA has brought forward as well. Completely understand why a teacher wants to be in their classroom. That's where their materials are. That's, their whiteboard, all of that. So we would ask, and you'll see at the end that we're asking schools to set up school teams, and the school teams would work through that process of what this would look like at each school in their given context, their student population and their staff. So the school teams would work through that, keeping in mind that if they have teachers that want to stay on campus to provide the virtual teaching in the afternoon, then they have to find ways to provide that for them.
Okay. And then when looking at the CAPS program, is that they're going to be the same thing? Will the students be accessing? As you're moving forward with thinking about it, just making sure that will teachers have access to the rooms? And I imagine right after CAPS, then you're going to have to re-sanitize everything else. So that way, when you start the day for the next day, they will come back in an environment that they'll be able to teach in with no worries. Okay. Also, with regards to, and I don't know if you're going to touch or mention this or talk about it, when it comes to ADA, and I don't know if maybe I'm under the impression that are we able to collect ADA money for students that are attending all online classes? Traditionally, maybe I'm hoping I'm right from what I was told, is that before, if we had online classes for our students, we wouldn't be able to receive ADA. But since we're in a different circumstance, we can now. But then how do we make sure that in the future we are able to receive ADA? Because now we're realizing there's students that do benefit from that. How do we make sure that we're receiving ADA for those students that are coming on or doing online classes?
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're looking into. We want to be able to provide that too, because one of the in all the challenges that have happened with closing our schools, one of the benefits, and you've said it a few times, is for some students, this distance learning has been a very positive experience for them. And so we know they're going to want to continue to do that even 2-3 years from now, right? And so we have a team actually through Student Services. Angela Rakides is leading this work around how do we have a K-12 virtual learning option outside of the pandemic. So that is being worked on as well.
Okay, but for right now, we're okay. It's just looking at it past this, the pandemic with COVID-19, making sure that we still provide that option for our students and still getting ADA money that we need to get.
Yes, the legislature, and Ms. Christakis, correct me if I'm wrong, this was just agreed upon that it's hold harmless for the next school year in terms of ADA. Is that accurate?
Oh.
They don't have a final budget packet. So the Senate and the Assembly have that in theirs, but we don't have a final word from the governor yet.
So it's on the table, but and it's being very much advocated for.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because that's going to help us out, especially planning for the next for this moving forward from this situation. And then just one final one for right now. It's the child care. I know I mentioned it earlier. Just making sure. I know that during when we closed down the school and had everyone trying to ensure child care, just providing that if that's even possible. Like I said, with the third party, providing that opportunity for employees too, and that it could be either classified or teachers or anybody in the school district that may need that if we're going on a different cycle of work schedule, and just providing that opportunity, just like we did, and not many were able to access it or not needing it, but we still want to make sure that we provide that opportunity as well. All right, great, thank you.
You are welcome.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I think this is just showcasing to us that we've got we're going to have multiple options that we'll have to implement. I think there'll be a distance learning component. I think there'll be a hybrid component, and it'll probably be a long way off before you have a full on-site, every student accessing on-site educational opportunities again. But I think the hybrid and the distance learning component, we certainly got to press forward with. I'm encouraged by the fact that we keep our committee together. You said over 100 participants, and I'm sure all our unions and staff, et cetera, were represented along with parents and students and things like that. That's great. And I think that you're driving it down into the schools level is very important as well, because that's just one more layer of information that we're going to be able to get of where the various neighborhood schools would like to, and what opportunities their student population and parent population would like to see offered at their local school. So I think that's a way to gain additional insight into where our parents and community is thinking, in addition to the surveys that we're taking. I think the surveys are important, and I don't know if we actually considered having a pollster do it and get some statistically relevant data and things. I think the sample size, I think, is reasonable, based on statistical analysis, but we, it might not be a bad idea to think about getting a little professional support in the pollster arena to feel confident that we've, characterized a high confidence level in that stuff. But that being said, I'm really encouraged about the way that we're engaging more and more of our community involved in this, and school staff in this. And I think that's going to yield multiple options. Obviously, they're going to come up with very detailed implementation issues that will need to be addressed. The board will need to be considering resource allocation, obviously, to see that those issues are mitigated and or addressed. So I think, the easiest thing to do is obviously continue in a distance learning environment initially to maintain, our current school calendar. But I worry about our distance learning and only environment. I don't believe that the students are getting an appropriate education. I'm a firm believer in hands-on applied learning experiences that are significantly more difficult to do in a digital distance learning environment. And the interaction, problem solving, team kind of based approaches and things. I mean, it is, in my mind, it is a deficit education. And I think we're going to be seeing it in terms of competence levels and retention of standards-based material. While some students thrive in that environment, I would say most don't. And only time will tell on this, but I think we're going to have to be offering, a variety of these options, at least initially. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Thank you. Dr. Flores, did you have something additional?
Yes, I did, Madam President. Going back to Aldo's presentation about busing, if the kids have to be only 25% in a way, I'm thinking about costs. Have we costed out that physical, distancing in terms of, providing busing for our kids? That's one of my concerns. The other concern is with our athletes. If our athletes have to adhere to the same, is the cost going to be triple? Is the cost going to be quadruple for getting our athletes home? And are we going to provide the resources as a board for busing our kids? I mean, that's a big question that Mike just raised too, about providing the resources necessary for practicing the distance, physical distance in busing. So, Madam President, that's a big concern for me, and it's not just for our athletes, our VAPA students, our after-school programs. I mean, it's enormous. And I don't think we'll have the funding to do that. So if we're not going to have the funding to do that, what are our priorities in terms of providing, equitable access to our kids? So I'm really concerned about that. And Danny, I'm not negative. I am raising issues for public safety, and protecting the lives of our children and our employees.
I know, I said you came off negative.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay. All right, thank you, board. I appreciate it.
I do too.
we are now at the calendar committee. We're going to start looking at that because that was another portion of what was asked. I think clearly we're hearing all of this information, and it's still, I think it's obvious more planning, more time is what we're going to need to work together in order to see what can happen beyond the scheduled start date. And I think someone mentioned it before, and I've mentioned this in conversation, that the start date versus when we return to brick and mortar are separate and apart. And it's very important that we look at it like that, because we have got to get children back being educated in some form. And I hear you, Mr. Gallo, when you say, time will tell, because we know this is a brand new model, distance learning for everyone. But we do have to get our students back connected in education. So it's two balances there. So now we'll look at the calendar conversation.
Yeah, thank you, President Rogers, board members, and community. I'm going to go over the different options that the calendar committee has come up with. David, could you go to the next slide? So the number one option from this committee, which obviously had union representation on it, is to stay with the board adopted calendar that already is cemented. And that's the one that students would start on August 3rd, depending on what format, but they would start on August 3rd and end on June 3rd. If you had asked for some different options, another option, and this would be the second one that they would recommend, would be that school would start on the 17th. So 2 weeks later, it would still get out on June 3rd by cutting a week off of the winter break and a week off of the spring break. Number 3, obviously a later start, and that's August 31st. And that one would end on June 11th. And the difference there is you'd also have 2 weeks at winter break, and 1 at spring break. So the very last option is about as late as we could go. And the problem with this option is the state does require a certain number of days, at least 130, by the end of March. So the other options would meet that, but the 4th option falls short of meeting that 130 days by the end of March. So there's some fiscal implications in this option if we were to go with a very late start in September and then end June 18th. So those are the options that the committee has proposed, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
All right, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. One of the big concerns I had in the beginning, and that's why I was pushing for the September 8th or September school start time, was because we didn't have all of this information. We didn't have, well, there's this opportunity where we'll still continue distance learning. And so when I posed this question to Facebook, I received many responses from both parents and educators. And the concern was, you know, I don't want my children to get sick. I don't want myself as a teacher to, I'm at higher risk, be sick. And so what I'm seeing from the previous slides of the presentation, it shows that we're in the beginning stages. We'll have that option for parents to decide and for educators to decide that they can still continue distance learning. And I think that was more of my issue. My concern was if we started in August the 3rd, are they fully prepared if we were to go back to school, or what that would look like? But now that you provided some information, it makes sense not to prolong it, because our students are behind right now. Just the fact that they are behind, we need to make sure that they're catching up. And if we start too late, so I'm not in agreement with the September 8th after all, only because we are still able to provide the distance learning in the beginning, and provide that option for both educators and teachers, and parents as well, and for students. I wanted to get a feel for August the 17th. Is there any, out of all this 1 through 3, let's just say, is the district leaning towards any of those, or are they still adamant starting August the 3rd?
Ms. Medina, the way I can answer that is that the committee, and obviously this has representation from CSEA, SBTA, et cetera, and obviously district personnel. The committee wants to stay with the calendar you've already adopted.
Right.
And how school starts is going to be your decision also. But number 1 was their choice. Number 2 was their second choice.
Okay, and so I'm in favor for either of those, honestly, only because we have options for those parents and educators to do distance learning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Tom, doesn't this have to be, if we change the start date, wouldn't this have to be negotiated and bargained with both SBTA and CSEA?
This is an advisory committee, Barbara, and so you ultimately make that decision. You already have. The committee, I believe, for years has recommended a calendar, and then the board has approved that calendar. So you have the ultimate say in this. And you've already done that with number one. So
Well, we've done it with support from the unions.
right.
Because they also recommended that was the start date. And we've always had a very collaborative, relationship where we're copacetic and have agreed together. And that has been, the recommendation of the committee. So the August 3rd has already been approved by everybody, by all unions and the board. So my question is, if, I would like to know what both unions, what their preference is. And you can't tell me that right now, but that's what I would like to know. But given that they've already approved August 3rd, I would think that would be their preference. So it's just my assumption. So.
And Dr. Flores, I just wanted to add, I mean, they approved it pre-COVID. So
Right,
the question was to try to find out what was the ideal situation after COVID. And at the end of the day, we, just like how we ended up ending the school earlier, let's just say that the second wave comes and it gets dramatically worse and we're going to have to shut down again or try to do something else.
And even say even though we've approved the 3rd, I was just thinking about, what if we don't have everything in place by the 3rd? What if we don't have the PPEs? What if we don't have all the stuff that Tom Pace said we had to
You
have?
already have it in place.
Huh?
You
Pardon me?
already have it in place. As Ashley said over the phone in her report, the calendar is disconnected from the various options to restart school. Those are.
I don't understand what you're saying, Mike. I don't understand what you're saying.
We're already prepared and we're doing school for the last. That's how we ended doing school, is with a distance learning environment, and so we're.
I know. But I'm saying if we were to
we can't hear both at the same time.
Yeah, point is.
Well, I have the floor.
Yes.
I just want to finish and then you can
go ahead.
Go in.
Go ahead, Dr. Flores.
Yes, I just was wondering, as a second thought, if we could start with the distance learning August 3rd, like you're saying, a soft opening, and I hear you, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, we couldn't start a blended or any other thing until we had all those things in place for protecting our kids. And if that's what SBTA, negotiated or not. So that was all my comment that I wanted to make, Madam President.
Okay. Mr. Gallo, can you go ahead?
I think we're in sync, Barbara. I just heard what Ashley was saying, and I know they were supporting starting school in the current calendar, and I would agree. There's a lot of preparation necessary to have any on-site students and teachers, and when the appropriate PPEs and all of the probably 50 line items of issues that we've all talked about randomly here are put in place, then we can safely open up in a hybrid environment.
Correct. Is that it, Mr. Gallo? Was that your comment? Okay. Mr. Tillman? Mr. Tillman?
No, I just added something to chat.
I know. I was going to comment on that. I didn't know if that was a slip up for Mr. Gallo, so I just left it there. Okay.
Yes, thank you. And I did correct it, by the way.
Yes, you did. No, you did. You did.
And I guess for the audience's thing, we type in who wants to speak in a chat thing, and instead of typing Mike, I typed in Mole And I you know,
And I read it, mole. And I read it, mole. I read it, mole, which is a delicious dish. And
Right.
and chicken mole. I said,
I think it's live. I think they did see it though.
Oh, okay. And just in my defense, the O is next to the I, so you know, completely
Gotcha.
random.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward, but again, hearing you, board, and you know that's my thought process is that again for our community is we have to separate start date, educate, trying to get our students reconnected to education, and then when we get to brick and mortar, that's all the things that we're hearing today that we will have to get to, but one really doesn't affect the other. Okay, so
I did have one more question. I'm sorry, Madam President. Was regarding the start dates. Can we look at? This is just a suggestion. Looking at having either the educators and parents look between 1 and 2. I know that's like two weeks apart, but just looking at those, or even just the district really considering which is the best option. Even though we did get the recommendation. But still just looking at what's the best option to have our schools really be prepared to start. And it doesn't look like there would be much of an impact with even if we were to move to number 2. I'm not saying that we should, but that at least we give the district the option to really look into it if that might be some direction of maybe they feel comfortable moving it later. I don't know.
So again, you know, we have to have all of the individuals at the table that need to be there. We did approve this calendar last year, and we're looking at this calendar date that has been on the calendar for parents. But again, we just have to consider what is happening within that third date, starting education. Because I just have to say, and I know I usually say my comments for later, but we've already spoke about the most important thing in the room outside of everything else that is important is that we have got to get our kids back connected to education. We really, really do have to prioritize that in whatever manner that it can look and make sense. But the date starts that the acclimation of school. We know that in a normal school setting, the first week is kind of adjusting anyway, if they were coming back physically. So I want us to consider that, but yes, all the voices need to be in the room. I'm not saying that we don't, but I think we've heard from one portion of our union that is ready to do what needs to be done. And then the other half, we will get that as you asked Ms. Medina or Dr. Flores, I think said, what are they saying? So we can hear that clearly. But again, we need to prioritize. We have to reconnect our students back to education as soon as possible. So now we're going to look at our local context.
Yes.
Dr. Menard, so you back up or is this?
Yes. So we're at the last 3 slides, board. So I'll go through a local context. And David, it's going to be a couple of clicks per slide. So if you could hit the first one, please. So you've seen everything that we've put out there. That's all that's all the guidance we've dug through and the implementation that needs to happen before we open our doors. And now there's this local context. So the first one is, hold on, David, because I don't want too much on one slide. That's good. Thank you. The first one, you'll remember in the hygiene and sanitation slide, that was the one that was kind of that orange color that Doug spoke to. He mentioned the need for the air circulation running through the classrooms. That came through the guidance loud and clear, specifically from the CDC. And so in San Bernardino, we know that we have extreme summer temperatures. So that minimizes our ability to open our doors and our windows to increase circulation of outdoor air. Guidance also suggested that we can have teaching outside. Well, we know that that's not a possibility during the summertime also. So that has implications for the recommendations that I'll be sharing shortly. Next click, please.
Dr. Menard?
You mentioned that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tillman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you can open the doors and have the air on.
Exactly.
Especially at your sites where you have solar.
Exactly.
Because I do it. If you're not worried about the electric bill, you can keep it cool with the door open.
I think that was part of there.
So you're saying that we could keep it open, but not all of our schools could do that.
Right.
Well, I don't know how many of the schools have solar, but if you're not worried about the electric bill, if you have the doors open and the air going, it feels good.
Okay, so thank you. We hadn't thought about the solar piece. We have heard from our staff about having the doors open and not necessarily feeling very safe about having doors open. So that's another nuance of our local context.
Right.
The second one, is Dr. Flores, you mentioned your own asthma and your allergies, and we know as a district that we have a large percentage of students that suffer from asthma or some type of asthmatic tendencies. So this increases their vulnerability to COVID-19, and especially during the summer months. I know my daughter would get her asthma would flare up when it was really hot and she was out and about. Of course, when you get sick too, that adds to it. But that's another piece of our local context, because that's our student population. Next click, please. The board already spoke about the percentage of students that we transport and adhering to the 1/4 bus capacity. That's a challenge. Not that it's not possible, we can do it. We have the busing in order to be able to do it. It's the routing of it all and getting it ready for the first day on August 3rd. So again, this all adds to why the recommendations will be coming in the next slide. Final click. And then in the data sources that I shared at the beginning, we know that 24% more or less of our community, so about a quarter of our community, is requesting 100% distance learning options. So that tells us we have to have options for our families. So this is our local context. So the next slide will share the recommendations.
So before you go to the recommendation, Dr. Menards, Ms. Rosales Medina, that's a great question to ask. I don't know if you can see it in the box, or do you want to ask it?
No, I mean, it's just about what about HIPAA for parents that, just clarifying, parents that don't have to share with the school the reason for students' absence.
That's true, they don't. So again, early on, it's this idea of a collective responsibility, right? We're all in this together. I mean, we've seen that over and over again throughout our state. We have to count on each other. We have to rely on each other. So we can't mandate that our parents tell us. We hope that they would, so that we can do whatever kind of tracing and that Department of Public Health can work with them. The doctors are to tell Department of Public Health when someone is identified with COVID, and then do the tracing from there. So we don't do the tracing, we work with public health, but you're absolutely right. We have to rely on everybody in this collective responsibility.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now I'll go to the next slide, which are the recommendations. So the very first recommendation, CSBA just put out some sample board policy on the COVID mitigation plan. What the board policy does is it allows the board to adopt this policy that would then supersede any existing policies that conflict with what we have in place. And so I've taken a look at it. It's very comprehensive. And so I recommend that we pull the board subcommittee together to look at it as well and make a decision about adopting a board policy around this. Again, it would then take care of any existing board policies that aren't in alignment with what we have to do for COVID-19. So that's the first recommendation. The next recommendation gets to what we've been talking about during this presentation, which is to begin our school year in a distance learning model with a soft opening. So the soft opening, Ms. Jamison explained what that will be. So we have SEL for students. We have opportunity to teach the students the new procedures and practices that need to be in place, and to build relationships between our students and our teachers and our parents and our teachers, because they're all going to be new to each other, right? When we went into our closure the first time, we were 2/3 through the school year, almost 3/4. So people knew each other. This would allow for small groups of students to be brought in, identifying the children that are of the most need, and getting them to acclimate back into our system. We would ask that I've already mentioned to the principals that in order to be able to do this, they're going to need to have school teams. So to be thinking about that, I've already asked the principals that when they develop their teams, and they all know this is pending board approval tonight, But when they develop their teams, that they include union representation on those teams, so we have a variety of voices at the table. What the soft opening also does, which is 2B, is students with greater needs will be provided additional time and frequency with their classroom teacher. And so you see on there who those could be. So our K2 children, because we too are concerned about those age groups, they're very young. Our transition grades, so like our middle school students, if you have a 7th and 8th grade school, your 7th graders, our high school, our 9th graders. So whatever group of children that are new to that grade level or that school setting, we would want our schools to focus on them. And then of course the students that we kind of, as you mentioned, Mr. Tillman, that we lost them, that 20% or so that we're not sure how they did, to focus on finding those children and integrating them back into the system. And then of course they can start their diagnostic assessments. So the soft opening is would be during the distance learning model, so at the beginning of the school year. And this would be the intention of it, is really to rebuild the learning community. Next click. Then from there, and this date is truly just a date that is thrown out. We will have to be flexible, but we will prepare to enter into a blended learning model. Hopefully we'll be ready by September 28th. We may not be ready by September 28th. You saw the list of things that need to happen. You saw the items that need to be purchased. And so if we cannot enter into blended learning safely, where we can bring half of our students on campus by September 28th, then we don't do that. But what we would do is we would find a way, and so you saw a sample staggered week of how we can have half of our students on campus. There are some schools where, and Tom Pace alluded to this, where their size of their school and their enrollment is so big that they can't even do a staggered week. Those are schools like Cajon, Pacuma, and so we'd have to work specifically with those schools on how many of their students could be on campus and still maintain the physical distancing that is required. And during the preparation to move into a blended model, we would continue to work with IMT to monitor the number of cases in the county and coordinate with public health. And so we may not be able to enter into a blended model until even after the winter months, because we've heard that there's going to be a spike, but that would be determined with our coordination with public health. And then finally, the click. In all of this, so distance learning model with soft opening, blended model starting at the end of September, we would still offer K-12 distance learning options for any family that's interested. And so that would be 100% of distance learning. They wouldn't have to come in for soft opening if they didn't want to. They would never have to do the blended model if they don't want to. We want to have options for our families. And that's what our data did tell us. So Madam President, can I finish the next slide?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
This is it.
So then the click, this will be the last slide. So these are the recommendations then over the very next immediate steps. The first one, click, is to draft. So I would draft this policy, and then I would meet with the board subcommittee. So we would do that during June through August so that we can have it ready when we start bringing people back, so sometime in our August board meeting. Next click. We would need to start a negotiation with our collective bargaining units on the impacts of the recommendations. That was stated many times, and so that would definitely be a next step. Click. We would develop and train up our implementation teams on our guidelines for school reopening. And so you can see 3A is first, that idea that the board has mentioned many times. We have to collect the data by individual school communities on needs and preferences, and the needs and preferences of the families, the students that are there, but also the staff. So we'd have to have our schools collect all that data so that they had it, and then we can look at it in the aggregate. And of course, we have to train staff and students on the new procedures and protocols. So that's going to take some time. Actually, I say July through August, but it's going to be through September at the minimum, especially on the training of staff and students. Next click. We would coordinate or continue to coordinate deployment with our IMT. So they're already, looking at ordering necessary supplies and equipment for reopening. That's just the immediate. There's tons of protocols that need to get put into place. So we'd work with them. And of course, Eric Vitier, our safety officer, he is our direct contact with our county public health, and he stays in contact with them so that we know how we have to monitor and adjust our recommendations. I think there's 2 more clicks. Communication is going to be very important in this. So board, you gave us a lot of good ideas on that. So we would outline our communication plan for accurate and timely messaging to community. And you saw when Mario Jaquez presented that the communication needs to come from the district office, but it also needs to come from our school sites. And so we'll have to have protocols in place, templates, checklists, all kinds of things for our schools. And then the last click is that we would want to coordinate with our local community care, child care agencies. So what you had mentioned, Ms. Medina, is definitely something we would want to do. Just like when we went into distance learning, we would need to re-engage with that. So the teams have already started some of that work. And so those are the immediate next steps. Again, the idea is that we have a variety of options. We understand that we cannot just pull the trigger on this, that we have to work, and we would never do that. We want to work with our collective bargaining units. We maintain the principle of keep engaging people in decisions that impact them. And so we are committed to that. And so with that, I'll answer questions.
Okay, thank you. We will begin with Mr. Tillman.
So Dr. Flores mentioned something about transportation for teams. Has there been a ruling on whether or not there's going to be a football season or basketball season?
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Tillman. That was in our sample of, day of a life, and we didn't emphasize. So we are still waiting for guidance from CIF, and CIF is waiting to see how many school districts actually open up to even figure out if they could even have teams compete against each other. So right now we are on pause on that.
And right now, so does that mean right now there aren't any schools that are conducting football practice?
In our district?
Yes.
I will not say yes or no. I do not know. They are not supposed to be.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Rosales Medina?
And just with that thought with Mr. Tillman, there's many students that their GPA is, they receive pressure because they're in football. They're in certain sports to maintain their certain GPA above 2.0. And so I think that would be a question of what that would look like, because I know some of our students, that's their motivator is sports. That's their activity. And it could be either music or other programs, not necessarily just sports, that students, that's one of the things that they do. Now we're in a different situation, so I would understand delays in that, but just curious to see what our district is doing to think about what that would look like in the future. One of the questions I have is regarding parents who have several students. I think that was one of the comments posed earlier during public comments for parents who do have multiple students, what that would look like. Would you be aligning them, or would you have conversations with the parents to make sure that they're, if they have them at different school sites, what that would look like so that can help with their schedules?
We will do that's a big one, right? Because we know we have parents that have children at multiple levels or even at multiple elementary schools for art and special. So that's why that first data collection to see where, what our parents are looking for, and then we have to coordinate across the district. That is a huge endeavor. That I don't want the board to think that we think any of this is going to be easy. It is not. But it will be a goal to try to do that, Ms. Medina. And then when we find families where it's being, like it didn't work, then we'll have the schools work with their partner schools to fix it. So it might not, it's definitely not going to be perfect when it starts, but we'll work with our families to fix that.
Okay. And that's going to be huge, just working with them to see what best works for them.
Yeah.
Also with regards to the air conditioners, you mentioned the air conditioners and the circulation of the air. From my understanding, teachers, they have to have, you can't really control the thermostat. Will that be something that the educators or the teachers or staff will be able to control, or is this something at the district level that they're going to come in and control that?
The actual temperature?
Or the air, I imagine it's only because I got a text too, is that saying, you know, how can we control it or is this something that's going to be controlled at the school site, or can teachers actually control that in their classroom?
Right. Well, actually, so the reason I brought up the air circulation is why that why the recommendation to stay in, or to enter into distance learning in the beginning. So because we don't want teachers to have their doors open or their windows open and then try to figure out how to control their temperature. So if we stay in distance learning and we do the soft opening, you have less students in there, and then the impact is different. So that's why I brought that up, is because our context is different than if you live up in the mountain areas, for example. You can have your doors open.
Okay, so they wouldn't, so the temperature wouldn't be controlled. That was just more of an example of why it's important to try to push it later.
To start with distance learning. Yes, exactly.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Dr. Flores?
Yes, Dr. Monatis, this speaks to Danny's question about our sports activities. I understand that CIF is waiting for us, the districts, to open schools before they make their decision. So, so if we open up our schools, then CIF will weigh in to see, who's opening, and so that they can schedule the games and so forth. And then that's when we'll have to cost out, all the budget, because I don't think each school site will have the adequate amount to fund, all the protocols that we have in place for keeping our athletes safe. So that's my understanding. And then secondly, I still have in the back of my mind, all these protocols, all this, new stuff that we have to train all our staff, teachers, and classified. That's a big cost. Have you costed that out? Have you costed out how much that's all going to cost?
We are costing it out as we speak. So we've got a document where we're getting it already. It's not finalized yet.
Because
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not going to ask. I'm just wondering, because we need to see what the costs are, and then, to see if we can fund it or not, or what's prohibitive, what will be our priorities, and I know it's pending what the governor does. I get that, and also what the federal government decides as well. And so there's a lot of moving, balls, a lot of balls up in the air. So I just, I'm just concerned about all the time, the costs, and how to, it's a lot. It's a big, heavy lift.
It certainly is, Dr. Flores.
Yeah, it really, really is. So, okay, thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Monaris, thank you so much, and your team again for the presentation. But I also received the text as we talked about the starting time and possibly moving the date. And it's recommended that we certainly take a look at what's already been approved, the early date, because it could interfere with AP testing. And so there are some things we need to look at if we are looking at moving the date. The other thing, I recommend that the policy committee began meeting as soon as possible, because now it seems like there are two priority items we need to work on. So that might be something addressed to Dr. Volkemer, that we need to get meetings scheduled. And then, as you talked about the next steps, I noticed you did include CAPS. Will CAPS be able to come in early in the morning, like 7 o'clock, and will they be there to 6? What would their hours be? And you know, the nature of how they're going to provide the services we need for our parents and our students.
So I
And
do
that-
know, oh, I apologize, Dr.
Okay, that's okay. I was just saying, you didn't necessarily have to respond to it, but I just wanted to let you know that I was looking in the next steps, what would happen and how CAP's playing a major role in this right now because of the babysitting and parents having to work, and it's a big commitment, but you know, we have to do it because it's for our parents and for our students.
Right, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. And Dr. Volkermer, you have some wrap-up comments?
I do. Thank you, President Rogers. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Menarez for her leadership, and I want to thank each and every one of those team members who have been toiling across all these various forms of guidance, trying to make sense of this. As you can see, board, there are many, many pieces to this kind of complicated puzzle. I want to thank you for surviving this presentation. I know it was a lot, many, many considerations. And you did just what we had hoped you would do. You asked us compelling questions. You shared your thoughts, your ideas, stretched our thinking. And this gives us great fodder to go back and build on what we've already done, make some refinements, make some adjustments, get additional data. And we look forward to coming back to bring you the next iteration that will fit for our community. And that's the most important thing, fitting for our community. So thank you very much, team and board.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And so board, again, as I said, this is a very, very intense presentation. Now we're going to look on the other side, which is the budget presentation. And these two go hand in hand. I know it's a lot, but you know, we agreed to the extra meetings and the implementation because we are on a shorter timeline the more we push back. So if there are no other questions from
Ms. Rogers, I just want to thank the team as well for being here so long. So thank you, team. You
absolutely
close out and have a great evening. And just their professionalism and their dedication. They are really putting a lot of time in to this, and some of them are supposed to be on summer break already. So just really appreciate the commitment to our children. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great job to the entire team. A lot of work went into this, so we certainly appreciate you. So we will move back to item 7.2, which is our board workshop and update on the state budget.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, President Rogers. Board, we had hoped to bring you a very solid budget plan based on an approved state budget this evening, but the state is not quite there yet. As I'm sure you have heard by now, the legislature has approved a budget plan, but they're still in negotiations with the governor. So we're going to be waiting to be able to bring you a little bit more solid a plan than we have this evening. So our focus is primarily to just give you a quick legislative update and to provide follow-up information to your requests from the last board workshops, namely around funding adjustments for our police department, a recap of our recent Lcap feedback data, and information related to our plan for device replacement and refreshment. I just want to make one comment before we get started, and that is, you know, back when all of this COVID thing started, and we were kind of getting acclimated to the crisis, we adopted a mindset that said, we're going to come out of this crisis better than we went into it. We're going to look at our systems and make them better when we come out. And this is an example, and I'm going to talk about the technology plan in particular today. This is an example, and there are and will be others that demonstrate this commitment. COVID brought to light in a big way the reality of the digital divide and the inequities that surround virtual schooling for our community. And so this plan addresses those inequalities head on and implements a system that serves students. All students will serve students better than they're being served now in a more equitable manner, both short and long term. So I'm excited about that. I know it's 10:30 at night. There's nothing, you know, we should probably be excited about, you know, this late, But I am excited about that work and how we can improve systems for kids through this crisis. So Janie and Keenan, we'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, board. Go ahead and next slide. So Dr. Volkamer already shared the topics that we'll be sharing with you and responding to some of your requests. Some of the slides you've seen before in the information. So because it can be kind of a lengthy presentation as well, I'll move through some of the slides quickly. Just let me know if you need me to slow down. So next slide, please. As you know, our state budget has been impacted as a result of COVID. We were, as Dr. Volkamer said, we were hoping to have a final budget for you this evening, and we don't. So we know we have to have something by June 30th. And again, it's just going to be a year of uncertainties. Things can change again by mid-August. And you know, and you're well aware of all the volatility and all the things that will be going on over the next year. You've discussed all of those items during the previous presentation. What's going to be happening with our physically distant schooling, what about enrollment and ADA and all the costs related to COVID, and then, the needs to mitigate learning loss. So we know this will be that we'll have to navigate all these very, very heavy topics and actions over the next year. Next slide, please. So what we do know is that the legislature, so the Senate and the Assembly came to an agreement. The governor has 12 days to accept, reject, or modify the legislature's version of the Budget Act. It was very similar to what we knew on the Senate side. And then we have to have a balanced budget by June 30th. So for some reason, if for any reason, the governor's proposal, as it stood at the May revise comes through, we would have to take board action to identify the cuts. We think the outcome might be somewhere in between, and we will keep you posted. We're just waiting. We're thinking it might even be later this week, and we'll have that update for you next week. And we'll also, Dr. Volkamer will provide information via email. Next slide. And as you'll recall, the governor's May revise was cutting LCFF for our district would have been almost $56 million, and having cash deferrals of $124 million. The other version doesn't have the cuts, but if we didn't receive federal dollars, we would have quite a large amount of deferrals, up to $273 million of our dollars. So that's quite significant. The next slide, please. So a couple of board members actually requested that we show the deferrals with our dollars. So we knew that the governor proposed $5 billion. If we don't get federal dollars, the Senate bill said it'd be another $5 billion. So what does that mean to San Bernardino? So you can see on the far left of the slide, and what this means is it's as if I equate it to if you get a paycheck and you're due your paycheck in June, but your employer says, I can't pay you in June. Even though you worked, I'm going to give you your paycheck in July. And so that's what the state does with the deferrals. So in June, they're going to defer $50 million that they owe us, and they'll pay us in July. Where it becomes challenging is if you look at the next year of April, May, and June, a total of $124 million for San Bernardino would get deferred to July, August, and September. Does that does that chart illustrate this? Any questions on this?
I'm going to have you press forward.
Okay, keep moving. You'll stop.
Yeah, I see where there's a break in there. Just
okay. Next slide. So you've seen this slide before. This was the governor's budget, all the negative impacts to our budget, and some of the things locally that were happening, such as increase in some liability insurance and such, with a over $96 million impact. The next slide. And then, we took a lot of actions because we needed to be prepared. You've seen this slide of all the things we're doing, and we're going to be very cautious as we move through this next year. Next slide. And then this slide, we walk through line by line. The items that are in blue have changed, but I'm going to go through this quickly. So the coronavirus aid relief, we're going to use $24 million to help our bottom line. And the balance is going to the private schools within the city limits and the district limits. Also, we've had savings from early closure, line 3. Line 4, we had some other estimated carryover that's already built into our multi-year. Line 5 is there's a specific governor's emergency education relief fund, and that's specifically for our special needs students and distance learning. So $4.5 million will go towards the contribution for special education because the costs go up, but $6.9 million will be reserved for distant learning. And then the coronavirus, there's still deliberation at the state level on districts with high unduplicated counts getting more money. So we're budgeting about $20 million, and Dr. Mitchell's gonna share with you what that looks like later on with our device replenishment plan. And we could have more dollars coming. Our PERS and STIRS rate, as those increases happened in these other areas, some of our PERS and STIRS savings is a little less than we thought. And then our routine repair maintenance and our reserve requirements go up as our expenditures go up. It's just a matter of the calculation. So the reduction in department and site budgets has been $8.1 million. Lcap was reduced to stay within its budget. If we have to, we're going to have to look at some of the aligning our magnet programs with capping system. And then you can see the challenge we have on the other side with how we're going to get kids to school during this distant learning. And then just some other modifications that gets us to where we'd still need to make a cut of about $31.5 million under the governor's proposal. Next slide. I'm just going to point to line 11. And under the governor's proposal, if we didn't make any further cuts than what we just walked through, you could see how quick we would just be negative. And we cannot turn a budget in like this, right? And so we don't think the outcome will be the governor's proposal, but we just don't know yet. And we know this year is going to be very challenging. So just to be mindful of that, the next slide is under the Senate's proposal. David, could you click once? So we would see that we would be fine next year. As you go to line 11, you don't see a negative number there. What we are hearing is from the deliberations that are going on is we might not get a COLA, we might get flat funding. So that would reduce the reserve for deficit spending by 10 million. And that reserve, we just know with reopening of schools after everything you heard tonight, we're going to have a lot of increased expenditures. So it buys us a little time, all these one-time dollars, to help us, get through the next several months and do some deep planning through the budget subcommittees. But then by 21, 22, we would have some cuts we'd have to make. Next slide. You can go ahead and move through that, David. Thank you. Next slide. Here's the one-time funding that we're receiving: CARES, coronavirus relief, GEAR, $55 million, and how the dollars will be allocated. So coronavirus, you can see that. I don't have to read them all to you, but you will be allocating for device replenishment and refresh plan for physically distanced schooling, some academic support for our special needs students, our budget deficit, and we'll have some money set aside for expenditures we're not sure about yet. Next slide.
Okay, so we could take a pause right here. Board, I don't see any comments in there. So if not, I know the next one's shifting. I don't see any. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mitchell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janie, and good evening, board. The board, last time we met, the board asked that we share some data around the stakeholder feedback from our June 10th meeting, where we largely focused on our LCAP budget. Additionally, we, as a cabinet, committed to bringing back to the board how we've decided to break school police budgeting down and from general, moving from some portions from supplemental concentration to the general fund. I'll be sharing that, and then after that, I'll be sharing the district's plan to replenish and refresh devices going forward. Next slide, please. So we developed a survey that was for staff, parents, and community members to solicit input on programs and services in support of our 3 LCAP goals. Do want to remind the board that the LCAP requires us to get feedback from our total school community, inclusive of staff, teachers, administrators, parents, community leaders as well. So we have 3 LCAP goals, of course. So improving, number 1 is improving academic outcomes, 2 is improving school culture and climate, and 3, improving parent and community engagement. Our LCAP survey is ongoing and is still up and running, and so we're collecting information ongoing. But as of June 11th, we had 578 folks respond, and they are broken down as follows. This is what the board asked of me to provide. So we had 245, or 42% of them were classroom teachers. 184 respondents, or 31%, came from parents and community, and 149, or 25%, were district staff. So that would be site leaders and district level leaders. Within that breakdown, we saw some themes emerge. And so 42% of our folks asked us to look into or shore up before and after school programs. Technology was a big one, primarily because we're just now coming off of distance learning, but not really coming off, but taking a break from distance learning. Of course, our mental health services was a big idea. Our communities want us to look, invest heavily in college and career readiness, and then safety was a big. So those are the top 5 LCAP priorities. And so, board, this survey was divided into 2 parts. The first part asked specific questions around the first 3 goals. I'm going to show those next to you in the next few slides. And then the second part of the survey gave a listing of 2025 kind of general educational areas where folks were allowed to pick more than one option. And then the top 5 LCAP priorities came about. Next slide. So again, as I shared with you earlier, we also provided a narrative section along each of the goals, the 3 main LCAP goals. And so under improving outcomes, this is the data that we have received thus far. Instructional supports, professional development, smaller class size, intervention, and tutoring. We also saw a lot of feedback around counseling. There's a lot of feedback around providing cultural proficiency training for our staff to better support African American student achievement. And then, of course, a large portion of our data that we received was around distance and remote learning, or the reinvestment in our technology. Next slide, please. Goal 2, around improving school climate and culture. A lot of feedback around mental health, trauma-informed practices, and supports for social emotional learning. Multi-tiered systems of support, and board, as you know, MTSS is really providing interventions for our students who are not meeting proficiency. Professional development, as you know, board, we strongly believe in improving the capacity, skills, and knowledge of our teachers and staff. So continued investments in that. And then, of course, welcoming safe, clean campus environments, inclusive, bully-free. We saw a lot of language around anti-bullying and those kinds of things. And then, of course, as you know, we were having a lot of comments around revising how we fund school police, and then a big focus on restorative justice or social justice. Next slide. And then goal 3, around improving parent and community engagement. Lots of feedback around African American English learner parent engagement. We also saw a lot of feedback around getting investing or reinvesting into our site-based APACs, or parent advisory councils for African American parents. A lot of language around trainings and workshops for parents around college knowledge, A to G criteria, and those kinds of things to help parents understand how to get their children into college. Some feedback around building some customer service, primarily from our front office folks. and then supports the schools, additional Spanish speakers and resource workers to conduct home visits and engaging with parents at their home. And then of course, family involvement, a lot of language around how to better reach out and engage our parents. Next slide.
Okay, great.
Do you want me to hold here?
Well, we'll hold right here. I know Dr. Flores, because we're going to get into another portion. So
Yeah.
Dr. Flores, you had a comment?
Yes, Dr. Mitchell, excuse me, could you go back to that first slide that you had?
There you go, right there.
Yeah, that one, yeah. So I wonder, the 5 LCAP priorities are based on the survey of classroom teachers, parents, community members, and district staff, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm wondering if you were to disaggregate those responses, what the priorities would be for classroom teachers, what the priorities would be for community members, and what the priorities would be for district staff. It would be interesting to see if they all fall, where they fall, right? Because this is the aggregate of all of them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to do that. And also, Dr. Flores, we also get insight into where folks land because they mirror the next 3 slides. So give you an example. Next slide, David.
Yeah. But I'm just curious to know what the parents thought for each one of those goals, what the teachers thought, and what was that last one, the community members, what they thought.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Be happy to disaggregate that, but we also see those themes emerging in when we're asking folks to give us feedback around our goals. And so you can see here that it's probably mostly teachers that are saying instructional supports, PD, smaller classrooms. We also see from parents that they lean toward counseling and distance remote. Like if you look at
I'm curious what parents think. I'm curious about what parents think about goal 1 and goal 2 and goal 3. Yeah.
We will disaggregate that.
I would just like to know. Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Okay, you can go back, Dr. Mitchell. I don't think there's any other comments to your support. Right. There you go.
Good. So thank you, board. And so board, we, as we committed probably 2 or 3 meetings ago, that we would look and analyze our current funding to where we can break up the funding between general and supplemental concentration grant based upon what our police officers actually do. And you heard from our SPO, our school police officers president earlier, who alluded to some of the things that our officers do. Just wanted to recap that here, that our parents can go to our police department to get registered for volunteering. It's been a big part of our youth court, which has been instrumental in slashing expulsions in our district, giving alternative ways for kids to restore the hurts they may have caused with negative incidents on campus. Crime intervention technology, I get to use this word, force multiplier, making sure that our campuses are safe using the technology that's available to us. Adopt a School, our officers are very present on our campuses for events and school events and making relationships with teachers and students. Gang reduction intervention program, you all are very aware of that and the need for that in our city. Our officers are really a big part also too of acknowledging the positive behaviors that they observe or that our staffs observe, and so those officers will go to campuses and give gift cards and all kinds of other goodies for kids who are doing things well. And then a big part, Mr. Gallo alluded to, that we have a healthy investment in our kids wanting to go into law enforcement and military service, and we believe that's absolutely a viable pathway, an important pathway that we want to support from a civic perspective. And so the next slide will give you a breakdown of how we've decided to move those dollars around. So board, if you can give me a minute to explain what you're seeing here. So the board has asked for an analysis of how we are currently spending the dollars. So if you look at the yellow columns, this is how we spent, this is how we funded the police department for 2019-20 or the current year that we're in. If you look over at the object codes, the 2000s, we stand for classified staff. And so you know that police officers and campus safety officers, dispatch secretaries, clerks, related overtime, and intern are considered classified staff. The 1000s are considered certificated staff. You see that their salaries and overtime for all their staff comes up to 5.8 million. So you see the first column in the yellow is general funding. So $0 currently are paid for police officers in general funding. So right now it's all in supplemental concentration. 3000s are the associated benefits, 3.2 million. 4000s are what we call books and supplies, around 70,000, and that's just the daily stuff you need to run an office. The 5000s are contracts or licenses or maintenance agreements or fuel costs. And you see 430,000 of that is coming out of supplemental concentration currently. And then 6,000 are big ticket items, infrastructure, vehicles, technology, and that was 300,000. So that is the itemized. The board has asked to itemize the cost for the police department. That's currently what we're doing. The line after that, we added this line because as we moved expenditures from supplemental concentration into base, we had to move some things out of base into supplemental concentration. So because we take out police did not give us extra dollars, it actually just created a need for us to move dollars from the general fund to the supplemental concentration. So I'll get back to that later. What we're doing for 1920, we got a little mistake there, but the first green column is 2021. So here's what we're proposing. And so if you could follow me, board. If you look at the 2000s, in 1920, we had $0 coming out of general funding for 2021, and I'm sorry for the wrong heading on that, but the first green column, we're moving 5 million of those costs into general fund, and we're keeping 816,000 of those costs for supplemental concentration. We came up with that formula because we were going to take 15% of the total personnel costs for our police officers and our CSOs and keep them in supplemental concentration. The reason that we're doing that is because we believe that 15% of their work are in support of the previous slide, all the programs and services that our police department is handling for us. Then you'll see on 3000s, the associated benefits, we're moving 2.9 million into general fund for 2021, the first green column, and then the 15% related to the salaries in the 2000s, the benefits for those costs will be 305,000 that will remain in supplemental concentration. You go down to technology, you see that we're pushing 30,000 of the 70 in the first green column into general fund, and keeping 40K in supplemental concentration. And you'll see if you go over to the 4,000 under description, you'll see in green S&C, the 40,000 is to pay for surveillance equipment that's above and beyond what we would typically do. And that's why we're taking that out of supplemental concentration. If you go down to the 5,000s, which is conferences, contracts, licenses, maintenance agreement, fuel, repairs, printing, postage, those costs that total 240,000 will be taken out of general fund. And the costs in the green, our career technical classrooms for Explorer program, positive citations, youth court, volunteer processing, gang reduction intervention program, adopt a school program, and the restorative justice programs will continue to remain in supplemental concentration at a cost of 190. You'll see then we go down to infrastructure, which is vehicles and technology, and the vehicles part of it is 231. We're going to push that to general fund. The technology piece of it is 70,000. We're going to keep that in supplemental concentration. And then that last line, because if you look at the total of the first column of 2021 is 8.4 million, the first green line, it has now been moved into general fund. So therefore, we did an analysis of our budget, and we determined we found some costs and expenditures out of general fund budget that are more appropriately paid out of supplemental concentration, and we matched those dollars. And so if you look at the second column, we moved 8.4 million that was in general fund into supplemental, and we moved 8.4 million of the cost of policing from supplemental to general. And so you'll see that the dollars balance out at the bottom. I know this was complicated. I'll take some questions now, Ms. Rogers, if the board.
Board, are there questions? I don't see any up, but please at this time.
I have one. I have my name on there. Yeah.
Yes.
So Dr. Mitchell, I'm glad that you did this to demonstrate moving the funds into our general funding. And just to be clear, it isn't 2019, it's 2020 to 2021.
Yeah, that's a typo. I apologize.
Right. So explain the rationale for keeping 15% and putting it in supplemental concentration.
Sure. David, go to the previous slide.
Why was that done?
David, go to the previous slide. Because we're saying that 15% of an officer's time and our CSO's time is spent leading these and facilitating these programs in our district, which we think are unique here. That our officers are actively involved in not only the safety of our students but the well-being of our students, and that they're actively involved in one of our major career pathways, which is
Okay,
police.
that's good. I just
police.
wanted you to explain that to the public.
Absolutely. So we came up with 85-15. So it's not exact. Like, so an officer can't tell you that I spend exactly 15% of my 8-hour day on these things. And we're saying in the aggregate over time and over a couple of weeks that our officers and our CSOs will have generally spent 15% managing these programs through the variety of services that are captured here, as well as others that we didn't capture. Go back
So
to
my only question is, how does crime intervention technology fit into this category? Because I think we as a district should be providing all of that technology and crime prevention for our schools. I mean, it should be coming out of our general fund, not from the school site funds, but we should be supporting, the safety and protection of our schools from our general fund.
Thank you for that. I have that as a note. And so certainly this is flexible, Dr. Flores, and we can, if the board feels like that's problematic, we certainly can move it back in general and then find some general to move to replace that cost. Because David, show the budget slide, please. Next slide. So you see that cost is about $40K. So we certainly can move that back into general. So if you look at the fourth column, the last green column in the 4,000s is $40K. But if you look on the yellow column, it's 70. So we certainly can move the $40K back to general, but then we'll find another $40K to move from general into supplemental. But so I have that as a note, Dr. Flores. Thank you.
Right. And so then the next one, I see. It's for CTE Explorers. Okay.
Absolutely.
And all the okay, that's fine. And how is infrastructure, vehicles, and technology? Why is that in supplemental and concentrate 70K?
There was some technology that we felt like was more appropriately out of supplemental. I can't think of it exactly what it was off the top of my head, but I can get that information to the board. And if you deem it, you feel like it's more general funding, we certainly can consider that.
And the reason I'm asking is because we need to justify all of this in our Lcap, and it has to be according to ACLU and public advocates. It has to be service to our kids, and it has to be related to what was recommended. I'm just asking those questions so that when you write it up, it has to be justified.
Absolutely, and we agree wholeheartedly on that note. And it just slips my mind exactly what that technology was, but we didn't make haphazard decisions here. But I'm happy to look a little deeper.
Right. I really would like the rationale, so you can get back to us. But
Absolutely.
and if it doesn't fit, then you have to find something else.
Absolutely. So that's 40K plus the 70K, 110 potentially that we move back in the general fund, and we'd identify 100 plus to move from general fund to supplemental concentration to replace those costs. Any other questions?
Why do you have 9.8 million at the bottom? What's that?
Because oh wow, is that another typo? Yeah, no. Oh no, because if you go down after you see the record, so look down at the bottom line before the totals. We moved rec aides, CTE teachers, accelerated kinder teachers, and transitional kinder teachers from the general fund. You see the first yellow column?
Oh, okay.
The supplemental.
Oh, I see. Okay, because they do direct instruction for our kids. Okay, I got it. Okay, I didn't follow that part. Okay, thank you. All right, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, thank you for doing that as well. I do have a couple of questions with regards to, do we have another that's under the LCFF that pulls 15% of salaries from I guess the general fund to the LCFF funding, the supplemental and concentration area? Is there another group?
Yeah, we
similar to what you're doing with this?
We split fund a variety of staff across all kinds of accounts, Ms. Bonilla. I mean, and it's generally 85-15 split. So we split fund ELL teachers, we split fund a variety of staff across the district, in some of our positions may even have 3 or 4 different funding sources.
Okay, so then that's what I just want to make sure that go ahead.
Yeah, the point I'm making is this is standard practice in school finance, that we split fund a lot of staff using a variety of funding sources based upon their job descriptions and duties and the services and programs that they're providing.
Okay, and what would be that example? Would it be like, for instance, AVID? I'm wondering what that looks like. What would be that example?
Let's say that you got let me think of one. Let's say that you got okay, a couple years ago, we used to have what we called was a instructional vice principal. And so we knew that the majority of the vice principal's job was related to base program stuff like suspensions and student supervision. But then we also knew that we wanted them to be providing more professional development to teachers. And so we split funded them with, like, say, Title I, so that they could provide, because Title I allows us to pay staff to provide supports to teachers in terms of professional development. And so that's an example of an area where we have split funded a teacher or an administrator.
Okay.
So standard.
Go ahead.
No,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this is standard practice to split fund
staff
according to their jobs and services that they're providing.
Okay, and so for me, when you look at, for instance, the 5 3 X's, it doesn't really disaggregate it. It doesn't have it line item. Okay, so how much is the CET Explorer program? How much is the positive citations, youth court, and so forth? I would honestly like to see each one by its own funding model, so I can see how much is being spent in each of those categories. And then when you look
tonight,
that would be great. Perfect. Yeah, that would be helpful. As well as when you look at so for me, when I see technology, crime intervention, same as what Dr. Flores mentioned, it doesn't bring any relevancy to the supplemental concentration area. What would that, and I know you mentioned it just briefly, because it doesn't make any sense to have it there unless I'm wrong in the way you're explaining it. And as well as when you look at the infrastructure technology in the vehicles, I know maybe the vehicles are being used, but what is the 70,000, or even if you look at the whole amount, 301,000, what does that entail? Is that through repairs? What is that?
Yeah, so Abigail, in the sense of a board presentation, so we centered it around our basic California school finance uses object codes, so 1,000s are base salaries, certificate salaries, 2,000s are classified salaries. So, but certainly we have all of this financial data that we can provide for you on any expenditure in our district. I'm happy to send it to you, and I'm also happy to walk you through it if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, that would be helpful. That's just so that way I can look at these and just to really give it a depth, because for instance, just like I said, the conferences, contracts, licenses, maintenance agreements, fuel repairs, printing, postage would be in the first aisle, but then the green area. So I just want to see if that's relevant, as well as, well, the other two areas that doesn't seem relevant is, of course, the crime intervention technology in the supplemental and the infrastructure for vehicles and technology. But yeah, that would be helpful for me. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to do that. Thank you.
Dr. Flores, you had something else you wanted to add?
Oh, yes. Yes, just to piggyback on what Ms. Medina was saying, Dr. Mitchell, I think not only disaggregating the money that goes into these programs, but also, what kids are we serving? How many, and what's the quality of service, and what, like we always talk about evaluation, what are our kids getting out of it? I know the positive citations have been great, but why, the rationale, how many kids, what's the effects of that? Our youth court, et cetera.
That report would take me much more time and probably would involve student services. Right. And so I'm happy to provide a budget breakdown, but if you want a program effectiveness.
I'm thinking, I don't want it like tomorrow, but I think we need to have that. I think Absolutely. We need to know that to know how many kids we're serving, how many kids are we serving that are the target kids, and and to support, the type of support that our police are giving to these specific programs and to our youth and to our kids. And so we need the details and on the kids. And, I know the restorative justice programs are doing great, but we need to have the narratives and how many kids we're serving that are target kids. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. I will add, Dr. Mitchell, and again, thank you for the presentation, because I know there was some additional things captured from Wednesday. And then I also weighed in to say, can we just get it a little bit more fine-tuned, where it's more transparent? And to Abigail's question, I know you responded you would give it to her in a board, correspondent. However, I don't know when. Is there another LCAP meeting coming up? Because I can't remember.
I can make sure you have that by the 23rd, board.
Yes, because if we're having another public, some type of forum, that same information that we know, it's important for the community to know, because the question has been raised very clear that we need to be able to see this. And then, just as the two board members said, there's something that maybe we can reallocate it because it makes more sense for it to be here, or you will come back and tell us why it aligns with whatever, and then we can make a better decision. But I don't want us to just be privy, especially to this.
Got it.
Okay.
So how about I get you a BC by Friday, and then we post that information on our LCAP.
Somewhere on the website, wherever we're going to put it, or make sure it shows up in our next meeting for our community to be able to look at it further. Okay.
Got it. No problem.
Great. So I know, Dr. Mitchell, I saw device replenish. Are you still? Where are you?
I'm still up.
Okay. Still up. All right. I'll get on the right flight. Go ahead. You can move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Boy, we're excited to share our plan moving forward for device replenishment, as well as a device refresh plan. As you know, board, we gave out 30,000 plus devices in March to support our students transitioning to distance, our students and teachers transitioning to distance learning. Since the crisis illuminated some weaknesses in our system. One of the biggest things that it illuminated, and first of all, let me say this. We were in a great position to be able to hand out 30 devices without ordering one device because of the board's vision around providing devices for our students. And we've had an ongoing Lcap line item to purchase Chromebooks at the assistance of the board in general, but Danny in particular. So we want to give our appreciation to the board for that, because we were able to pass out 30,000 plus devices without having to order a single device in support of our transition to distance learning. And so the board's vision on that really saved our bacon as this crisis came upon us. But the other thing that happened was that this crisis also exposed some chinks in our system. And we find that there were huge inequities across our schools as it relates to accesses to technology devices. And so we found that some of our schools had as many as 2 or 3 devices to each student, and some of our schools had maybe a half a device to each student. And so that required some of our schools to pass out additional schools to support additional devices to support other schools. And so we found some inequities in how we were providing access to devices. And so one of the things that we had to do, next slide, David. So we came upon this with 2 objectives. Number one, the board's direction to make sure that we can replenish or replace the 30,000 plus devices that we gave out. And so our first objective is a replenish plan, meaning replace the devices to make schools whole when students eventually return to school for the 2021 year. And then the second was take this opportunity to create a refresh plan where the district would take the ownership for ordering devices for schools and monitoring the quality of those devices and putting schools on a cyclic cycle of device refreshment for both students and staff, and then take that burden away from principals. And so what we've been able to create is almost a base program in terms of technology that the district would support as opposed to schools. And so what that would give us is this, and what we're proposing is that all middle and high school students will have access to a take-home device, as well as access to a device in each classroom. And letter B, all elementary kids or classrooms will be equipped with a cart of devices, enabling access to a device at school with a 1-to-1 device to student ratio. And so we'll get into the details right now. Next slide. So this is the replenish plan. This is how we plan on replacing the 30,000 plus devices that we gave out in support of distance learning. And so we propose in the next few weeks to order 30,000 devices at a cost of $20 million. We plan on using 15.5 of that from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which are one-time dollars, 4.5 of that coming from our current dollars, 3.5 of that is Lcap, and 1 million of that is coming from our IT department. We would also purchase a district inventory system, which showed us another kind of kink in our armor, that we needed a better platform to make sure that we're able to monitor the life of a device. And so let's say kid is at one elementary school and has a device and then moves in another part of the city and then attends another elementary school. We want to be able to not only track the device better, easier, but we also want to track the funding source of that device when we have to replace. And then our sites would continue to determine what platform they'll use. And so we're not going to be too controlling on this, where sites will still have the autonomy from the principals and staff there to determine whether a PC-based or Apple-based platform or Chromebook versus iPad. We would prioritize, again, as we did in the distance learning device distribution, that we would prioritize students without devices. That includes our homeless students, and that includes we would make sure that we would identify our most vulnerable students. One of the other things that we found is that 45% of all of the devices that we distributed were 5 years old. And so there will be no impact to site budgets, except for sites will still be responsible for purchasing the cart. And so that's what we plan to do right away for the start of school. Next slide. Now the refresh plan will start in 21-22, where we would buy 10,000 devices every year at a cost of $10 million. We would take a little bit of the site-based budgets, take that burden on, and make that a centralized process where we would purchase devices at $10 million a year or 10,000 a year, and then we would prioritize students without devices, and we put schools on a 5-year cyclic cycle for refresh by cluster. And then that way sites would no longer be responsible for device replacement. That's inclusive of students and staff. Board, we have vetted this plan with our district technology plan. We vetted it with all of our site leaders yesterday, or it might have been the day before. I can't. My days are running together. And then we've vetted it with several principals in the district. Folks are pretty supportive of the program. One of the major pushbacks was that we originally planned on providing devices to our earliest students, our pre-K, TK, and grade 1 kids at one cart for 2 classrooms. And so when we had some questions and some feedback from our teams, we've changed that model to support 1 cart per class every single elementary classroom. And so be happy to take questions.
Okay, Dr. Flores.
Dr. Mitchell, where are we finding all this money? Are we taking it away from our school sites?
No. So, well, for a previous slide, David. So if you look at for the initial replenish plan, we're going to use 15 million of the 20 million that we're getting for the coronavirus relief fund that was shared in an earlier slide. We've also reserved. We potentially plan to use 5 million of that or more to support our distance learning that Dr. Menard has just went through. So in the year after that, next slide.
Right.
The year after that, we plan on having sites contribute to a site-based fund to then centralize the refresh of devices on a cyclic cycle every 5 years. And so sites may or may not be losing dollars. We're still playing with that but we initially have planned on sites contributing to that. So that we can centralize this process, and then sites will no longer be responsible for device purchases. So sites on their own are spending more than $10 million a year purchasing all kinds of devices. They would no longer have to do that. So just like we're thinking from a 21st century classroom, you need desks, you need a certain amount of computers, and so on and so forth. So we're saying that we want to control the access to technology from a centralized point of view, so that we can ensure that all kids have access to devices within the same ratio. So that way, either like smaller schools who may lack the budget to purchase one-to-one devices will make sure that they're outfitted with the same access to technology in our larger schools who have larger budgets to be able to do that. So yes, starting in 21-22.
My question is, aren't sites more knowledgeable of what they need and what they need to refresh and what they don't need to refresh? And I thought we were on a site-based budget where sites determine what what technology they need to.
Absolutely. And they still will be. Sites will still have full autonomy of their budgets. What we're saying is that they no longer will have to purchase.
No, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if their budgets were trim so that you could centralize this.
No, they have not as yet. We're proposing that for 21, 22.
And the principals are on board with that?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I would think that they would know what is needed at
They
their
will still-
sites
they
and
will
that
still-
they would
we're not gonna-
control their budgets.
Yeah, we're not going to choose the device for them. The devices are still based upon the site needs and are determined by the sites. We're just centralizing the refresh of devices. And so the sites will still choose what platform they're using, what devices they want to use, but we will take on the purchasing and refresh as well as repair of those devices and take that off the hands of our principals and so that they can focus on improving instruction.
Dr. Flores, did you?
Okay, so if I were to ask a principal, they would tell me exactly what you would. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So
Hello?
I would
Yeah.
say that when we surveyed,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay.
I would say that when we surveyed all of our principals, 82% of them say they are in favor of the
Okay,
plan.
thank you.
I won't say that 100% of them were.
Okay, Dr. Flores?
Okay, well, I'm just questioning.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, thank you. I'm done. I'm
Thank
done.
you.
Okay. Dr. Hill? And you might be on mute.
Okay, thank you. No, I just wanted to ask Dr. Mitchell, out of our little under 50,000 students, how many are using their own personal computer? Because I'm assuming there are quite a number who will not ask us for an instrument.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that, Dr. Hill, but that's certainly a good question. And so certainly we're not going to force a kid to take a laptop home if they feel like they have an adequate technology at home.
Okay, but every student is offered one, and they have to.
Absolutely. We want to make our devices as available as our textbooks are.
Okay, and that's a good thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Is your next slide budget? Does it come up?
Next slide, I think it's we turn over to Dr. Perez.
Yes.
Madam President, I'm so sorry. Madam President.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Madam President, I didn't have time to write it.
Okay.
Dr. Mitchell,
Yes.
how is this process vetted?
We had first of all, we started with
How did it become centralized? How was it vetted?
So first of all, we started with our IMT to get a sense for what devices were distributed. We had them cost that out. We found that if we replaced all the devices that we gave out, it would cost us close to $26 million. And so then we gave that information over to our collective committee that included our purchasing office, our IT department under Mike 2, and then our AET department under Barbara Richardson, now under Michelle Cleveland. They crafted a proposal that you're seeing here. So this was co-crafted by IT and AET. Then they went to our district technology committee and got their feedback and input. And then they made those revisions. They sent that over to cabinet. We gave our feedback. And then lastly, when we met with our site leaders meeting, we ran through the whole plan. And then we gave them a survey of which they completed. And that's why I'm able to tell you that they were highly supportive of the plan.
So the principals agreed to this?
Again, yes, 82%.
It sounds like a percentage of them did.
Did you answer my question?
Yes, 82% of them indicated that the plan was
All right.
favorable.
Thank you, Madam President.
Can you hear?
Thank
Okay. You heard. Okay. All right.
So Dr. Perez is up.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Thank you, David. So good evening, board. So we wanted to kind of round things out with a little bit of conversation around the budget committees. I know that I shared information with you for the past several board meetings around what budget committees will be pulled together. So I wanted to circle back and just identify what our purpose is in pulling these groups together. You know, our end goal is really to look at streamlining and creating more efficient systems, which would also reduce our deficit spending. You've heard some of those examples of some of those actually in some of what Dr. Mitchell was sharing with the technology refreshment. So that's just one example of how, you know, we will be deploying actions and identifying actions that could result in streamlined and more efficient systems. Our core values in this will be to involve folks who are whose decisions, the decisions impact them, and wanting to keep the main thing, always on that road for continuing to develop as experts in human learning, both our student learning and our adult learning. So we will keep those core values at the crux of everything that we do within the budget committees, and then just sharing what we want our future state to look like. So obviously district solvency is a priority, and again, staying centered on student outcomes, looking at building our internal capacity for teaching and learning, our internal capacity for mental health. As I share these things, you know, I ask you to think of all of the evidence that you heard throughout our presentations this evening that are evidence of some of those things already when we think about our PDS plan and the mental health work that we outlined in that plan. So, you know, knowing that all things cost money, we want to make sure that we lay out what we want our future state to look like as we embark on this work. And then lastly, the continuous improvement of our systems and integrating our systems, which we know when things are more integrated, we're able to find cost savings there. Next slide, please, David. Thank you. And so just wanted to share what some of the topics will be that the committees will be undertaking. So you'll see 3 committees outlined there: the Enrollment Management Committee, Operational Efficiencies Committee, and then our Budget Allocations Committee. And you see, again, some of the topics that will be discussed within the scope of the work of each of those committees. And then I wanted to share with our board what our timelines are so that you have a sense of when you can expect us to come back and provide updates. We're trying to do a chunk and chew kind of model. Let's give an opportunity for you to get some information around enrollment management in September, for you to, you know, hear that, discuss it, give us any feedback and input, so that we can make adjustments for enrollment management. And then operational efficiencies will, we will provide a board update in October with that same approach and method where our board is able to provide feedback for us and input. And then lastly, in November, our budget allocations team will provide an update to the board. We've lined this all up with the timeline of allowing for Ms. Christakos and her team to provide a budget update in December, as we typically do. And the last piece are the stakeholders. So I just wanted to outline that every single one of these committees will be composed of the following groups. We will have students represented on those committees. When we talk about parents, we're talking about parent leaders as well as parents who represent our school sites. That is very important that we are very cognizant of including parents who sometimes might not feel like they have a voice. We want to give voice to all of our parents. And then the leadership and general membership of all of our unions, so SBTA, CSEA, SBS, POA, and CWA. And then lastly, our administrators. So folks from all of those stakeholder groups will have voice and be participants throughout the committees and have their fingerprint as we bring forth some recommendations for a final budget approval and decisions in December. And with that, that is all that I have to share with you this evening, board. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions, so we'll move ahead with what's ahead.
So board, thanks so much. Just as we navigate this upcoming year, just be mindful that our multi-year financial projections are critical. The effects of today's operations and financial decisions are printed on the future. And all decisions should be made with that additional lens of the multi-year financial impact to our district's overall financial health. It'll be interesting over the next year and how long we'll see what the budget impact is as a result of COVID and how quickly our economy recovers. And just to be mindful of that, next slide. And then here's the timeline outlined. We will bring a preliminary budget to the June 23rd board meeting based on what we know today, public hearing, and we will adopt that on June 30th. Again, we'll have to be flexible as in August that may change, and then we'll have our unaudited actuals. And then you heard Dr. Perez speak about what we'll incorporate into our first interim report as we move through the process. So board, thank you so much for everything. And this concludes our presentation for the evening.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. I may have missed this, but have we begun purchasing the computer assets that we're going to need for either continued distance learning and or on-site usage?
We have not. We were assessing our need and developing a thoughtful plan. So the reason that we created the refresh plan was because we didn't want to just purchase a bunch of devices and still have inequity in the district. So it's taken us some time to figure out what we gave out, how much was it, and we had some flaws in our data a little bit, but we've done the assessment, we've done the cost out. We wanted to make sure the board saw our plan. We're ready to order probably as early as tomorrow or early next week.
Great, thank you, Keenan. Yeah, it just seemed to be a long lead item, and if we're going to start the school calendar when we're thinking it might be good to initiate that.
Absolutely, thank you.
No, thanks, Keenan.
Madam President, I had a question for Janie.
That's what I was just going to say. Go ahead.
Janie, could you put up the second to the last slide? I'm sorry.
Okay, David, can you bring, there we go.
So I've been reading what the legislature is proposing, and in terms of declining enrollment, they're advocating or suggesting that they hold us harmless, meaning that we would keep our ADA from last February for the next year. And also in terms of PERS and STIRS, they're going to provide for our district would be, I think, 7.3 million. Is that correct, Jeannie?
Yeah, so these are all just costs that continue to go up. We're hoping for that hold harmless that you spoke about,
right.
But we have been a declining enrollment district. And so we currently get the prior year guarantee. Of course, this year is very unique, as you know. And so as we move forward through the projection period, we do project to continue to decline in enrollment. So we hope for that hold harmless for this next year, but it's still, as part of our multi-year, is a consideration that reduces our revenues.
Right, and the PERS STIRS will be for next year, and we're also going to get a 2.31 COLA. That would
now that's under deliberation. We're hearing that we might get flat funding, but under the legislature's proposal, they propose we get the COLA as you stated. So
right.
We'll know. We don't have the final yet.
Right, and then also I saw that there's special ed. I know that our special ed costs go up, but I also saw monies from the state legislature to, augment that deficit, that we have, right? In terms of special ed increases that we need to fulfill. So we'll keep our fingers crossed, right?
Yes, absolutely.
The governor accepts the legislature's proposal. So that's all I wanted to state. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for a great presentation and an update on our budget. We're going to shift back to our agenda. 8.1, voter education discussion. I know that Dr. Flores had made mention of this item and followed up. Ms. Rosales Medina, I believe, had some more updated information. I think it's a couple of years ago. I remember speaking to, it was State Secretary Alex Padilla about this, and then we took some initiatives and we did a resolution, updated our website for education and honored the weeks. So it's my understanding there's some updated information, Dr. Flores and Ms. Rosales Medina, that you would like to present to discuss tonight.
Well, I should have prepared more, Madam President, but
Okay.
what ICUC students proposed that they were able to go into classrooms, and also maybe our civics teachers can also register our students and also provide information for registration so that it's more active than just, one time, right? So they get more information about why it's important to vote. And so we would have to get their proposals. They were going to follow up with me. I haven't gotten it yet, of proposed policy. So I will follow up and I'll keep you posted regarding that, so that they had policy from a couple other districts. Okay. So I will get that from them and share that with you, and then we can agendize it so that we can, and then take it to our policy committee.
That exactly. That would be my recommendation as well. Ms.
Okay.
Was there more?
Yeah. So the sample resolution that they sent me was from Oxnard Union High School District, and what it is trying to look at, as what Dr. Flores mentioned, each principal has a designee. It could be a student. Of course, it would be volunteer basis in trying to recruit and enroll, register those that are able to vote, to register early. But one of the things that I was looking at even further is asking our school district to ask that each of our high schools are polling locations, if that's even possible, or as many high schools be polling locations, which would offer both opportunities for our students to be able to vote on campus, but as well as those that are coming off maybe elementary schools, parents, and so forth, heading out to see the value of voting. Let's just say that in case we do not are able to get all of our high schools to be polling locations, which would be ideal, is ensuring that students who go out and vote at their polling locations are able to receive excused absences or even transportation for them to go to these sites as well. But ideally, it would be great if each of our high schools was a polling location, because it would just open up opportunities for our students on campus. I mean, one of the ideal things that would be so helpful is having election day, one of those days where we had our school off. I don't know if that's even close to being a possibility, but I know that would be ideal. And this would be also, of course, at the state level, and looking at that even in future calendars for the calendar committee to look at that in future years, of ensuring maybe just that one day as an off day for people to vote. But yes, definitely what Dr. Flores mentioned, having this presented to the board board policy subcommittee, and making sure that we're addressing and bringing in samples from other school districts of what we can do to better improve our youth getting active in the election cycle. And of course, this would be no influence to who they would, what party they would sign up as. This is more just an education for them to really get involved in exercising their right to vote. and so forth.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Gallo, did you have a comment?
Nope, I didn't have a comment.
No. Okay, so Dr. Wyatt, did you have a comment?
Yes, Madam President, and
Okay.
thank you. And just wanted to thank ICUC as well for, I met with them actually today to discuss this. And, we reviewed the BP sample that they had provided and talked a little bit about it, and thought it was a great idea. I wanted to support it as well and get our students really involved and registering to vote at least. And I thought, why wouldn't that actually be a part of our curriculum? And I mean, I know that's controlled at the state level, but if it's something that we're teaching in civics and having our students get involved in civic engagement, then we should definitely get behind this and educate our students about registering to vote, and then obviously their right and privilege to vote as well. So I thought there was a lot of substance to this BP, and I look forward to exploring it further with the Board Policy Subcommittee.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments on that and bringing that in. Again, I'll defer back to the Policy Committee because I think that will be a pretty good way of ironing out some of the things that we can or cannot do around that work. Thank you. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to move to 9.1 board member comments. And Dr. Wyatt, I will start with you.
Thank you, Madam President. You got me putting something in my mouth. I was actually eating, so excuse me. I was trying to sneak a snack in there since I commented last and you came right back to me. And I'll try to make it brief because I know it is late in the evening, almost morning. I just wanted to thank all of our staff out there for putting together our virtual graduations and our drive-through graduations. Literally on a last minute notice. I mean, I think they did an absolutely amazing job. I know a number of our board members got to participate in some of the events, and I'm a little bit zealous of that, which I could have as well. But I've been able to enjoy it on social media. So just again, thank you to our team out there for making that happen. I know it was a lot of work for them, So just want them to know we appreciate that. And I know our students and families and community greatly appreciated it. So thank you to everyone that did that. I look forward to our future LCAP meetings and working with our community and our families on creating a greater collaborative process and making sure that they're valued stakeholders and they have a voice in the process. I think it's extremely important that we do that. I've seen a lot of comments, received a lot of emails and text messages about how there's, obviously like a what's the word I'm looking for? Actually, I don't want to say a level of fear, but there's kind of a gap between us and them, and it might be not all populations of our community or all groups of our community, but still some of our folks in the community feel like that, and I don't think anybody should feel like that in regards to an LCAP process and LCAP meetings. So I know we can do a better job, and we will, and I think we should emphasize that to them and our community, that we're going to work with them. And I said it earlier, and I'm not going to drill it up too much more, but just again, thank you to our school police and what they do. I know they're feeling probably pressured and under the gun with all this being talked about, and we've heard a lot of support from our board for them. We obviously know we need to allocate funding in different ways, and I'm happy that Dr. Mitchell presented that to us tonight. That was great. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. And just to continue our mission on increasing our services for social emotional learning and trauma-informed care. We were brainstorming today with ICUC, and one thing that they're asking for, and I many of our community engagement groups are asking for, that I support tremendously, is just to have more clinicians and therapists within our district and on our campuses. I know we use the word counselors often, but as I was telling them, I really want us to get used to using the term clinicians and therapists, because that's what we need on our campuses, more so now than ever, coming back from the pandemic that we're returning from. So, and I even thought, if there's a crisis out there, and I think we do this already, but I just wanted to confirm with our team, maybe when our executive cabinet members could answer this for me, that, when we have law enforcement that maybe called out to a scene or our school, that we have a clinician or therapist attend with them, like a triage team. I think we probably do that already, and I just wanted to find out if that's the case, and if not, we need to do that, because instead of maybe citing a kid or arresting a kid, we actually work with the student and find out what was the root cause for their behavior, and then come up with an intervention plan. to assist them with whatever's causing the behavior. So that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to say again, and I don't think we can say enough, how proud we are of our 2020 graduates. I had a chance to visit a couple of the drive-throughs and was absolutely wonderful. But I also want to let parents, graduates, and everybody else know, I just happened to be looking at the TV yesterday morning, the local access station where City Council runs, and they had Sierra was on, so I'm assuming they're going to do all of our graduates, and they were showing each one individually. So I just want to say thank you to the city of San Bernardino for highlighting our graduates. I was so impressed with Daniel Arias. He's just such a good person, just an absolutely wonderful, wonderful person. And he has so much compassion with what he does. And he summed it all up. And I just want to say, Daniel, you did a great job. Again, I want to say thanks to the team for your presentation and your work on reopening our schools. It will happen. Will it be perfect? We hope so. Chances are it won't be. But, you know, we've been doing our old normal. We've been doing it for hundreds of years. It's not perfect either. So I don't expect this to be perfect overnight. One of the things that I hope we can do, as we heard about the cleaning of the schools, I think this is a great opportunity for us to give our young people jobs, you know, going in. And it's not saying it's a menial job, spraying and cleaning the desks between the class periods. But for a student without a job, doing that certainly will build character and some soft skills. So hopefully we are not looking at employing them, and we don't want to be a threat to anyone who's working, but I think it's a great opportunity for us to involve our young people in soft skills, and they're already on campus. So it would be great just to give them an opportunity to work and put some money in their pockets so they will understand the value, not only of working, but the value of staying in school. The last thing I want to share with you, had an opportunity last Friday, along with Board President Rogers, to speak with the Board President in Castro Valley, as well as a law student at UC Berkeley about ethnic studies. And they are trying to get a statewide resolution, some great ideas. And we are going to have more information to, to give you at a later time. But it seems like they're at the point now that they're putting together something that I think is going to be good for the entire state, if not the nation. But it's on ethnic studies. And again, look forward to us bringing you back more information. Thank you. And again, it has been a wonderful presentations tonight. I look forward to us moving forward. And if there are cuts, there are cuts. I know we are going to make the best of any situation. And I think I heard Dr. Bokemer said earlier, if we look for good things to come out of this, it will. If we look for challenges, they will be there. And so I'm looking for the good things to come out of this new process, the new normal, and a new way for us to take a look at education. Personally, I think it's about time. And I'm just excited about those in leadership, including our unions, our teachers, our administrators, who are going to make it happen. And hopefully we are going to give them 200% support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to also congratulate all the 2020 graduates. haven't been able to attend any because I was scheduled to be out of town for this week. So I just want to, congratulate all the families and all the kids. We're so thankful that our faculty and our staff were able to, at the last minute, organize these wonderful, drive-through graduations. I know it takes a lot. My daughter helped participate in it, and I know that the teachers did it on their own time because they finished working on June the 6th. So thank you very much for your dedication and compassion. And I also want to comment on how proud I am of this board because we passed the resolution on affirming our commitment against police brutality and inequality. That's a big step. And racism is alive and well. And I think that as we develop anti-racist policy, a resolution is fine, but it isn't until you have policy with teeth that really look at our behaviors. Some people don't even know that they're being racist. And so, because it's just, an everyday happening. And I think we have to address it in this community. We are, just about 95, 94% students of color. And I appreciate, Daniel speaking Arias today because it's really important that 75% of our police come from our community. And I also am very proud that we passed the resolution on the recognition of Juneteenth, the National Freedom Day. Haiti was the first to outlaw slavery. And it's an unconscionable thing that other human beings did to Black Americans. It was just, very, very cruel. And given some of the protests, I'm happy to see the protests throughout the whole world of many ethnicities and many, just throughout the world to be in solidarity with us in terms of fighting racism. So I'm very proud of us, and I just commend that we move forward and do that. And that's all, Madam President, that I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'll keep this short. Graduations were a blast. I've been to a couple of them. The drive-bys, the kids are unbelievable. All wearing masks for the most part. Even during pictures and stuff. And some of them had some great masks on as well. They were pretty comical. It's refreshing that we're able to still celebrate their success and graduation here. And I know we've committed to doing an in-person graduation, whenever we're allowed to. But I'll tell you, I think the anticipation and maybe the of the drive-throughs were probably very low. The thought that these weren't going to be that great, but they turned out, they got great responses, very high percentage of participation. And I'll tell you what, I'd be surprised if some of them still want to come back for the in-person graduation. It was that good. And so I really commend our schools, and everybody had it a different way, but they all figured out how to celebrate our student base and everything. And, to kind of echo what Daniel said, I hope that, these protests and consternations that we're going through actually do unite us, as a people, and don't fractionate us. Because ultimately, we are neighbors, whether we want that to be or not. We are neighbors. We need to love each other. And I really like the way Daniel just put it right down to that. basic thing. We need to love each other no matter what. You know, we're living next to each other. We're all going through the same trials and tribulations. We care for each other. I know, you know, we're not doing this because of the great pay that we're getting. That's for darn sure. And, you know, along with our parents aren't sitting up watching, you know, 7 board members pontificate and talk. Because they don't care, you know, they care. And, you know, we're all in this together, as we've said, and we're just trying to provide opportunity for our students. That's the real key. Irrespective of color and any other diverse representation that we might have, it's opportunity for all. That's really the promise of America, is that we are all equal. You know, freedom for all, and that's what we should be striving for. And I think all under the umbrella of loving each other was just a great way to begin and characterize that discussion for you know, about our police and stuff. So thanks a lot, you guys.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Okay, yes. First of all, I wanted to say, as I agree with the other board members, ethnic studies, but I know we call it something else. I was trying to look for an email with the specifics, because it's not just ethnics, it's also cultural, it's religious, religions, understanding different religions, because there is a lot of biases, even with religion. When you look at women's rights, when you look at LGBTQ rights, it's an intersectional piece. So when I hear and I think of ethnic studies, I think of it more culturally, of different aspects of it. So that's something that we should definitely push for. And I agree with what Dr. Hill mentioned, that there is legislation, and what can we do to be ahead of the game? And one of the recommendations I have for the district and try to look at is setting this as a high school graduation requirement. I know that's what the state's looking at. When you have it as an A through G, which we currently have at several school sites, bringing that A through G class can also just be an easy transition for many of our students, and then having that as a requirement. So I do request that we look into it. We don't have to necessarily wait for the state to make the decision. We can at least be ahead of the game in that area. Also, when looking at, and what was mentioned earlier with Daniel, and he used the Marvin Gaye, I was looking at, I actually shared his song, which is called What's Going On from 1971. And in part of that same song and the lyrics, it actually says, picket lines and picket signs, don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see basically what's going on. And the reality is, and I think it's great to strive for that, we love each other and we push for equal rights all the way across the board. But when you look at the Emancipation Proclamation, it was 155 years ago. When you looked at the lynchings, you know, people are still alive that were in that era and seen it happen. So people are still alive now. So then when you see these several supposedly suicidal that now they're reinvestigating, both in Victorville and Palmdale, I went to school in Palmdale. This is the reality that many of our communities are facing. So they're fearful, they're angry, they're upset, and it's okay to be so. And when we look at the unity piece, I see people's comments. I see the rage and the hatred they have towards communities of color, towards the Black Lives Movement. So we really have to push for better education. And I think that's where we can make a huge difference, is through ethnic studies and making sure that we provide it as a graduation requirement. Other than that, I also want to say congratulations to all the graduates. Today I spoke with one that graduated from Arroyo Valley High School. He walked across the aisle, and he said for him that was the moment when he actually, in his robe, walked across the stage and received his diploma, was able to take pictures, and And he was really excited about that. And he wanted to definitely say thank you to all the board members for doing this for them. And that's basically it.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman? All right. Okay. We will move to my comment. First, I'll say happy Wednesday. I think it's officially Wednesday. It's been a long night, but it's been great. I do want to definitely, again, thank the board for the resolutions tonight. I think is very important. It was historical for us to even look into aligning with what is going on in our communities and around the nation without us having to have belaboring conversations about it. That's the type of board we are. And I'm so proud that we can serve together with our diversity and come together and always do what's right. I also want to thank Dr. Volkermer and the staff and the teachers and the CSOs and the police officers and everyone that first day, the drive-through, we went out. And I know this was teetering on some crucial conversations that we kept going back and forth having. And again, as we always say, aligning with safety and making sure that we were able to do it in a safe environment. And I know that there were those that were ready, and then there were some that had to try to transition and get things together. But I certainly appreciate you all stepping up to the plate. I know it was at the last minute, you're thinking, what is Ms. Rogers up to now? But I know, with the support of the board, that all things was going to work out. And so I told Dr. Volkermer, if it doesn't, I'll take the heat. But it did work out great. Rain or shine, they were out there, and it was priceless to see the faces of the parents and the caregivers and the grandparents tearing up and just being excited. And I know also that, Dr. Hill does not miss graduations. And this was one of those struggling times. And then we found out a way. I said, well, perhaps she can sit in the car. And before I knew it, yep, they put everything together. And then I remember being at Pacific and being on the stage, and I was like, okay, now she's sitting in a chair. She's supposed to be in a car. Now she's sitting in a chair. And then I looked up, she was taking a picture. So again, those are just, we love our kids. We love our community, and we want to be there, of course, safe any way we can. So thank you. It was enjoyable. We represented the entire board. All right, we will now move to 9.2, Superintendent and staff.
Thank you, President Rogers. Board, just a couple announcements. On June 25th at 9 o'clock, the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Office will be hosting a June Budget Perspectives Workshop. So if you want to get their take on everything that's happening with the budget, let Karen know and we'll get you signed up for that. Also, CSBA in December, the 3rd through the 5th, they're offering both in-person and virtual options for you. I think most of you have already signed up. I believe I've signed the paperwork, but if you haven't, please let Karen know and we'll make sure that you get signed up for that. I want to echo what everybody said about drive-through graduations. We've done 7 of the 9. I've been able to attend all or part of all 7 Royal Valley High School today. They've been extremely well organized. I want to thank all the staff members and the IMT members that have played a part. It's really been a great effort together between Eric's team and the teams at the school sites. They've been spirited, they've been dignified. A couple of you mentioned moments. A moment that stands out for me is at San Andreas's graduation. A young man was up on stage with us, and I saw his dad in the truck, just the tears streaming down his face of pride and joy for his son. And that's what makes it all worth it, really, those special moments for our families. I think they've truly been a blessing for our families. So glad we did it. 2 more to go on Thursday, Sierra and Sanji on Thursday. And then finally, I don't know how to say it tonight or today, whatever, is the end of an era. As you know, Linda Bardier is retiring, and this is her last board meeting.
Wow.
I was going to say tomorrow was her last. In my notes, it says tomorrow is her last day of work, but actually today is her last day of work. And I want to commend Linda on her 33 years of faithful and dedicated service to San Bernardino City Unified School District as a teacher, communications officer, and then ultimately for the last more than decade, director of communications, a very, very valuable member of cabinet. She's seen us through many, many tough times. She got more than her fair share of crises management, and she's always demonstrated the very highest levels of expertise and professionalism. So I want to thank Linda and send along our best wishes for many, many years of health and happiness and retirement. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to you, Linda. I'm sure we're all saying that right now. We're sorely going to miss you. All right, we are now at 10.1, approval of the consent items.
I move to approve.
I second. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so I take it there are none to pull. All right, I'm going to call for the vote. If I can remember everybody again. Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.1 personnel report number 21 dated June 16th, 2020.
Move to approve.
As presented.
Okay, I heard a motion and a second, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a vote. Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman, Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 11.2 Education Protection Account EPA Spending Plan for Fiscal Year 2021 Business Services. Is there any?
So move.
Second.
Okay, is it moved and second?
Item.
Is there any discussion? No? All right, Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
Mr. Tillman, Dr. Flores,
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina,
Aye.
Somebody disappear.
Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. 12.1 review of board request in Dr. Menards, are you still with us?
You know, Danny's not.
All right, let me pull
There
up
she
the.
is.
I think she's getting ready for work.
I'm changing my clothes. All right. So I want to thank Dr. Perez for taking the request while I was presenting. So the first one, this is a little out of order, board. So but hopefully I've captured them all. So the first set will be about the presentation that I did on physically distanced school.
Why?
I think someone needs to mute. If you can mute everybody. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. So the first one, find a way to accommodate all students and match them with teachers that want to teach in the same manner. And that's specific to the distance learning. Mr. Tillman asked for that. Have we studied effects of prolonged exposure to disinfectants? Dr. Flores asked for that. Research wearing masks for extended period of time for students. Dr. Wyatt asked for that one. Will teachers have access to their classroom? Ms. Medina asked about that one. Explore a third party to help gather data and to gather staff and family data related to school reentry. That was from Mr. Gallo. What is the staff input about the school start date? That was from Dr. Flores. The policy committee needs to begin meeting very quickly. And this was from Dr. Hill. That's in reference to both the anti-racist policy that the board is looking at, as well as the policy for the COVID mitigation plan. Dr. Flores asked that there is disaggregated LCAP priorities by stakeholder group. Dr. Flores also asked about calendaring the anti-racist policy development committee. Look into software for public comments and include a method to capture text messaging for public comment. That came from kind of combination Mr. Tillman and Mr. Gallo. Provide protocols that our school police use to arrest students. Dr. Flores asked for that. Requested a delineated budget for school police and to have it posted in a public place so that our families can see it. Dr. Flores asked which students are being served by school police. Are they the targeted students? What is the quality of the service or the program effectiveness, and the type of support to the targeted group of students? So that's all in one request. Dr. Wyatt asked that we investigate, I hope I captured this correctly, Dr. Wyatt, investigate offering a triage team for behavior supports of students in crisis. Is that accurate?
Between our school police and our mental health staff.
That would be the triage team?
Yeah.
Okay.
For crises, I don't want to call it prevention, but crises response team, a CRT, I guess. We may have it, but it'd be nice to know if we do and what it looks like.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Hill asked that we look into involving our students with the sanitizing of schools. And that would be just at their particular school is what I understood. And then the last request was look into setting ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. And that was from Ms. Rosales Medina.
All right, thank you, Dr. Menar's board. Was everything captured? Yes, okay. Well, we have come to item number 13.1.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second with no discussion. We want to say good morning and good night to everyone. Thank you for being with us. We will see you at our next regular scheduled board. Stay safe, and remember, we're in it together.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning and good night.
Sounds like the Truman Show. Good morning, good day, and good night.